Futures extending gains here this morning that we saw coming to play yesterday late in the session after Trump does a little bit of a backpedal once again over in Europe at Davos, saying that the 10% tariffs that were planned will not come into effect surrounding Europe after they make somewhat of a framework apparently on a deal for Greenland. So we'll talk about that coming up. Meanwhile, the overall market liking that heavily in the afternoon. Here we are, gapping to the upside for both the S&P and the NASDAQ ahead of some key economic data coming up this morning, specifically surrounding the economy as well. We'll get a GDP print at 8:30. We'll get PCE data coming up. So both a mix of inflation and also some economic growth data, which I don't know if you remember, but the last one we got was so astronomically high that everyone kind of stopped in their tracks and said, hold on, wait a minute, what? So we'll see if we get some follow through. Above 5, if you remember, was the forecast on that last print. So we'll touch on that coming up. Intel tonight after the close. We had tech that was really leading this rally to the upside late in the day yesterday. Here we are again, looking pretty good so far.
What a monster Intel has been lately, Brendo. Like 10% days we're seeing. This looks like a small cap, but it really isn't. Good morning, guys. There's a whole lot to talk about this morning. NVIDIA in focus as lawmakers press back against President Trump's desire to export H200 to China. Apple in focus as well in India. Microsoft kind of pseudo in focus. OpenAI kind of raising more money with a big stake there. Meta getting a price target upgrade from an analyst. And ARM, another day here, high single digits, 5 2/3 in the morning. Netflix as well in focus as the European regulator. This kind of the story broke yesterday. They want their say on Paramount, Skydance, Warner Brothers tie-up. So a whole bunch to talk about.
We've seen a lot of tech deals specifically go through the scrutiny over in Europe and end up getting blocked. Yep. As far as the M&A side of things goes. So we'll see what happens with Netflix and Warner Brothers here. The tone shifted very quickly yesterday when Trump had this press conference and some headlines came out late in the afternoon surrounding the conversations that he had around Greenland. It was very interesting going into Davos that the tone was more around will he or won't he again? Yep. And overall, the market seemed to think that this time was different when it comes to maybe he'll throw on 10% more tariffs for anyone who tries to get in his way surrounding Greenland. At the end of the day, it ended up being exactly the same. He backpedaled just like he always does.
I think we should change Mark Rutte's name from, Secretary General of NATO to the Trump Whisperer, because every time President Trump speaks to this guy, he seems to, get on his good side. And apparently yesterday it was subsequent to the conversation that they had that everything was ironed out. This morning we got more information that Greenland is interested, or obviously interested in joining the Golden Dome, so to speak. President Trump had a press conference very early this morning to do with the, what is he calling that? The Council of Peace?
The Board of Peace?
The Board of Peace. Yeah. There was a whole bunch of people this morning. President Trump gave, I think, the keynote to start making more pronouncements there. So no shortage of variables, Brendo, off which to work.
The tactics, I guess, or the way he goes about negotiating these deals has not changed.
No,
clearly.
No.
He leads with the sledgehammer,
exactly,
and then ends up somewhere, where everyone seems to be happy.
Why does this surprise everybody?
Every single time.
Every single time.
This is what I'm trying to get to. It seems like such a shock every single time, but here we are once again. Anyway, market likes it. Tech specifically, small cap specifically, liking this once again, guys. Lots to come this morning. Again, 8:30 economic data, 10 o'clock as well. We'll bring that to you live. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's kind of an everything is up kind of morning here. Like I look at the old quote board. Yeah, okay. So oil a little bit, and obviously UVXY. Not the strongest day for crypto. I think that kind of remains lagging a little bit. And then again, a couple energy names like gold is flat, but pretty much everything else, you're just gaps to the left of them and to the right of them. The Chinese ADRs are up. All the chip names are up. Heck, I don't even know why I have GME still on this thing. It's old school that don't change. Yeah, there was, maybe it will be in play. Who knows? We have Elon's going to be speaking at Davos. He wasn't expected to, but he's going to be speaking at 10:30 to 11. I have a sneaky suspicion he won't move the markets like the president, but he can move his own stock. You never really know. Like, let's be real. He has said things in the middle of the market which have moved Tesla stock in the past. So if you're looking at Tesla today, you're trading it, understand for that half an hour, we'll keep our ears to the ground to see what the CEO has to say. Maybe he'll be talking about Tesla. Who knows? He could be talking about anything at this point. Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one. I mean, we got the turnaround yesterday. So with the exception of, I say, crypto lagging a little bit, and things are looking pretty bullish here. So kind of switching some gears with the exception of, unfortunately, Bitcoin. It's at 90K, but it's not participating the way everything else is.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think Intel would be in focus today.
Oh, yeah.
There's so many upgrades. Palantir got one, or cover initiated at a buy. So did Google. Micron as well, looking at 400. That will be a spot here today. Like, it looks like it's going to break. I have it written down as a breaking, to go long when it breaks. I mean, I feel like it's going to break in the pre-market. I don't necessarily want this in the pre-market, so when it breaks, we'll have to relook at that. But Micron there today, it's on our sticky note and on our watch list. Make sure you catch that. Trading higher in the pre-market after William Blair initiated coverage on the stock, some sort of a RAM super cycle. Really? I mean, yeah, a little late to this one there, but yeah. And then, you know what? Respect to Ryan Cohen with GameStop. I mean, this guy came out and he's basically said, if I'm going to be the CEO of a company, I need to support it by buying the stock. We have written down here, purchase 500,000 shares. I thought it was 1 million shares. Maybe it's just was 500,000, and then he had another tranche at one point. But at the end of the day, he's putting his money where his mouth is, and there it goes up to $23 early when that was announced, and then we're coming back in just a little bit right here. So I think GameStop needs to be traded today for sure. So we'll have to look at GameStop. And, we always look to say when there's a gap, play back to VWAP. But right now, VWAP's there. We got $22 or so as our 200-period moving average. Why not take a shot there with GameStop? We haven't looked at, we look at it, but we don't really focus on it too much anymore. GameStop, just because with the short float, I think it was like in the teens still. Yeah, it's a 16% short right there for GameStop. So their earnings date is, not for a while, March. So March 24th. So we got a while before anything happens with GameStop. But yeah, it looks like a 16% short float. Creeping higher here today, up 3% as Ryan Cohen puts his money where his mouth is. And we'll see if this guy shows up at some point today. Not AMC, I don't think AMC.
Yeah, I bet you that's not even up anything, I guess.
AMC? No, probably be diluted again, probably.
Yeah, percent. What a fantastic looking stock that is. We have an IPO. There's an IPO today. On a better note, Shreve was mentioning to me. There's a couple of big ones coming up. There's a big one tomorrow. Well, size-wise, anyways. In theory, tomorrow. But this BitGo, BTGO. So BitGo Holdings. It's only $230 million. What are we doing? It's priced at 15, 17. Looks like it's gonna be 18 as the price is what I'm seeing. Kind of when I pull up to level 2. You're not gonna see anything for data, but what you can look at is a little bit later on. Here we go. Equipment share is supposed to be 900 million, so almost $1 billion, and it's expected tomorrow. It's kind of a weird day. You don't usually see Friday for IPOs, and then next week there's a couple that are at that 500,000 mark. So. PicPay and then Yellowstone for next week at the end of the week. So IPO market's coming back into play, and that's what it's all about. Like certainly the deals, we talked about this with Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, how things are going really well or relatively better for those banks with regards to deal making and trading. The Warner Brothers deal is going to be pretty lucrative for the banks involved in that. Hey. The bankers make $180 million regardless of who ends up with Warner Brothers. Whether it's really true. No matter how this plays, $180 million they're going to be able to grab. So when deals happen, when IPOs happen, it's a good environment for them. Netflix will be on the mind the day after. Maybe even some Warner Brothers if it dips low enough. I wouldn't mind picking that up around the 20. If it gets down close to 28, I feel like there's a new range, and it's been holding the bottom around that 20, like a couple of big dip buys. So I'm sitting there in the quarters and at 28, 25, and this one comes down. I want to get long there, maybe still short that 28.8, 29 area on Warner Brothers. But if it's going to sit there and put in like 1.5%, 2% ranges, it's going to be tradable on that deal. So there's a lot to look at, a lot to cover for sure, but feeling pretty bullish so far.
I don't know why Netflix shareholders will, or why Warner Brothers shareholders would accept the Netflix deal, honestly, at this point when Paramount's offered 30, Netflix is offering 27.75. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but at the end of the day, it looks like it's something. So Netflix off earnings gets into that level. Now you're up a little bit today. I expect maybe a little bit of a drop down here. I just saw the note that Paramount board is obviously recommending their deal over over Netflix. But I mean, it's $2.25 more. So I'm not sure. If I was a Warner Brothers shareholder, I would be voting for the Paramount one and strike down this Netflix. But who knows? We'll get that all figured out for you guys. Again, you know, NASDAQ up 0.8. We were up 1.2 or so yesterday at close, so almost making back everything that we had lost over the last couple days. So that was our last one day, I guess. We had it on, what day is today? Tuesday, I guess, because we had, oh yeah, that's right, we had Monday off. So if you're just going to zoom in a little bit here into the futures and just have a quick look, like that was a nice little drop downside right there. And now we're going to open up a little bit higher here on the NASDAQ today into the 625 area on the Qs, I believe, right? So unfortunately, this E-signal chart, I got it, yeah, 621. So, you know, you're almost all the way here trying to cover this. And then if we break out through 630, then it might be go time. All-time highs here on the NASDAQ, 635. So we're moments away from, again, what should be another decent day here on the markets, starting with the NASDAQ and, you know, up 0.8, ES up 0.53. And it looks like Donald Trump and company are not going to ease back on this 10% cap. I don't know. I mean, Joe Kernan tried to ask him about this yesterday on Squawk, and he was like, no, man, Americans are paying way too much on that side of things. 28%. He was really, really upset with that. So the, you know, the Bank of the People, apparently, this is Bank of America is what they call this thing, you know, really crushed over the last little while, same as JP Morgan and some of these banks. Neil gave a good bull case for why we may want to get into some of the banks with the IPOs and some of the merger and acquisitions that have been happening lately. But $57 down to 52, like if this gets sorted out and maybe it's just all, you know, let's get a framework like we did on Greenland. Maybe we can get a framework for some of these credit card fees. This could be a buy down to $50. So we'll have to wait. That's 51 is right there. So from 57 down to 51, I mean, you're going to get a 15% discount here on some of these bank stocks. I think that's probably worth picking something up here as we continue to drift lower. It's the same story on JP Morgan. As high as 330 and change. You're down to 303. So kick off $30 from this thing, and you're back down 10% looking for a buy zone. So I think you're getting close here where we can start to look at some of the banks and then just figure out what exactly is going on with that 10% cap there. So, but I don't know. That's interesting things to trade today. SMR could be back in play. SMR popped off yesterday, then went down. Now it's a little bit higher here today again. So, yeah, Elon should be interesting. I don't think that's going to be, he's with Larry Fink or something.
Yeah, he's just talking with Larry Fink.
Yeah, so they'll just probably like a fireside
out of
chat
nowhere.
or something.
It's really his wild card factor because like the 3 or 4 times, and it's over the last few years, 3 or 4 times that he's happened to be talking during the markets open, and then
Right.
sometimes he'll just say something a little bit off about Tesla that, hey, it's like, what? Can't just say that. It's overvalued, funding secured, like that kind of a thing. So you never really know how it plays out with Elon. A couple of small cappers moving around here. Just saw this penny stock, HCTI, pop up on volume. I don't know if you like this one, Sharif. It's 50 cents. But the big volume spike here, I haven't seen the volume. Oh, there it is. Now I see it. Looks like Healthcare Triangle signed an agreement with Teaming. Forecast to generate $38 million in incremental revenue. I mean, look, when you're a penny stock, $38 million is probably a decent amount of revenue, but that's the spike in this particular small capper. There's always a bunch. And you were talking about how there's all kinds of upgrades and downgrades today. There's a whole like swath of them. QBTS, so the quantum names, I mean, you know, maybe not having the best of days yesterday. Pull up a chart of Rigetti, QBTS. Yeah, pretty nasty, 28 to 25. It was down over 10% from the highs. But they got Needham reiterating a buy and maintaining a $48 price target on QBTS. A little bit aggressive there, Needham, but these guys catching up great. It was really nasty for the quantum names, in particular yesterday. There was a few. I mean, everything rallied after, like, later in the day, but there's a bunch of stuff that kind of broke out and looked really strong into the close, and then, like, you got a decent relief rally on Rigetti, but this is still almost $2 from where we were sitting at the open yesterday. So, If they're trying to come back here, they're going to be in play. Anything that had volatility, it's going to be a lot of opportunity to trade today, because I really think you're going to have a nice volatile day in terms of opportunities out there. And this was a miss, because I think, I liked crypto, or I liked Bitcoin yesterday, most of the day for the short trade, but it was a real miss how much quantum was moving around. So I think Rigetti, QBTS, IonQ, if you're looking for some momentum, can't see them staying too still here today. Though they're probably more up Sharif's alley, because he has a thing against penny stocks. I don't know what it is. Penny stock traders got to eat too, Sharif.
Trade, Neil, man. There's four different, decimal spots after that you can post sell orders. I just feel like they're thickly traded south of the dollar. Yeah, and I took your idea from a while back, filter my scanner by 85 pennies so I can see the ones making their way onto the dollar. That's kind of just my wheelhouse there. I don't know, every time I trade these sub $1 stocks, Brendo, I don't do all that well.
I mean, it's a different world entirely. I was just reading some more of these comments, guys, coming through on from Paramount Sky on this Warner Brothers thing. I mean, it's not really causing any kind of movement, but Warner Brothers board continues to withhold quote-unquote highly material information. Paramount Sky, Warner Brothers rushing to solicit holder approval for the Netflix bid, as we know, for shareholder approval for the Netflix bid, as we know is already underway. A little bit about this a couple days ago, trying to get a better understanding of why, as the guys were just saying. And the only real thing that stood out to me was debt. The Netflix offer is actually less debt involved, leveraged at a lower rate versus Warner Brothers Sky, which was more debt, leveraged at a higher rate. But that's really it. And then the other thing that a couple of analysts were pointing to was simply the Netflix market domination in the space already is a better path for continued growth for shareholders on that side. When all is said and done. Anyways, I mean, it's 300 and something billion versus 12, the market cap, if you compare them one to one. So, I mean, there's a lot of things to consider.
125 million users as they reported yesterday. So, yeah, I can completely see if you're looking to kind of hold on to your legacy assets, whatever they've got over there. I don't even follow. But obviously, a lot more eyes on Netflix. Separately, you're talking about the Paramount Sky bit aggressive trying to find out why the board chose what they chose. So basically, they're trying to front run the discovery process, from my understanding of the whole thing, where typically these type of things would come out in the lawsuit if there was going to be a lawsuit, as to why the board decided what it decided, because you basically ask them for documentation on that and be able to question them on that. But they're trying to front run that. They're trying to get ahead of the actual discovery phase of the lawsuit, which should be interesting. Separately, we saw yesterday some possible tension between the co-CEOs, Sanderos and the other guy. So lots of different things going on between those three companies. I
think one thing's for certain, this is going to take a while to come to an actual conclusion. This is, if you want to jump to this chart there, Andre, this is the 10-year over to some of the rates here, moving back to the upside. We had a quick reversal yesterday. This is the daily chart. We had a quick reversal yesterday as sentiment changed. Equity started to rally. Everything seemed fine, but we are seeing a little bit of a bounce back here on the long end of the curve. Once again, the 10 and the 30 back to the upside. But I mean, this is better part of 20 basis points here over, or 0.2, over the past 3 days to the upside, which we haven't seen in a long time. This thing's been stuck in a range for 4 months.
Exactly, and I was just going to point to that on the chart. Great call, Brendo, because we broke through that 4.2% area where we had been absolutely trading below since, I believe, the September, early September. That 4.2, 4.175 was a bit of a top. We break through quite decidedly. So let's see if the support acts as resistance. That 4.2 was, as I mentioned, basically resistance since early February, finally taking it out there.
And why do I say this? And here's why, because coming up at 8:30 this morning, we're going to get a look at GDP. So we'll get to Q3 final print here for GDP. Prior on this reading was 3.8%. The forecast above 4.3%. It was the, I forget what survey it was, Atlanta survey that came out going back a couple of weeks ago, that in that region of the U.S. they were looking at 5.2 was the projected forecast for this quarter. So we'll see how this comes out this morning. Again, 3.8 is the quarterly number expected, or the prior 4.3 is the forecast. We'll see what that comes out at 8:30. We're also going to get jobless claims at 8:30, and then coming up at 10 o'clock, we get the monthly PCE reading, the quarterly PCE reading coming at 8:30 this morning as well. So a little bit of a shift.
Well, it really is catching my attention are these strong GDP growth numbers. Typically, they're accompanied by some inflation, and we really haven't been seeing that yet. So, and we didn't really see the tariff tantrum inflation from back on what do you call it, Liberation Day.
Yeah.
We still haven't seen that print, even if it was to be a one-off print, because you're only going to get that one-off increase as a result of that headline tariff number. But we haven't seen either. So, I mean, are we kicking the can down the road? At some point, inflation has to correlate with GDP growth. You can't have GDP growth and no inflation.
And is that why we're seeing some of these yields on the long end, start to creep back higher once again? So the two very correlated. Again, 8:30, guys, we'll get that GDP print coming up.
Yeah, 100%. And we'll see how that takes the market. I feel like the headlines yesterday were going to be a bit of a bigger deal. But what I like about this, if you're talking about bullishness, is how asleep the VIX got and how awake we are now that we got Randy back in the house. What's going on, brother?
Yes, winter's back.
Winter's been back. That's the only downside. Although it's a little warmer today than it was before. No, what I was going to say is we're back to nice resting slumber in that little mini spike in the VIX. Like remember when we were sitting there at 20, it's like, yeah, well, don't freak yourself out. Like, don't even start the beginnings of freaking out until this gets into like the 25 range. Like, I think you start retesting where we got to in November and then the October shock. And if we get higher and break that out, then you've got legitimate concerns. And then you're probably starting to want to, play volatility a little bit. But yeah, right back into the mid-teens, chilling out. Like we're absolutely fine. But the one thing, and this will be an interesting, I think this is an interesting test. It's going to be Bitcoin. Because like, the fact that we're over 90,000, I'll give it like a muted win. Like we just keep making these higher highs and rejecting them every single time. But we're making higher lows too. Today, if we hold 90K, can we do anything with it is the real question. And if the opening rush doesn't hold the 90,000 level, in here, then this is like the one short on my list. Like it's just like
Bitcoin.
Yeah, if we lose 90K in the first 15-minute candle, I can't see just favoring the short all day. Like it didn't. Like 2 days with the huge gap down, and then obviously 2 days ago was a good trend down. The trend break of the slight up move yesterday was phenomenal, and then it came right back to that top, but you're still underneath that same high. Like if we can't break this out, then there's only one way to go. So yeah, the bullishness is maybe limited to just about everything that's not crypto related, but that could change. If we break 54.1 on IBIT and we're pressing 91, then I'm on board because there's a huge gap to be filled, but until it presses through that high, that one's not going to be on the list. SMCI though already broke 33. This one, it's not going to, I don't think it does an Intel kind of day, just because it's got some obvious resistance, but this is going to be a close above the 50 period for the first time in a while, and a clean breakout you can see on the 15-minute through 33, as long as it can hold these tops through the open, looking long on SMCI. I haven't said that in a while.
Yeah, I wanted to just quickly look here. For me too, it's very, very bullish day, man. I don't have anything, I don't have any shorts, but I do like what Neil was talking about there. I put here full bull mode right now. I mean, President Trump came and sort of waved the white flag sort of on his aggressive stance, it seems like. We'll see if it changes today. But Google, man, let's take the break. Let's take the dip. Let's take the Micron break. Let's take the Palantir break. Let's look at the Qs. That should be 52.50. 52.50, yeah, my bad, I have to change this. It's 52.50, not 52, to 53 longs. GameStop long, right? So, I mean, we have some good ideas here today, and I think we're gonna try to work with them. And yeah, it's just one of those things where when you're looking around at the market, I still have the bank stocks here. There's gonna be stocks that are in, uptrends versus downtrends. A stock like an Intel right now, ahead of earnings, I still want to look at it, but I think on the day of earnings, a little different. With Elon coming through today as well, that could be a little different for that stock. But the story remains the same here. apparently this AI stack that Google has is just, they're something that's different than the rest. Meta's still down 18%. Microsoft's down 18 to 20% as well. This Mag 7 name is carrying the day, and I think it can carry through this 340. I wouldn't be surprised if we can get to 340 today. I don't think that's even that far away. Up 1.8%. I think Google continues to run. But yeah, as far as the short is concerned, I don't really have anything. I mean, Palantir hasn't, I know I have Palantir as an upgrade today, as initiated buy. Is it initiated buy or an upgrade? It's a buy. Yeah, so just initiation. But this has been pretty weak lately, so this is the one that maybe I'm not as in love with, but I don't mind the 170 look there as well. But today's segment is brought to you by Electrocore Inc., traded on the NASDAQ under the ticker ECOR. Electrocore is a commercial stage bioelectric medicine company using non-invasive neuromodulation to address chronic pain, headache, and wellness conditions. The company recently reported record revenue, guided approximately $30 million for full year 2025, and strengthened its balance sheet following the integration of Neurometric and its Quell platform. With high margin recurring revenue, growing VA and consumer channels, and a clear path towards improved cash flow, Electrocore is positioning itself at the intersection of medical technology and wellness innovation. To learn more, visit electrocore.com or follow the company under ticker ECOR. Scan that QR code for more information from Electrocore. We want to thank them for sponsoring this segment. We want to thank Randy as well.
Yeah,
you showed up.
Got the refill here.
For the coffee.
I'm going to grab that breakfast.
Yeah, he brought the, it's that shashuka again today. So we got to go grab some of that as well. So there it is. All right. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get, we're pretty bulled up here today, looking for some good opportunities. Let us know in the chat. Are you guys, why don't we do a poll? Just bullish or bearish? How about that? Bullish or bearish?
80%.
I think it'll be high. My only thing about the Bears is you're at some levels here, where we could begin to fall back. I just think bullish or bearish from here. Why not? The Nasdaq's going to open up 1%. Are we bullish or bearish? Do we think we can close under or below whatever these markets open up as today? Just because we're bullish so far, right, doesn't necessarily mean that this market will continue that way. I think that's a fair early poll that we can put up and get a little bit of voting happening there. So I think bullish is going to be winning that, but let's see. It could be more than 80%. All right, let's go back over to the desk. It's 8:30. We're excited, man. It's Thursday. It's a shortened week, so that's the one thing today that
So if you're an energy trader, usually on a shortened week, some of the data gets moved around. Okay. So if you happen to be looking at oil, not a lot of people trade oil, I don't think. Inventories is at noon today. Usually it's like 10:30 on a Wednesday, but on a holiday shortened week, not only is it today, but it's also at a different time. So you get oil inventories at noon, which is a bit different. Not going to move the market per se, but obviously you can get some shock there if you happen to be trading oil futures. So polls up. Let's see what everyone has to say. I'm going to go.
It's pretty much 80%.
It is 80%.
Yeah, it's 80,
79.
80, with 180 votes right now already.
Get 'em.
Look, I know I talked about this yesterday, and we got maybe 100 new members yesterday. I hope all of you guys have gotten this sheet. This is 15 pages today. It starts with NVIDIA. It starts with Apple. I mean, every single one of these discussions has a whole page, support and resistance levels, what you need to know about it. Like, just be much smarter than you were before you read this. Like, everything you want is right here. Trader takeaways. Oh, Alphabet got upgraded. What exactly does that mean? Who the hell's Raymond James? Get all this stuff right here. Get the trader takeaways right here. What are the targets we're looking for? The meta pullback, like Intel. And it's not just tech, although it seems like, okay, there's Netflix versus Paramount, the whole discussion here. Here's Alibaba, the GE Aerospace is here. Like, whatever you're looking for. FCX, everything. P&G, Procter & Gamble, it's all here. So you might be saying, Sean, you know what? Like, this is such an incredible piece of literature. So how do I get involved?
Literally.
This is what people are asking. People are asking this, Neil. Like, this is the whole thing. Getting tweeted at it. How do they get this note? This is Sharif's morning note.
Shockingly easy.
The thing is, like, it's just so easy to get it. So for those of you that are members, you're going to show up in the chat as green. Hello. you hit this join button. When you hit this join button, for $5, does this say per day? No, this is per month right there. So you're getting this for $5 a month. Not only that, okay, the note's going to make you much smarter, but you're going to have a lot more fun putting these emojis in here. Like when you don't know what to do, you can go, you can use this guy. But the morning note, anyways, all kidding aside, guys, grab that right now for $5 a day. And I'm telling you, you're not going to be disappointed. You get to read all that. It's just good reading, whether or not you're going to use it to formulate a position. It's going to give you an opinion. It's going to give you an educated one.
Allows you not to trade blind and know what the news is. We'll go to Brendan and find out how GDP has gone.
Ooh.
Just getting this print here, guys, 4.4%, so higher, 4.4% on the final Q3, quarter over quarter GDP print there. Again, the prior was 3.8, 4.3 was expected, comes in 4.4%. Initial jobless claims just out there as well, a little bit of an uptick, 200,000 versus 195,000 expected, 1.84 on the continuing claims, that's down week over week. 1.88 was the forecast there. Core PCE, this is a quarterly number, 2.9% versus 2.9% expected, exactly in line. GDP sales, 4.5 versus 4.6%, slight downtick. Again, coming up at 10 o'clock. Core PCE is the monthly number, but again, the market going to be focused, I think, mostly on this growth data point coming through here. Again, the GDP price index quarter over quarter in line with expectations, 3.7% versus 3.7 expected. 4.4 though, the headline number there for Q3.
This is ridiculous. I mean, I wish we were growing at this rate on this side of the border, but this is very strong, guys. Another 4+ percentage print. We got 5.3 or 4 last time. Another beat here, and the continuing claims, Brendo, as you brought to us, minus 26,000 down to 1.8. So showing the job market not all that weak. By the way, the January 10th, jobless claims were revised down to revised to 199,000. So great strength, but you're seeing a lot of these great top line numbers. Maybe the sentiment though in the economy is still more K-shaped. And we're seeing that a lot with airlines, aren't we? Yeah. Right? Think about what we saw yesterday from UAL, where they're selling more. There's more actual people growing in first class or business class as opposed to what's being done in economy. So it would make more sense for you to make more profit off it. But the fact that you're growing that top line number, not just the profitability, is really reflective, I think, of that end. So here we are.
Yeah, not a massive response there from the futures. We did get a bit of a downtick initially. We are pushing back higher right now. But again, if you're just joining, final Q3 quarterly GDP print there, higher than expected, 4.4%. 4.3 was the forecast. The prior, guys, 3.8 should help things out here today.
Yeah,
it kind of went down and then back up. And
the other thing too is like the jobs numbers were like the initial, the continuing claims came in a little bit lower, so that's pretty good. And sometimes when you have that strength, we kind of see it as, well, Fed's not going to do anything. We already know they're not going to do anything. That doesn't necessarily move the needle. And obviously, there's some that would probably want some weakness in the job market to start to continue to show. Like the fact that you show a little bit of uptick in strength there, I think maybe sometimes we get that good news is bad news kind of feeling. But we haven't moved enough to be reacting that way just yet. I mean, what do we go? We went like 20, 30 cents down on the Qs here. Let's be real for a second. So the reaction early is going to be muted at the end of the day. Ultimately, I think headlines are going to drive us more. Earnings are going to drive us a heck of a lot more. We got Freeport with a small beat this morning. We'll get intel after the bell tonight. And next week, it gets a little heavy on the earnings front, because that's going to matter a little bit more than data coming in line. But that's a strong GDP number. Sharif chuckling about how we do in Canada, but if you're invested in the U.S., then it's all good.
Yeah, I mean 4.4% is a great number there. It shouldn't scare the market if anything other than that. All right, we want to say a big thank you. We got 4 members there. Thank you for everybody who's got it. Let me know in the chat what you think, because I know there's a lot of you that joined yesterday. We want to thank Chetan Kalani. Thank you so much for joining. Buzzy Monkey, I like that name. Smokin' MoMA 420. That's, you know, good luck with that one. Uncle Jesse 80s there as well. And, you know, this smoking thing here, I mean, that's another sector that, and I could, you know, you mentioned 420 there in the chat. I'm sure there's going to be, you know, some talk about some of that at some point. I was just wondering, is this the next thing? I mean, Donald Trump yesterday talked about housing. There we saw Fannie and Freddie moving around a little bit there yesterday. This is another one of those, you know, they've reclassified. He signed some executive orders and whatnot. We'll have to see what winds up happening with this marijuana space, but looks like MSOS here, still waiting for that $5 break. So you want to talk about a sector that is very going to be news catalyst and, you know, ear to the ground. So I don't think in Davos or anything they're going to be talking about cannabis, but this is an interesting look here as well, holding this 50-period moving average. I was actually looking to think about like what sectors might be part of the run in 2026. We always think the marijuana space is something to look out for, but you know, just holding this 440 actually looks pretty good, man. The 50 period starting to sort of inch up a little bit here. MSOS. The thing about a lot of these names, the Tilrays, the CGCs, there's Trulieve, there's like a bunch of different names that are provide different value in this space. So you got to understand, you know, which ETF holds which and where to go for this game. But yeah, I was looking at this not too long ago. The structure looks pretty good, man. Trying to base out here and hold. So you're looking for a break one way. So if you're thinking long right now in the cannabis space, you do have a decent bottom here of, believe it or not, like 420.
Of course it's 420.
You know, so like that's pretty much close to where this 50-period moving average is. So we'll see if that's a thing or not at some point. But yeah, MSOS, lots of names in focus. It's not just a tech-driven market. You know, actually I didn't look at GE too much today, right? But they came with that report.
Yeah, GE Aerospace.
Yeah, and then, yeah, not GEV. And then they're down 4%. Looks like they want to tick a little bit lower here. That could be a good space. And then the other name would be Procter & Gamble. This has been on a little bit. Like, this hasn't been a great run, but this has been a decent run for Procter & Gamble off the bottoms of 138. So now you're coming back into 144 again for P&G. So Procter & Gamble, I actually really like this company. I like the space a lot. And I like the fact that this is one of those names that is not near its all-time high right now. So you do have some give up in Procter & Gamble over the last year. So potentially now with earnings through, we'll see if it can hold the 50-period moving average at 144 or so for P&G.
Yeah, and it is Thursday, and on Thursday sometimes we have a special guest, and I see a lot of people in the chat talking about a certain mover, SXTP. I have a sneaky suspicion that our good friend Luis, who we're going to throw to in just a second, might be looking at that name as well as it approaches 75 million shares pre-market. Let's get to the desk. We have Luis from Barcelona talk about some small caps.
Yeah, let's get a look at some of these crazy movers. There's been so many over the past few sessions just this week and then going back to last week as well. So a lot of people with a lot of options here as far as small caps are concerned. Whenever you're ready, Andre, bring them in. And we'll get a look at this sector of the world. Good to see you, Luis. Happy Thursday here. Seems to be a positive one to start things off. How's your week been?
Yeah, it's quite positive. We have a lot of runners. We have a lot of volatility. We have a little bit bad news for the small caps and for the short sellers because locates are very, very expensive these days.
And let's touch on that a little bit because I saw a lot of people complaining about that yesterday when it came to some of the ones that were moving around yesterday. For anyone who's hearing that maybe for the first time, why don't you just run through exactly what that means and why it could be a little bit of a challenge?
Well, locate means the possibility to go short. I mean, to go short, you're selling something that you don't own, so the broker usually give it to you in order that you sell it and you buy it back and in order to give it back during the day. So the point is, first of all, huge volatility, small caps with very tiny float and volatility and a lot of gappers. And it's also true that we are having this hype on the short selling in the small caps. So more and more traders are asking for dislocate, so the price goes up. If volatility goes up and the demand offer is not balanced, the price goes up because the brokers want to make more money on the short side, of course. So it's part of the business. It's good, but some days, like today, we have like this SXTP, that expensive. It's not a word. It's impossible to locate these ones because it's very, very expensive. So we cannot go short on this one. It's a pity.
When it's when you're in that situation, there's a desire, I guess, from a trader standpoint too. Well, if I can't go short, maybe a long is somewhere in the mix here today.
Absolutely. This is one of the most typical mistakes. The FOMO, you want to go short. You see, you could have made money going short, so you go long. So you make two mistakes on the same pattern. So it's just self-control, discipline. It's what it takes.
Yeah, know what your strategy is, know what works, and stick to that. I
mean, if you go short and you lose money following your plan, that's fine. You're dumb because you lost money, but at least you follow your plan. But if you also lose money on the long side, which was not your plan, not only did you lose money, that you can blame only yourself. So it's big mistake.
All right, a lot of individual names to get to. Sharif here beside me has something for you this morning.
Good morning, Luis. Great to talk to you again. We trade the same type of names, but I think we go different ways. I feel like you're short focused. I focus more on the longs. But I want to ask you, Luis, I want to kind of expand my portfolio, my repertoire, and try to take some of these one short. Do you have some ground rules, Luis, that you look at for the short setup on these small cap gappers?
Yeah, listen, I understand you go long, but looking into the small cap world, percentage and data says 67, 69% of the small caps that gap up over 20%, they close red after the opening bell. So that's your edge. That means that you can go and you should go short on each ticker? No, of course. You have to avoid this 30% that not only close green, but it runs a lot. So it's not that you will win 67%, it's how much you win when you win, how much you lose when you lose. So first of all, if you look for longs, let's say you have to be more selective. You have to really pick the right name, which is going to run because of the float, because of the news, because of the country, because of the institutional ownership, BWAPs or whatever. But you really have to pick the good one. On the short side, you have to pick the right one because most of them will fade during the day. It's just about picking the right moment with the right risk reward.
That's excellent. Thank you for that. You know, kind of what I was really trying to get to, Luis. So I have just two ground rules for the long. It has to be trading above the volume weighted average price, and it has to be above the pre-market high in a general sense. Do you have anything like that? Very specific, you know, technical looks that you're looking at, or it looks like maybe you're looking more mean reversion off some of these small caps. Am I kind of getting that correctly?
Well, let's say if you look at the long side, we're looking the short side. So we don't short front side anything which is above BWAP because you go long above BWAP, and we don't go short front side over pre-market high. So with this triangle of open, BWAP, and pre-market highs, if it's above everything, you go long, I don't go short front side. In order to go short, you have to see lower highs, and trading below pre-market highs or below BWAP, it's more confirmation to pyramid the position in your winner side. So we probably will look for the same things. You just look for the other part of the knife, but it's safe on both sides.
Thank you very much, Luis. Great to talk to you, Brenda. All right, let's get into a few individual names here. Lots to rip through, Luis. IOTR, a few people were mentioning early on this morning, it is starting to fade. Speaking of that VWAP area, give me your thoughts here to start things off. IOTR.
It's very simple to analyze this one. We don't have locates. We cannot go short on this one. It's like something like $40 per 100 shares. So we cannot trade this one on the short side. We will trade long side only if it holds above BWAP and it tries to fight the pre-market highs as we just talked about. So no short on this one. If it fights the VWAP again, we will look for a long with a very, very tight stop. But very likely, we will not be able to trade this one.
Just real quick on the locates conversation. So something like $40 fee to short 100 shares of a specific stock. For anyone, again, who maybe is hearing this and saying, what on earth are these guys talking about? How is that set? Where does that price come from?
It comes from, first of all, offer and demand. How many traders want to short this stock? if there are thousands of traders asking for thousands of shares to short this one, the broker will say, okay, pay me more. That's the first thing. The second thing is the float. If we have very low float and high institutional, that means the offer of these shares are very low and the demand is higher because the trade is going to want to go short. That's the first. And the second one is volatility. Look at the stock. It has moved a lot. So the brokers thinks, okay, the traders, if they go short, they're going to have a home run on this one, so I'm going to charge them a lot. So usually, look, another example that we are shorting is HCTI. We short this one just in front of the dollar. We pay for this one like $0.1 per 100 shares, which is nothing. It's almost free to locate. So this is the difference.
All right, HCTI, yeah, penny stock, lots of penny stocks popping up. What else is on your list here this morning?
HCTI, as I said, we short this one on the 85.90 cents. And also we are looking NITO, as you can see here. This is an Israel company. It's only 1.4 million float. We already short this one, as you can see here. For we already short this one against the $3 round number. Okay, we short here against this pre-market high. We short it against here until it lost B1. Now we are waiting for this trade again. You can see here we call this set at the B1 rejection. The stock has gone up a lot. It has gone down a lot as well. We are just waiting for a push to the B1 to short this one for all day fade, very likely. So waiting again for another pop to 50 to 60 to short this stock.
What would you say is maybe the percentage of entries on these types of ideas that you're taking early on in the pre-market versus after the open?
What happened for the last maybe 6 months, every trader and every algorithm is moving to the pre-market. Every day is earlier and earlier and earlier. In real trading, we can trade from 6 in the morning New York City time to the open market, and after, of course, but 6 in the morning is the earliest we can trade. I have already asked to head office, please widen these options, because many traders are trading 4 a.m. New York City, because it's like a cycle. Everybody wants to trade before, and the short selling, the pump and down, what we call it, the stock that go up and down, every day is earlier. So I would say around 67% of the entries we take it pre-market. Some of them we close it after the market is open, but 60-70% of the entries are pre-market right now, nowadays.
All right. Anything else on the list here for this morning?
Oh, I think we got pretty much. We are this NITO is our company, and we are also looking at this GLSI. Is a little bit expensive price, but the news are very good, so we're looking for longs in this one. Look, we don't only short, we also go long some tickers.
Luis, great stuff. As always, we'll keep an eye on those names this morning. Best of luck today.
Thank you very much, Brendan.
Thank you, Luis. This is something not just we've been noting that not just started at 8 o'clock, but for a while now, for these specifically these small cap gappers, how needing to trade, if it is your bag, then sometimes that long side or the biggest move is happening in the pre-market, and that can be pretty lucrative. Just always remember this: if you are trading in the pre-market, every broker is going to be different. Here at Real Trading, and I know Luis knows this, and it's almost exactly the same thing. Maybe a couple of gateways here or there out of the millions that we have every gateway you can use in the market, but there's so many of them available, so it's not much of a difference. We have multiple different stop orders. They all, the 3 main ones, 2 of them work. You just don't use the 3rd one, which is fine because you have other options, but not every broker is going to be the same. Some brokers, maybe you don't have access to your stop orders. Maybe you can't use market orders. Like, little things might be a little bit different. Make sure you understand the rules of the game, but if small cap trading is your bag, then that pre-market, sometimes that's where the volume is actually going to be cleaner and better for some of these small cappers. Not necessarily true of larger cap stocks for obvious reasons, for sure. But yeah, great to have Luis on. And the reality is there's a million finding different ways to make money in the markets. It's not just about necessarily Tesla and Nvidia and Micron and those types of stocks. There's opportunities out there for everybody, and that's why we try to cover it all for you here on Trader TV Live.
I was going to say, and he said it himself too, check the P&L of the strategies that you're doing and continue to hit the ones that are working. Sharif mentioned going long, he mentioned going short, and it's whatever works. We don't, here on the show, we don't, celebrate, we don't show our P&Ls, we don't celebrate anything, to that extent. I mean, I'll try to talk like that a little bit to give you guys an idea, but at the end of the day, watch the trades that we're doing and, have ideas for yourself and ask questions in the chat. I mean, that's the point of the chat, and I think that was a great conversation with Sharif and Luis there. But all right, so I just want to show everybody one thing. NASDAQ go boom, Intel go bam. So just a little bit of a different flow here to what Intel's doing right now as opposed to what the market's doing. So this is not I don't think it's a short today. I'd rather not trade it today unless it does go parabolic again. Like I said yesterday, I had my biggest trade of the year shorting this thing from the top. And it didn't even give that much back. We were still able to make it because we waited for VWAP, and that held pretty good. So right now, you're well under VWAP now. You're about $1 underneath it. So I feel like we could short a similar kind of a pull-up here if Intel does do that there today. So we'll wait for a very specific trade on Intel, something near VWAP, but it is still making a move lower. And I got out of 25% or so of, I think it was exactly 25% of my position on Intel yesterday, heading into earnings today. So we'll see what winds up happening here as Intel starting to get down to the downside. Let's throw it back over to Neil.
Let's talk about PDS Biotechnology, everybody. You can find them as PDSB on the NASDAQ. They're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with an initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. You can learn more at www.pdsbiotech.com. I want to thank them for sponsoring this part of the show. Also want to thank Uncle Jesse. I don't even have the site up. There we go. I want to thank Uncle Jesse here for the super chat. I appreciate you. $9.99. What's up, everybody? I'm a very new trader, less than 1 year. Welcome to the fray. It's not an easy game. And you all are certainly helping me as I learn any trading literature book recommendations. Also, you like SEGG here. Lottery.com. That Lottery.com has been moving around a little bit. Yeah. For sure. Talking about small cappers that have been going crazy. Anytime somebody asks me about, I've always had the same answer for the last, I don't know, at least 5 or 6 years with regards to trading literature, and it's not necessarily a trading book. The book is called Thinking in Bets by Annie Duke. She's a poker player, and the theme of the book is analyzing how you analyze your risk decisions. It's really more about evaluating risk decisions and probability decisions more than anything else. A common theme in the book is resulting. You want to avoid resulting because in trading, the whole point is you're doing something every single day. You're trading every single day, or at least very often. So micro results are pretty irrelevant, and long-term results are what matter. You want to do positive expectancy and accentuate that, and make sure that you're judging your process, judging the actual decisions based on their merits. Not because if you lose on a good trade, but it wins 7 times out of 10, you can't be freaking out, that kind of a thing. So hopefully that helps there, Uncle Jesse. And I mean, to the second part there, Lottery.com isn't moving today. I know it's had a pretty good rally the last couple of sessions. Today, pretty relatively light volume pre-market, and it was dwindling volume yesterday. It feels like more of a settle down day for this stock, based on what we saw the last couple of sessions. Maybe it'll ramp up if it gets a catalyst, but I don't know. It's not on the radar because it kind of when you're 3 days, a couple of days now removed from the big spike. Probably gives another consolidation day before it moves again.
All right, 8:54. Everybody, make sure you do grab. We have our watch list, which is completely free. We have that $5 extra watch there for you guys if you did want a little bit extra information. But you can also get our watch list completely for free. This is our Trader TV Live watch list today. All the economic numbers you're looking for. Make sure you do grab this. Link is in description. Emailed every single day, and then upgrades, downgrades, who's been earning. What earnings are coming through today, after market as well, and then a whole bunch of information about the stocks that we're about to run down for you, right? Including Procter & Gamble, Nvidia, Apple. Here's the Meta story. There's the Jefferies reiterated buy. Here's Apple as well. Mobileye down 5% after its Q4 earnings. So lots of stuff available right here. It is for free, so make sure you do grab that, man. Earnings tonight on Intel. They're making a little bit of a move back up. We were just down almost 1%. Now you're down 0.3. So this is part of that violence that I'm talking about with Intel these days. So yeah, make sure you grab that watch list, and thank everybody that signed up for $5 a month. Just skip your coffee today and grab the morning note as well from Sharif. So that's an interesting thing that we'll be talking about throughout the day, and Sharif runs through that note obviously during the midday as well. So all right, guys, it's 8:55. Thank you to Luis for coming through, and let's get ready to rock and roll, man. Looks like the market's trying to go higher.
On anything that's moving around here, including the market back to highs, right back to 622 here for the Qs. It's the first time in a few days, anyways, we've seen, so that was the NASDAQ, first time in a few days we've seen the actual NASDAQ and tech leading once again, which kind of goes counter to what we were saying earlier with some of the yields popping up, some of the macroeconomic situation taking a little bit of a backseat. But I mean, we'll see if we get any follow through today. Intel, as the guys were saying, the big one coming up tonight. That thing's just been wild. It's worth noting both silver and gold. Bit of a retracement, but I mean, it's still very early.
It is, yeah. I mean, and you know how these commodities, especially precious metals, tend to trend for prolonged periods. We saw gold have a blowout year last year. We'll see whether it trends into this year as well. But tech, as you were pointing out rightly, Brendo, very, very strong. And I think this is more, you know, the resumption of the trend that we had last week after Taiwan semi-reported and kind of put or assuaged the fears that, you know, maybe the AI trade was coming to an end with their CapEx announcements about $56 billion in full year 2026. And you're seeing that decidedly here in the morning. You've got ARM up 5 1/3. ASML is up 2 1/4. MCHP up 2 1/4 as well. AMD and Intel had fantastic days yesterday. So I felt like maybe the retracement was more, you know, geopolitically driven, of course, with tariffs on Europe and Greenland and Iran and God knows so many other things. But the fundamental trade itself, I think is still there.
Yeah, and especially with interest rates creeping back up again. I mean, is it a tech rally? Is it a small cap rally still? We'll see. You mentioned this before we came on. Neil was talking about this earlier as well. For anyone just joining, there's an IPO today. It's not going to be monstrous, but priced around 212 million, I guess, or they raised about 212 million. BTGO in the crypto world, $18 per share. Above the initial pricing, which was targeted 15 to 17.
Absolutely. So it's nice. It's oversubscribed, so we can kind of get a gauge of what the market is thinking. As you mentioned, 15 to 17, that was the initial range. It's going to come to 18. The company's sold 11.8 million shares, raising about $212 million, exceeding the 201 that they were expecting. The IPO values BitGo at around $2.1 billion. And if you guys want to read this entire thing, it is all on the morning note. And for those who signed up, thank you, Sean, for reminding everybody. You just go over here. Here's the Trader TV Live homepage. It's super simple. You go to the post section. So we're on the home section by default. You click the post section, and there it is. Members only, Sharif's Morning Note. Just click that read more, and it pops up right there. An entire article dedicated to that IPO in the Morning Note, Brendo.
There are a couple on the NASDAQ coming up today, much smaller, a couple million. Just in the small cap end of things. Good to see a little bit of action in the IPO world coming back once again. Had a very, very busy last year. I mean, everyone's saying that this year is going to be monstrous, but it's taking a while to get started. I guess, I mean, we're only in January, but still plenty of time to see.
And we're going to cover that on the midday. I don't know when it's going to come live, but typically they do come on the midday. So we'll be covering the paired volume as well as the imbalances all before it opens. We'll be apprising you guys about the theoretical auction price. You can kind of get a sentiment as to whether people are bearish or a little bit bullish. All on the midday. We'll be doing it the entire 3 hours, Brendo.
Quick recap here, and then we'll get into the futures. This is what happened at 8:30. If you're just joining. Again, the headline GDP print comes out higher than expected, 4.4%. I'm sure we'll hear Trump possibly commenting on that today. 4.3% was the forecast. 3.8 was the prior print there. This helped possibly the continuing claims anyways. The initial jobless claims, 200,000, 195 was expected. The ongoing continuing claims, though, 1.84 versus 1.88. So nice to see a little bit of downtick there on the continuing claims. Coming up at 10 o'clock, again, this potentially could be something, potentially could be absolutely nothing. Again, core PCE, personal income spending, then some energy data, as you were mentioning as well. Nat gas has been flying with this insanely cold weather that apparently is coming back again for us on the weekend, which I'm not terribly excited about, but 10:30 natural gas data coming up today as well.
Yeah, we're going to find out the storage, whether or not there's a lot still in storage or whether they pulled out a lot, Brendo, to kind of help with the cold. And so that's part of the trade here, guys, that, you know, maybe the reserves are a little low. That means the government's got to go back into the market to add to the strategic reserves. And so that's what analysts are looking for, to see how much was withdrawn. That comes out at 10:30.
All right, let's get a look at the futures here, and we'll get into what else is moving around so far this morning.
685.50, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're up 0.2% right now. So the first level of resistance, or sorry, support, excuse me, is going to be yesterday's closing print. So 685.50. We're taking out 690 right now as we speak. So our prior area high above this level is going to be 693. So we're going to say 693 as our first level of resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, anyone looking for it, link is below right now in the description of this video. Top link there will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. It's free. Every single morning has everything that's moving around in the pre-market on it, and a little bit on the Y side of things. And then you come join us at 8 o'clock. We'll get you set for the open. Every single day the market is open. Intel, top of the list here. Coming up tonight, INTC going to report earnings. As you mentioned, this is looking a little bit like a small cap over the past little while here, including just a monstrous day yesterday. We're right back to the highs. 54 coming into play late yesterday.
Yeah, very, very strong. I think it was up 10% at one point in the day, or high single digits. So look, renewed confidence. That's what we're seeing right now in the CEO, Lip Bhutan's turnaround strategy kind of beginning to take shape. Shareholders are increasingly betting that the operational fixes as well as the capital injections, we'll get to that in a second, and the data center demand are really stabilizing the core business for Intel. Speaking of these strategic capital injections, we'll recall that they got $5 billion from NVIDIA, $2 billion from SoftBank, and backing from the U.S. government. That has substantially strengthened their balance sheet and gave Lip Bhutan the kind of the flexibility to overhaul the manufacturing process. Their data centers as well doing quite well, and it's expected to grow at more than 30% year over year, bringing that top line number to about $4.43 billion. The demand is being fueled by the hyperscalers, but aside from the GPUs that we always hear about, a lot of demand still for their CPU racks, and that's where the hyperscaler comes in. Last but not least, Brendo, that 18A node, their kind of 3 nanometer equivalent to Taiwan Semi-Speak, really starting to pick up. They're starting to ship out these Panther Lake PCs, which is proof of concept that they can actually scale this.
President Trump had a 2-hour drive from Davos back to Zurich this morning because of fog, couldn't take the helicopter. So apparently on Air Force One out of Zurich already this morning. So whether or not we'll get a media scrum on Air Force One, as he typically likes to do, maybe he'll talk about Intel today, guys.
I can promise you, it was a very comfortable drive, knowing how they roll up in there. You see, like they've shown like the presidential like limo how they roll. That thing is legit. I want to quickly address something, because there was someone in the chat, or a couple of people in the chat, that were mentioning, hey, it's really in depth. There's a lot of good information. This is the bold number that I think will be key tonight. I want to see that. I want to see the growth in the data center. I want to hear better yields out of Intel. But if you find all of this, the note, Sharif's note, a little bit daunting, like it's too much. Or maybe you're driving, or maybe you're going to be on a train or something like that. Well, one of the best ways to consume this kind of information, you can pop into any LLM and you can just have it read to you audio-wise. Like once you have it, you can do whatever you want with it. And that's the value of it. So if you do subscribe and you do jump in and join and want to get this note, I find a lot of times like listening to it audio-wise, you can reinforce it that way as well, is incredibly valuable, especially on a commute if you're just trying to consume that news in the morning before you trade. But as I said, I'm looking for, bolded right here, 30% growth. If they can meet that, I think that's going to be a good sign. The concern I have with Intel is we haven't baked this in. Like this is up since the US took a stake. This is, what do we say, 260, whatever percentage from the bottom. It doesn't matter. It was under 20. It's over 250% easily, almost a triple up from the lows. Now, this has done a lot of work. It's put in a ton of work to get where it is. And if you go to an even higher time frame out on Intel, and this is not to say I'm going to be overly bearish on it, like this 55 level, outside of this, you've basically got these 2020 highs, right? Like you're talking about the COVID tops up here, like $65. So there's not a heck of a lot in terms of goalposts for it to get to past if it breaks this $55 level. So I do think it's going to have to be perfect tonight. All that said, it's the only thing that's really, well, Bitcoin trailed off as well, but it's one of the only things I'm looking at which is bearish right now. So I'm staying away. I want one type of play in Intel. It's got to show me something obvious for a reversion. Like maybe you pull back into a prior low, it can do some kind of a mean reversion or like a consolidation breakout. Just some obvious setups and let it make the first move. Like I'm gonna let the first 15 candle be. I even, on my iPad, all I wrote was first candle is the story. Because it's basically told you on the first 15-minute candle, it's been letting you know the last 3 sessions which way to go. With the exception here, because like you did have like the first initial candle was to the upside, then an immediate rejection. So it did trap you once to the long side, but more or less, you know, if it does a topping tail, that's a rejection candle. I mean, there's another topping tail candle. I mean, there's a clean breakout, then we open higher, clean breakout, open at the top. Like it's been telling you which direction to go off that 15-minute candle. So patience is a play with Intel, but a lot at stake tonight.
Look, yesterday Intel was the biggest trade of the year. And the thing is like, this is something that you kind of wait for it to get extended out a little bit and then the pullback. Thing is, it was obviously a risky trade being up 10% to try to short that, but we did it yesterday and it was just a matter of it trying to set up into this top. So, you know, the one, I think we might have tried it, I think it was one of the pullbacks that we were able to get a little bit before it obviously took out the top. And then you just kind of keep on swinging, right? Once you stay underneath the 50-period moving average for a bit, that could be a little bit of a signal. We did bounce off VWAP. So there was, even though it was just a big trade because we had a lot of shares, that's why it was there. But 54.20 into 53, that's a buck and change. We'll take that all the time on a stock like Intel. But understand that it did bounce off this 53 area and held it pretty good. So your rate now, you know, bouncing sort of off 53 again. So that's going to be a key. If we lose this bid here, 52.80, then, you know, you want to look for that short. And then where you play it back to is going to be up to you. I don't think this name like should be going down like 3 or 4 or 5% today ahead of earnings. It's made its move. I feel like it's going to land somewhere around here today, 52, 53 bucks. So let's just wait to see if we're right about that one. It's not on my radar today, despite having, like I said, a big trade yesterday. It's just going to sit here, hang out for a minute, and we're going to wait to see what happens with Intel. So I'll probably be away from this. I don't really love trading names day of or day before, day after earnings, right? We talked about that with Netflix. I didn't touch that yesterday, although we did have that $80 bottom on Netflix that I put on the note that looked okay. So if I was going to do something on the note, I would just say 55 short. You know, we came into here this morning, we bounced off of it, and you're down about $1.50 at its lows. So that to me is the only real area to focus on right now, between 54.80 and 55 bucks. If it gets back up there, then you could take a shot if you want at that 55 short, but I wouldn't hold it through. It has no problem. Like yesterday we started at 50 bucks and look what happened there. Just escalated. It was up $1.50 before you could even blink. So I don't think you want to hold it through 55, but to me this is the area to short and really nothing else. And if you're going to go long, then try against this 52.80, fine. But for me, it's just in the middle. So it's got to wait to get one of these. I like Intel today, but not as much as I did yesterday.
Google here real quick. There was a note on Waymo, so get ready, Miami. Apparently, you're up next. Here is the map, the coverage map for Miami. So Waymo launching publicly fully driverless ride-hailing in Miami starting today, opening an initial 60 square mile radius, which includes that region that just showed on the map there. So Google looking pretty good here as we move on to tech. Back to session highs or pre-market highs here. Had a nice pop on that 830 number, it looks like, as well. Good day yesterday as well for Google.
Too bad it doesn't look like the Austin.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
If you know, you know.
Take a page out of Elon's book.
Yeah, that Google's not, they're not that whimsical. All right, guys, Alphabet is in the morning note today, upgraded today by Raymond James from outperform to strong buy. So talk about a vote of confidence here with a new price target of $400 up from $315. The upgrade is driven by what is calling a refreshed bottom-up model that points to stronger long-term growth across all their platforms, whether we're talking about search, whether we're talking about Google Cloud. They're really liking the growth here, and they're saying they have a fundamentally improving AI stack that's supposed to drive more upward estimate revisions, they say, going into the year. Also, Google's up 2%, Meta also up strongly here on new endless support. They're both, the mega caps. Meta Platforms remains a buy at Jefferies. They reiterated the $910 price target. Consensus estimate, basically of 1.36 strong buy. Many different reasons they're upgrading Meta, not the least of which is their 82% gross margin.
So the question becomes, I think, or the narrative around this day becomes, again, if things are shifting, if, the all clear has been given as far as potentially more tariffs or a lack thereof more tariffs, is the tech trade back on? Where's the best opportunity? I mean, we just looked at that Google chart, already back to highs this morning after a pretty big day yesterday. I say all this because of this chart. This is a daily chart of Apple right now, which has been definitely lagging not only the overall market, but I would say tech in general, just in the past couple of days here. I mean, this looks like a screaming buy right now for Apple.
If you're asking my opinion, which one to get into at the moment, it seems to be Google with the entire tailwind. Whether or not Apple is going to incorporate Gemini and Siri, which is fantastic. It gives many 100 million users access to see how good their AI is. And then you can't discount at all the growing influence of Google Cloud as well, eating market share away from AWS and Azure, growing quite substantially. So Google remains to be, it remains the strongest one of the bunch, Brendo.
Yeah, I was just going to pull up here quickly. I don't have it in front of me, but their actual reporting day is coming up on the 29th. So we have to wait, I guess, a week or so still for Apple. But could that potentially be the catalyst, that we need to hear to get this thing moving again? Because as you said, if the focus is specifically on the AI narrative, Google seems to have won Apple over somehow, some way in that sense. Maybe we hear something in the report.
Well, Marques Brownlee had a great video on this. I think it was last week, mid-last week, where he was basically saying exactly what you just said there. Basically the consumer-facing, the front-facing company, which is Apple, is going to utilize kind of the back end, which Google's not back end, but in this case they are, right? Their AI. And his question that he was putting to his audience, and basically answered himself towards the end of the video, is who stands to benefit from the most from this? The company who's actually going to employ it and kind of distribute it to their users, or the company who actually is able to create it? Who monetizes more? And so this was his question, and he was basically saying the same thing that you said, the staggered release, the failed release, the delayed releases, but he's saying maybe there is light at the end of the tunnel. We'll have to wait and see. They got to do it.
Yeah, I mean, Apple is and always has been a hardware first type of company. Google software first, user-friendly software first. I'm a firm believer in that still. I don't know, guys. Apple getting to some pretty key levels here.
Yeah, maybe, well, it's at least done the first sign that the bottom might be in, which was what seemed like some kind of a capitulatory event, right? Like 2 sessions ago, remember at the close, it was pretty distinct. If you were watching in the afternoon or the last 10, 15 minutes a couple of days ago on Tuesday, then you would have seen what was a weak stock roll through 2250 and then plunge all afternoon, only to get just insanely bought up in the last 10 minutes of the session. Then that same area where it bought from ends up holding on weakness yesterday, and then you get the ramp job. So look, you've made this 245 looks like a bottom to me. That's 2 days confirmatory. You get a higher low here. But if this had been above 252, I'd be thinking long on Apple. This would be the one. It's like, oh, it would be above those highs. It got the news in the afternoon. It couldn't sustain that, but it hasn't even retaken the 252. So I'd say that's a little bit disappointing for me, but I do believe in that 245 now that we've seen it hold on the daily chart. Like, I think, maybe even another day of consolidation, but if we're not above 252, this one's gonna not stand up for me. I want the stocks that are breaking out, and I think that's where I want to differentiate. Like, did it bust through where we got to yesterday on the good news? That's why, for the first time in a while, looking at SMCI, like double topped yesterday on the Greenland return headline, through the 33 high on the daily, it's above the 250 period moving average. It's got some room to rally as well. So there's a lot working for this trade. I like it back into these prior highs, so 32.8 to 32.9 here. And as long as we can hold that off the open, looking longs today on SMCIs particularly. But Apple's got to get through 252 for me.
Yeah, Apple for me, I mean, the high of 285, whatever it was, downside, yeah, it's got to get going. I mean, again, earnings next week, so we'll have to wait to see what Apple winds up doing. All these names coming through next week. We talked about a huge tech rally. I have Google breaking this 336.50 or so area to go long. So we'll wait to see if that works, man. A Big Mag 7 liter there. Raymond James upgrade today, puts it to $400, the price target. So we're going to see if this winds up taking out that 336.50. And where did I find that 336.50? Probably a good question to ask. Oops, just closed that chart. But right into here, 336, we'd have, yeah, so it goes, okay, here it is. So it's right back into here. So it's like this is 335, I mean, I don't mind going long 336 either, but there was a level, I guess it was probably into here, 336.50, that high is 338. So this is why I need a little bit of a longer time frame onto this chart. But if you're just gonna look, I feel like 336 to 335, there's enough here, but I like to see if we can break the closing bar of the 14th, which would be right in there. We opened up higher into 338 and then we came through. So looks like there's gonna be some kind of selling up here. So I'd like to see a break of 336.50. So that's what I'd written down there. 336 is probably fine. I think I have a 336 right now breakthrough. So we'll see if that winds up hitting on Google. Look, I like the upgrade. We've talked about that a couple of times about how that's been moving stocks around. It is coming back down in a little bit here, although the market still ticking up some highs. We'll see if we can take that out. Even a pre-market long of 335.50 might do it as well. But if this is going to be another bullish day, Google does have a couple dollars in it. We've seen those moves happen, quite regularly. So 336.50 is what I've written down. So let's wait to see if there's going to be a opportunity there. And then I also have Micron written down as a big long as well, breaking through $400. So upgraded today, Micron, by William Blair to outperform. I think it is outperforming. Super cycle here on Micron. It bounced. Look at VWAP yesterday, like an absolute monster. So we can wait to see what happens with that. If we get above it, then we can use VWAP sort of as our springboard to get higher. So we'll wait to see Micron right here taking out 400. So Micron on my radar there today. Apparently Elon is speaking, so we'll have to hear this story, and who better to tell it to us than the boys in the back.
I don't know about that, but we'll do our best here. Yeah, coming up 10:30 this morning. He wasn't expected to be at Davos, but Elon going to make an appearance. Probably going to be nothing. He'll talk probably very high level, but if he's asked directly about what's happening as far as Tesla is concerned, maybe we get something. This is another stock that has been just stuck. I mean, we had a nice push up to almost $500 there, but just stuck ever since.
Yeah, it's in that wait and see ever since it glanced at that $500. It's been lower lows and lower highs. So he's scheduled, Elon Musk scheduled to speak at 12:30. He's going to be on the stage, according to this report by Business Insider, with BlackRock CEO Larry Fink. The Finksters and Musk going to be on the stage together. That should be an interesting watch. Separately, there is this headline out of Berlin that Tesla cut more than 1,700 jobs at the Gigafactory there, despite earlier denials. We know that this follows a 10% workforce reduction from 2024, with sales falling 50% last year in Europe, Brendo. So makes sense that they reduced separately as well. There was this headline that we gave to you later in the day. Lemonade coming out with FSD-specific insurance, and that seemed to have aggravated Jim Chanos, who criticized Lemonade for cutting rates. It's 50% discount, by the way, for that insurance, because the statistics point to safer driving by FSD. He's arguing true autonomous driving requires manufacturer liability insurance, and this follows the FSD lawsuit.
The insurance should be, in conjunction with the actual pricing for these ride-sharing services, I would think.
Fair.
If, autonomous ride-sharing is going to go 70, 80% discount, or the cost of which off, what it currently is with human beings behind the wheel, why is that any different?
I don't think it should be.
No.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see, though. But yeah, I mean, Tesla guys stuck in this choppy mess as far as the daily chart goes.
Yeah, well, you know what? Okay, fine. It's in the choppy mess, but better there than still down at 420, where it's relatively cleanly balanced. Okay, granted, like right at the end if you have the end of Tuesday and the pre-market yesterday is the period of time that you spent underneath $420. To say that that's not a level on Tesla, it just is. And then you bounced in the morning, and then you bounced in the afternoon off 420. We can forget about that today on Tesla. Because Elon is speaking, again, you don't know what he's going to talk about, and he can move the market. I feel like there will be 2 days for Tesla. The first one, can it close above 438 on a 15-minute? And if it does, then it gets into the upper end of this chop zone with room to 450. All bets are off when Elon's talking. He has a tendency every once in a while to say something off the cuff, which can materially affect how Tesla moves. So if you happen to be in this at 10:30, have a stop order would be my strong suggestion. It's not the top of my list. Certainly after he's done talking, I do think that it becomes a little bit more in play for me. I just don't want that kind of chaos. I feel like when he's talking, you can react to stuff, and that's generally gone pretty well. But like I remember, it was a couple of years ago. It's more than a couple of years ago now. It was when he made the Tesla's overvalued comment kind of out of nowhere. And it was wild. Like if you happened to be sitting in a short, it was like, oh, well, that kind of worked out for you. But there was pretty much nothing you could do in the moment except get stopped out or just be in the money if you were already in the short. And you never really know. Anything could happen when he speaks.
Yeah, I mean, I think today's a day you can be pretty positive about Tesla. I mean, it's up 1.2%. It's beating the market. They're basically pulled right down into the close yesterday. We saw the market give back. And so it was about to break this level. So why not have just a punch through a 438? Like, I think this is pretty reasonable with the market doing what it's doing. You could use VWAP here. Yesterday there wasn't too much. You could use VWAP off in the morning. We had that great little, this is where I like to trade Tesla once it gives us this little bottom there. Like, it happened to be yesterday at 420, so no surprise there. And then we came back in and retested that, and then we just took off. So actually, that was 2 days. No, that was yesterday. So right into here today, if we can do a similar kind of a bottom into here, into VWAP 435, 434, like into the 200 period, into VWAP right there, I think that makes for a good trade. So it's coming back in just a little bit here. So watch out for the market. I think today the dip buys should be okay. The market might just flush a little bit off the open because there's been so much pent up demand that we saw yesterday when the Greenland sort of bye-bye tariff talk was mentioned there. We saw some nice upside push there. So we do know that there's buyers in this market, but I just wonder if you had gone long there yesterday and then you experienced this pullback, you might have been like, wow, man, if I can get another opportunity to get out up here, maybe I would. So I just wonder if there's going to be a little bit of selling pressure early, and then we'll wait to see if we can buy this dip. And if the dip only goes to 434, I think that's a good sign. You don't want it to get too deep because we don't really have a bottom. to support. So I would say somewhere around here, 434 to 435, where this 200 period moving average is, and where we sort of landed yesterday. So yeah, I mean, I really like Tesla here. I don't like Rivian. I don't like a lot of these names because they pull back so much. You know, so watch out for Rivian. That's still the Tesla chart, but they've had a nice little bounce back for the last 2 days. But this name here, I still like it down at 14 if we can get down here to $14. So watch out for Rivian, up 1.5% there. We've already talked about Ford and GM. So yeah, Tesla's going to be a winner today, I feel like. And if it turns red, then I don't know what to tell you. So I like this stock. What time was he coming out?
It's supposed to be 10:30.
Okay, so 10:30. So
yeah, I don't know how accurate that'll end up being.
I mean, you know, we always look at the downside, right? He's probably going to talk positively. He's going to talk about the robo-taxis. He's going to talk about, you know, what he needs to talk about, the full self-drive and things like that. So, and since this is in Davos, hopefully talk about the European Union. Maybe, I don't know, give his opinion on some of these tariffs. But
he's got opinions on Europe, so
Yo, no, I know. So I don't know if he's going to talk about the people or what.
He's going to talk about Europe.
Let's see if he just sticks with the business side of things here today. But yeah, Tesla should be on watch, I think.
All right, let's continue along here. Palantir, another one of those. If you zoom out to the daily time frame, just chopping around, we're closer to the bottom end of the range here, but getting the coveted Phillip Securities initiation today. I've never heard of this firm.
Neither have I, and I like the way you said it, though. But yeah, they're quite bullish on Palantir. They initiated coverage with a buy rating and a $208 price target. The call here, according to the report, is driven by the AI adoption, of course, expanding enterprise use cases and improving revenue mix towards a higher growth commercial customers. More on that in a second. But they did forecast revenue growth for Palantir to be about 47% year over year, with $4.2 billion in revenue. Commercial growth, this is the one that I want to talk about, expected to grow at 51%, which is going to outpace for the first time the government revenue growth, which is expected to be about 43%. The U.S. does remain Palantir's main or largest customer at 66% of the revenue going to the United States. Speaking of that 66 number, that U.S. growth forecast is also expected to be 66% growth. And last but not least, we had a couple of comments as well from Truist and BofA on Palantir.
Yeah, it's been a cautious trade, to say the least, over the past little while on the AI side of things. On that, OpenAI Chair Brett Taylor in Davos this morning saying OpenAI is probably a bubble. Probably not what you want to hear from the chairman of OpenAI.
Why would he say that?
I mean, just saying what it is. Like, it's clearly something along those lines. Whether or not it'll play out that way remains to be seen. But Palantir definitely cautious lately, guys.
And all we did is print money since 2020. Anywhere that money went to in assets is effectively, by definition, a bubble. But the thing about bubbles, you ride them until they burst, and it kind of is what it is. Like, that's literally how the market works. But overall, it tends to recover well from them. And when they burst, they tend to be buying opportunities. That said, if we're just talking about 438 there on Tesla, and I was saying Apple has a level that it needs to break out of that's a little bit further away, like that needs to go like $2 or $3. Palantir, that's a reversal candle on the daily from yesterday, no questions asked. And you need to get through 170 here. There's a little overhead resistance, $2 higher at 172. Like, I would venture to say that's probably a more significant resistance level. But, you know, then 170 to 172, if we can hold that area, then this one looks pretty constructive for a long. You just had the imbalances. You still have them up?
Yeah.
Because we'll go to Sean for the imbalances. There's a pretty big one that you guys might also be interested in. Intel over Mill.
Yeah, Intel back to $54. Look, I have written down here, it's going to happen right now, so it's unfortunate because I was hoping that we would stay down here at 168 to 169 for this magical 170 break, but it looks like it's going to happen here with 2 minutes to go. So I really, you know, they talked about the fundamentals improving here, massive revenue growth, talking about margins, like everything that we needed to hear about with Palantir is what was mentioned. So I think it's just maybe a punch long and then wait it out a little bit. So if we do get into 170, man, ever since we've switched over some of our monitor settings here, it's very, very tough sometimes to find this cursor. Okay, so there's the move down again. So, all right, so it's a nice move there. So that doesn't look like we'll get punched in here. But yeah, we just said there was Intel on here. That just got paired off. So I guess Palantir was probably a buy. That might have been just paired off there as well. Intel was at $54. Yeah, okay, it's still going higher. I don't see it here anymore. But, oh, there's Intel. So small, oops, where was it? It was right there somewhere. Okay, everything's getting out. Oracle had a nice little bump up here as well in the pre-market. Oracle up 3% today as well. But yeah, so I really, long story short, I like Palantir here, breaking through that 170. I think it's worth a try. It's nice that we just got there, not nice that we just pulled back, but that could be our out if we're wrong. 168.50 break or so. So let's try that 170 long and then see if it works out. 168.75 or so. We just bounced cleanly off of. A minute to go before the bell, and we've got another crypto IPO.
BitGo going to be one of those strange 4-symbol or 4-letter NYSE tickers. So just keep that in mind. It's on the NYSE, not the NASDAQ, BTGO.
$18 IPO above the 15 to 17, sold 11.8 million shares, raising 212.8 million. That exceeds the 201. That values the company at about 2.08 billion. They've been pursuing the IPO since September, or for 4 years, it says. They filed in September, and they're going to list on the NYSE, as you mentioned, under BTGO. Goldman Sachs and Citigroup leading the raise, but this will be a controlled company under the NYSE rules, meaning that insiders still maintain most of the ownership and control.
About 15 seconds to go, guys. You will have that probably on the midday coming up. Guys, BTGO on the NYSE today.
No, but probably. Opening bell brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. Check them out, 3X daily leveraged ETFs. And scan that QR code as we get this market opened. How about right now? There we go. So, look, I'm still bearish, is what it is. I'm still going to be bearish on IBIT till proven otherwise. We actually lost the $90,000 level.
It's a nice, look at this move down here in the NASDAQ.
No, the NASDAQ is definitely moving to the downside. Bitcoin trying to bounce a little bit here, but not doing it successfully. Tesla, initial move down, it's not breaking it. You're not breaking out if you do that off the open. That's pretty simple to see. SMCI could be pulling back. That'll give us a chance to maybe pull back into, I spoke too soon. Not going to give us a chance to pull back into prior highs. Already bouncing, VWAP's not going to be useful here because these dark pool wicks. But SMCI holding that 33, at least initially here. So yeah, move downside in Tesla, move downside in the overall market.
Yeah, not great there. I was going to say BBAI, if it breaks $6 on Cargo Seer, a new purchase for them. Cargo Seer they acquired. They helped them look through different packages, as you go through the border and whatnot, and you're in your truck and whatever, they help you look at what information is there or not. Okay, here we go, man. We're into Google right now. So our first position is Google long. It does come into 331. So let's just wait to see if it wants to get back up to the upside. We did have a Google 31 dip buy opportunity here. Raymond James upgraded the stock, so I'm upgrading this stock too. Let's see if it gets going. There goes Palantir, 167.25. So 166. 60. Yeah, 167 right now for Palantir, so we're long down there as well. Let's see if this one can get going. So far, so good here. Google long, Palantir long.
Yeah, one we didn't give to you guys, which could be breaking right now, was on the note, is SMR. Looks like it just did. Yes, I did not get into SMCI there, unfortunately. Just bounced off the volume weighted average price. But SMR just broke through a consolidative high. As we're speaking. This one was a strong move in the morning. All of the nuclear names got buoyed by the president early, and then it completely reverted. But just like it for a break, give it to the prior bar and see how far it can fill in this gap into 21. I still like 21 as a separate sort of play. Like 21 will be its own thing if we get there on SMR. But nothing crazy happening in crypto. That's basically flat. Market's heading down, but
yeah,
Bitcoin,
big time. What the hell?
Yeah, Bitcoin's not really moving as much as I would have thought.
No, things are going a little weird here for me anyways, for sure, as I sit here and try to watch what these stocks are trying to do. I mean, especially a Palantir that goes up and down and around again. We're huge right now. I mean, I'm just going to tell it like it is. But yeah, and right there's Google. Google's an absolutely freaking monster play, Neil. This is now $2 in the money, and we are monstrous on Google. So yeah, buddy, good trade there. Oh, my things aren't showing up again, my indicators, because I took them off again, so I had to put that back on, partial fill, put that apply, and there it goes, man. Google right to the top side right now. We're monstrous right now. This now is my biggest trade. I mean, I know I said that yesterday. I know I'm tired of saying it, but there it goes, 335 and change, nice upside play. There goes Palantir as well, man. All that happened was our dip buys came through. So Google and Palantir both dip buy on that low move there on the NASDAQ. Will it hold out? I don't know, but we're gonna put some more offers here just to get filled as this market continues high side right now. Google, $2+ now in the money on Google all the way up. So good little trade there. I'm gonna cancel my buy through the top side because we've already got the long. It's a monster trade for me over there now. Anyways, there it is, man, dip buy those.
Yeah, dip buys, breakouts, pretty much everything seems like it's working so far. SMR did get right into 2070. It's trying to press into that 21. That'll be, like I said, that's going to be a separate trade. So it broke out, was able to get a dip back into prior high. Now let's try and fill in the entirety of the gap here. But again, nothing else is really moving. And I want to quickly jump over to INTC. They're reporting sliding down. Forget about that buy and balance. That didn't mean a heck of a lot of anything. Already $1 to the downside. 53 was the only support level, and then if you don't hold that, I guess you got the gap down into $50 that you can play around with. I still like this SMCI, but trying to be patient with it. It's not going to close. You get a topping tail candle, and you're getting a lower high. That's not the setup that I am looking for a long. So right now, it's going to be SMR. We're looking for it into 21. It triple topped at 21 yesterday, so that was a play the entire way. We'll take the 2.5, 3 points, and then see if we can go dip buy or break out after that. As the market trying to recover a bit here, and I thank you everyone in the chat for reminding us that Meta was moving. Meta up 4%. Is this the moment for Meta? Maybe, but it needs to close over that 50-period moving average. I want to see us break the 50. Haven't been able to do much with it lately. Let's see if it can finally get going. Tesla's still in the dumps. That kind of sucks.
Yeah, Tesla. All right, so Palantir, I'm going to try 167 again, but it does break through that 166, 60, 75, so we wind up getting out, but we'll be flat actually on Palantir, all said and done. It did rip pretty nicely to 167.80, so we did have about 40 cents or so on it as a maximum, but then dropped it out, so bye-bye to that one. Now almost $3 in the money, and our best out is 335, but we do want to take out just a little bit more here. As look what the market's doing, man. It is really getting killed right now. So any of those shorts, man, probably paying off right now. Wow, I'm just really glad that we got out of PLTR, man. That one is really coming back in quite aggressively now, Palantir. So got to wait for that one to actually make some sense there. To buy it. So yeah, I'm just going to hold on to Google. We're out now of pretty much, I'm going to say we have probably maybe 20 to 25% left on this trade. So we'll just wait to see if that one winds up moving in one way or the other. Hopefully to the long side. I still like that 340. I don't know if we're going to get to that or not. GameStop pretty quiet here today. We thought that there could be some sort of an action there on Ryan Cohen's most recent buy, but
you like insider buying, but I guess it's not good.
Yeah, I mean, you got to wait to see how it's reacting to it. The Nasdaq pulls back pretty aggressively here, right? I mean, down to 0.6. We still have a long way to go before I really get excited about this. I wrote down on the TQs like $53, so that's all the way back to yesterday. So this was more like of a dramatic, because I knew I'd be long Google and Palantir, so I didn't want to necessarily just hop right into the futures, but you're at the 200-period moving average. Maybe there's something here with the TQQs. So yeah, I'm just going to sit in this Google one. It's obviously it's coming back a little bit, but we've done quite well already today to hit some of those highs. It's just the market does not bounce.
Well, this is why.
It keeps on going. Yeah, Micron.
Oh, it's got to be the memory names. I haven't looked at Micron, so I don't at me if it's not.
Micron's getting crushed.
But SNDK is down 5%, SanDisk here. Yeah, we're really starting to get rinsed on.
Intel's getting hit.
Through 475. I don't know do I want to reload again on SMR? This will be, it's going to be like a put up or shut up for this on the volume weighted average price. Like we didn't get that press. The big press that I really wanted was to get up to 21. Like it was able to get through that 75, 80 zone. But if we lose the bid under VWAP, I think I'll duck out and look for the next opportunity. Just a little bit crazy, the rest of the market back in. Not the time I want to be sitting on the bid, but the only thing I was looking short was iBid. And the second it established underneath VWAP, it was basically gone. Right? Like they heavily sold it, so I'll wait for a short opportunity on a pop to the upside. The way I see it, I mean, Bitcoin I already thought was going to be a little weak today, so let's just stick with that for the short trade. So I'm not going to reload this third time on SMR. We'll just hold on to what we have and look to short the pop for the first time here. Coming in will be IBIT. We're still under 90,000, so it still works for me.
Yeah, that's crazy. We didn't even get our full shares on Google, but man, oh man, this is now at 335. So this is just continuously lifting all nets today for me. We are going to go long Palantir if it breaks 67. We sort of talked about that one there. I thought that was going to be a decent level. It just didn't turn out to be that. So I'm going to try to give it another shot. Obviously, we can make the move down into 165. But I'm sort of just waiting out for this Google and looking at my notes. Palantir, Micron, we talked about. I thought Micron was a long through 400. Obviously, we never got there. And whap to the downside, man. Just a huge move lower there for Micron as it can't get itself figured out, man. I mean, not yet today. It's been a great stock. I mean, 1 day pullback to be expected, right? We did say that Intel was going to be potentially a little bit of a problem as well, but here it is right now. Intel, a problem. So I was saying that there was one section that we wanted to see if it held, right? And that was down here at 5280. So we're not quite there yet on 5280 for Intel, but as you can see, if I zoom, I can't zoom this out because it's just a minute chart, that's going to be the key level for me. We've already fallen back in. We talked about if we ever got back up here to 55, there could be something. There it is. We are now long on Palantir. Let's, oops, got to go back over to it. Let's give this one a little bit of love if it can go. I'm not sure. We'll get some out in the 20s or 30s if that is possible. But I'm going to get stop out on that break lower, give myself a quarter. Here it comes. So if this breaks 166.75, I think is what I put in. Maybe it's 69 or so. There it is, the breakthrough. So bye-bye. So we will lose right there on our last Palantir. But I'm learning my lessons, man. Like, we're not going hard into that. That was a loss right there. And we'll focus on what has been winning, right? So another out there at 335. I'm going to reload Google if it comes back to 331 and give this one just a 331 break. But the future's kind of just wobbling now. One more play, and then I'll go back.
Is definitely.
Yeah, BBAI. I want to see if that broke $6. No, nothing yet on BBAI.
Yeah, BBAI with an acquisition this morning.
Yeah, Cargo Sear. It was last night, but it was after.
Oh yeah, so yeah, there's a catalyst for BBAI. Yeah. Not just sort of randomly saying it. Look, SMCI, don't want to chase this one. We're back above VWAP. It's back above $33 on a huge reversal candle to the upside here. So I want to see if I can get it in front of VWAP. Give it to about 32.90. As even Ramin's checking out the temperature. You know it's cold, man.
It's freezing in here.
It's legit. It's legit cold. No, seriously. So we just got into SMCI, sort of bouncing off the. Well, VWAP doesn't matter as much early, but it's also through 33. Like 33 is the key level here. I'll quickly show you. 33 was the key level here on SMCI. It just also so happens to correspond with the volume weighted average price. So yes, it's bouncing off VWAP, but it has more to do with the 33. I want to play this back into the high. The reason I'm playing it back into the pre-market high is this is still a false break. This is a false break with a lower high. So it's a scalp trade until proven otherwise. And we got a super chat from Jeep Limited. Yeah, I got a Grand Cherokee. Market waiting on PCE at 10. Maybe. I mean, do we care that much about the data? I don't know. I'm inclined to think that we've had headlines from Davos matter a heck of a lot more than data this week. But you could be right. And certainly in 20 minutes, we'll have that for you live. Adair is already behind, as you can see. So we'll be locked and loaded and ready to go. But I'm inclined to think it might not be a gigantic move on PC. Like, we didn't really do much with GDP.
No.
So.
Yeah. I mean, PC is a pretty important number for sure, but we'll wait on it. The implied moves and whatnot for the PCE here. I'm just going to break this out for you. I have it on Twitter as well. It's on TTV Research there. But here we go, man. Today's movement. PCE expected 0.2 or 2.8 on the year over year. October 0.2, 2.8. So they're right here, year over year, et cetera, et cetera. So that's going to come out, and we'll see what winds up happening with it. But oh boy. Obi today, Sharif today. Neil Nice so far. There it is. Google just took out 335. So hopefully that'll be now the springboard for a higher play. We're taking $3 a couple times now, right, on this. So there it is. Just waiting for it to break higher. My next offer is at the high of the day, 335.50. So hopefully that will come in. I'm literally at 48, so 335.48. Hopefully that'll hit. Then that will leave me with about, after that, we'll have about 20% left of this trade. So this one really took off for us. Good trading here today for Google. Guess what, Neil? The #1 trade idea right there on the note was Google long dip buy into 331. It's exactly what happened. Let's wait to see if 336.50 goes, but there it is, man. Off your sticky note, it's your #1 trade idea there today for Google. So yeah, we'll pat ourselves on the back for that one. But we just stopped again at 335 and then turned around completely. Look at the market, man. See you later.
It's kaput. The NASDAQ is definitely kaput. But I jumped out. I said I was going to, if it doesn't hold VWAP, I'm going to get out of SMCI. I'll still be up on it, and it might have waked me out, but I want the confirmation that we're holding that VWAP. I don't want that trend to completely reverse on me. And then SMR, which was our other idea, holding up pretty well. Now it's holding trend very well. It's giving you about 3%. I've only taken 1.5%. On this, but it's giving you about a 3% range in here. If we can break out that top, I think we got a secondary play. The longer it's able to hold on with the market down and this a clean breakout trade, the more I'm gonna like it. So as long as we're making higher lows, we'll be fine with this one. Oh, what happened on Bitcoin? It did not get to 5090s on IBIT. No Moss. Already headed back down. So yeah, again, the only short we really liked. I don't want to chase it too far, but I'll come down a little bit further to try to pick this one up. If the market's going to be weak, this was the one play I liked. If I get short under here, then I got to move the stop. Instead of trying to give it back into 51, which was the key level in the morning yesterday, at least early, I'll just give it to the prior bar, which is more like 50.85. So I'm going to get short a little bit lower, but with a tighter stop here, ideally. On IBIT. Oh, we didn't talk about China. Specifically Alibaba. This is not going to matter because Alibaba's not going to get to $173 the way it's going, but Baba up 5%. They're spinning off their chip unit. Well, they're talking about spinning off their chip unit, which has it spiked up overnight, up 5 points here. I did like it at 173 for a dip buy. Obviously nowhere close. I've canceled it now. It's breaking out. Don't want that thing falling in out of nowhere on me. So IBIT, we're going to try to grab, which we just did, not IBTI, but IBIT. So looking for the low of the day here on Bitcoin. As market weak, Bitcoin already was weak, so we'll be fine with that. And I wish Tesla was doing more, everybody, but what looked pretty promising, maybe Tesla is waiting to do something positive when Elon comes on in 45 minutes.
Yeah. Still, it's only 9:45, so there's lots of action coming through here. Google, I'm still waiting for the very bottom. It's coming right back into this play. I'm still going to take Palantir long on another break of 160. I just want to keep trying this 167. I think it's going to be something. I mean, we'd like to get above VWAP. Obviously, that's 167.15. Maybe we just wait for that. But it's. Thing is, the market, if the market doesn't go, then forget about it. Like, I'm hoping to catch this one on a bid through the market. So, like, if the market starts to rip, so will this. And then if the market can continue, I believe this will as well. And we can, and that's the better thing about what I'm doing today is, although we did have good shares when it, fell onto our lap, especially with Google, we didn't even get our full fill. I do want to play this momentum long. I still think the market has a great trade to go upside there as well. So we'll see where that winds up going right now. But okay, so that's what we're doing, and we're going to figure that out, what's going on with that play here. Looks like Palantir is making a move lower. Okay, so personal income, personal spending coming out at 10 o'clock. We did want to look, we talked a little bit about Apple. That gets its way to 251, now back through 250 and looking like it wants to go lower. Just going to recap some of these mega cap names. Meta did have a good story today. They were up almost 2%. Now they're up 4%, as there goes Meta right off the open, man. Good trade. Upgraded, good levels there into 670. We'll see if that winds up holding it. But again, like, this name's been getting crushed, over the last little while. It's still a downward trend, but we are making, yeah, there it is. So hold 636. Like, I really do hope so, Adam. Looks like it's trying to do that right now at 637. So you're talking about it holding 636. Looks like that is go time right there for Meta. And then just a quick check-in on some of the banks, and we'll do like a little bit of a sector watch as well in a minute. JP Morgan up 1.3%. That's a nice story. We looked at Bank of America earlier as well, hoping for that to get upside. That's the same, almost exact same move there. And then XOM into the energy space up to 132.50. That looks like, wow, look a little bit higher. 133.50 was in there, but right where we opened up here for XOM, so not a bad opportunity there. But yeah, for me, just sort of holding out to wait to see if Google can once again retake this 335. A couple good outs there, and I'm not buying this dip, right? So we're buying it down here. If it can come into 331.50, that's my play here for Google.
And moving to the downside of the markets, and if you're looking to take advantage and you're a savvy Canadian investor of these moves, you want to boost that exposure in the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro's 3X daily leveraged ETFs. They've got built-in FX hedging, aiming to amplify short-term market moves while minimizing the impact of currency swings. So whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, they're built for active traders like yourselves that are ready to take on these markets. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. You can scan the QR code you see out in front of you for more information. As you can see, market came back in, got to target on IBIT. I elected not to reload on SMCI. SMCI came right back through the volume weighted average price after that initial breakout, could not sustain, so we already got out of that one. And then the move in SMR, it was the first blast up on the break. Now it presses through the breakout price. We held for 21s, didn't want to get all the way there again. Like, it took that 1.5% move, just couldn't really go any further. Let's see it close. If it can hold 20 bucks, I still like the long, but as long as we're under VWAP, I have to wait for it to close this gap, or at least reestablish some higher lows or anything like that. So far, so good. I mean, all three plays worked. You just didn't get that secondary push to the upside for SMR at the end of the day. And I mean, I hate to go harbinging on Tesla, but this is now just rejected the volume weighted average price and strictly trending down. So this is gonna be for sure wait and see moment for me. I don't think I trade this one. Maybe after Elon. Intel, however, is trying to get back above the volume weighted average price. It does hold on to 53. Maybe this will put in some kind of a trend trade. Like, once it can just show a defined trend to the upside, I'd be looking for some kind of a mean reversion in the other direction. Yeah, so still looking at the same names. I will reload IBIT if it comes back up, but that's a big if. I'm sitting at VWAP. I didn't even get all the shares the first time, so my other order is just still sitting there. Next available pop on IBIT. If it's trending down like it did 2 days ago, there were several pops where you could get short. So I'm expecting that kind of a day for Bitcoin, and we're just waiting for the next move.
I'll buy a little bit of Google down here, but I don't know. And I'm also, we talked about Palantir 165.50 if that does come through as well. Just let's do a quick little look on, the broader markets here, just to give a quick idea of what's happening across different sectors. So, right into here, you're gonna look to see some red action here in energy. We can look at some oil. Okay, we did get a little longer there in Google, so hopefully that starts to work out for us. Occidental, XOM, so downside there in the energy space here today. Healthcare technology, where's healthcare? Health services, UNH up 1.7%. That's going to be a nice one. Molina up 0.6 as well. We'll have to take a look at some of the other names like Eli Lilly. We saw them up for 3.5% or so yesterday. That was a nice move. J&J, we said that their earnings were pretty stellar, and they're resulting in that yesterday. They did have a dip down, and then that was bought right back up. So J&J adding another 1.1% today to yesterday's already fruitful move. So that's a good one. The manufacturing names continue to get hit, right? AMAT, GV, Lam. These names have just been on such a huge run. So it doesn't really surprise me for sure that these names are doing what they're doing. A little bit of a pullback in the space. Microsoft, Google, Meta is the big winner today. Oracle as well. Wow, Netflix down another 1.5%. So we said that we weren't dip buying anything here in Netflix, but today Netflix is making that move down another 1.5%. And then just over here, not all tech names are the same today. We have AMD is down, Intel is down, no surprise there. GE off earnings, they're down 4%. Micron down 2%. As that, the Micron chart looks nasty because what a 2% move in Micron looks like is much different than the rest. I mean, this is what Micron has had such a huge move To the upside is MU. That move was pretty dramatic, man. 398 all the way down into 378. So here we go, Micron. Here we go one more time. Let's see if it can now battle back. Nice little size there at 385. Probably just punches that straight through. Okay, man, we were almost. I was moments away from getting long down here at 165.50. Now all of a sudden we get a baby long coming right through here into Palantir. I'm going to give 166. 40s or so as my out, just to give it a little bit more room on this long. But there goes Palantir. We're long again at 167. The market has made its move back. I know that we're getting a little aggressive here with Palantir. It'll be the only stock, obviously, I've lost on. But this name here, pulling back one more time. I just want to be part of this. So we're not using huge shares. Like I'm thinking if we can get 167, honestly, like back to 169, 169.50. So giving it 50 or 60 cents worth of room to grow, I think is worth it. So we'll see if Palantir can go. 7 minutes now until the numbers.
Yeah, 7 minutes till PCE as the market's trying to bounce in front of that number. Tesla looks like it's broken through VWAP, but double bottom here on SMCI. So I'm going to try to jump back in off of, it'll be yesterday's prior day double top and then now a double bottom. So we'll try to go long into the volume weighted average price there. But for everyone watching Tesla, it's revved up. You're going to close. That's not an unconvincing candle closing above the volume weighted average price. So that 438 breakout looking a little bit more likely than it was before as we start to press even higher and higher. And shout out to everyone in the chat throwing your small cappers in there. Remember though, $ and the symbol. If you type $ in the symbol, then that way when I look up, I can see BBAI, XTP, RR, Rich Tech. Wow, okay. That's I really looked at Rich Tech in a while. It's going to be out there. Meta, Tesla, SoFi. We haven't talked about the metals company, Micron. So all of these names are of interest. Just an easy way for us to be able to follow. I see Lam in there that you were just mentioning. There, Sean. So it's just an easy way for us to keep track of what you guys are going to be interested in. So with 5 minutes to go for this PCE number, again, I'm not necessarily that hung up on the number here. I think you want to trade just based on your regular plan and try to work off the prices you like or the setups. But I don't necessarily want to be taking a fill at 59, like at 9.59. So I want to be getting in off of this low on SMCI. If I don't want to chase it too far, but I don't want to get in right at 359. So a couple of minutes, and we'll try to get back into that one. Bitcoin did not come up enough to get the short back in again, and I'm not going to chase it as well. Like it's got to get up to that 50.80 on IBIT, or I'm not going to be reloading that trade.
All right. Yeah, what names do you guys want us to talk about? Let's look at Big Bear AI again here, BBAI. It wasn't doing much. They had that cargo seer purchase. Okay, nice move now. I still have a $6 break long if that does wind up coming through. You know, no idea if that's what's going to wind up happening or not. AMD, we noticed, was a red stock into today, so battling back just a little bit right there for AMD. So good move. We'll wait to see what winds up happening there. Intel, is it at that 5280 yet? No. So it does pretty much bounce right off 53. I mean, that was close enough into that spot for us from yesterday's low, 5280. So we're going to try to pay attention for Intel making a move lower. I mean, the futures just cracked again lower. So it looks like, you know, we may wind up getting stopped out of all of our trades at some point, which is why it's important to take some of these profits when they're there. Google's coming right back into 331. So I'm bidding, just make sure here, I'm bidding 331.50 right now. In case we don't get that low, let me buy a little bit here in the 60s. But it looks like, okay, so Palantir, again, another loss there. So we'll go 0 for 3. But it's all just like, well, this one wasn't really a loss, but there it was 0 for 2, I guess, on these reload ideas. But we keep on trying 167, and I don't know why I'm obsessed with that level, but seems to not want to hold after all. And here we go. Now we just got into the low of the day again for Google. And this time, man, if we break 331, that's the level that I was looking at. If we break that, we're gone. And we are not going to hang around for this PCE number after all. So here it goes. Hopefully we do get a little bit of a bounce back up, but that's a reload there at 331.50 for me.
It's critical metals is absolutely flying around. 2 minutes ago until we have the numbers coming through, but 13, now 14% on CRML. These guys did not do very well yesterday, as you can obviously see. Just want to quickly jump back over to see how Tesla is doing. Don't think I'm going to be getting I might not get that SMCI fill. Still have 2 minutes to go. Could happen. But the confirmation for Tesla above VWAP, well, that distinctly did not happen. Broke out, no consolidation, nothing. There was no bid on the way back in, still looking incredibly weak. That's exactly the fake out I didn't want to get trapped in. You got to show me the high or low, or I'm not going to be jumping into you at all. I feel the same way about that SMR for a secondary play. No, it held the bottom. Show me some strength in here above the volume weighted average price before I pop back in to that bad boy. So keep the symbols coming in. As I mentioned, yeah, we didn't even talk about the metals.
No.
Critical metals, yes. We didn't talk about silver and gold. With the market coming back, slight up move in silver. Only 1.5% and not breaking through the top. So I still think you've got 87 as a big level, lower highs put on through. This one wasn't even on the radar today because silver is more exciting when it's going into new territory, not when it's hanging out in old.
Yeah, that's for sure. All right, so we're still just waiting for something to happen with Google. I'm at 94 right now. I got a couple outs here. There it is. Got a couple outs in the 80s already off this most recent reload. But as we said, trying to get a little lighter into the numbers. So we are now 2 minutes away from PCE. We'll wind up seeing what winds up happening there. Offers at 332.50 if it does go up, and then out at 331. I'm going to take another piece, actually, right here, if we can, on Google, just to get that out. Thank you so much, Randy.
Thanks.
We decided yesterday, actually, that we really liked your tariff espresso.
The espressos were
So that was really good. We wouldn't mind.
for like the after the open kind of.
Yeah, we can grab that around this time, next time. But thank you, Randy. No, that's great. We just wasn't here yesterday, so.
Forgot to mention it.
Yeah, all good.
Oh, that halt is open back up, SPHL.
Oh, we're still waiting for the IPO, too.
Yeah, Springview just, that's instantly halted. All right, so Springview reopened and instantly halts. It's going to halt at 825. There it is, instantly halted a second time. This might be one of those stocks. Just for the record, this stock has yet to do 500,000 shares. So if you're looking at SPHL, yes, it's up 43%. No, it is not incredibly liquid at all. I wouldn't be touching with a 10-foot pole. We have less than 1 minute to go, so we're going to go to Adara. We've got happening now and PCE data coming through.
Yep.
Here's the thing, guys, in case you either forgot or were not aware, we're not just getting October PCE, we're also getting November. So 2 months worth of PCE and core PCE data coming out right now at 10 a.m. Also getting personal income and personal spending for both October and November. So PCE price index year over year forecast 2.8% for October, previous print 2.8%. PCE month over month 0.3%. Here is the previous 0.2% forecast. Core PCE year over year 2.8% forecast, and core PCE month over month 0.2% forecast. We should be getting these numbers right now, waiting for these to populate. Not currently seeing them. Just give me 2 seconds here, guys, but we are waiting on that PCE here at 10 a.m. Yeah, still not seeing anything. We're just going to wait and see what happens here. Again, though, we are expecting it for both October and November, and it looks like we have it now. So PCE year over year, 2.8%, exactly in line with estimates of 2.8%. PCE month over month, 0.2% versus 0.2% expected. Core PCE year over year, 2.79%, so slightly below estimates of 2.8%. Core PCE month over month flat compared to estimates 0.2% versus 0.2% expected. Consumer spending month over month also in line with estimates 0.5% versus 0.5% expected. But personal income month over month a little bit lower than expected at 0.3% compared to estimates of 0.4%. Let's take a look at this market to see how it's reacting to this number. Not really just pushing lower. As mentioned, pretty much all of those PCE and consumer spending prints were exactly in line with estimates. Let's talk about INTC, though, speaking of estimates, because they're reporting earnings after the bell tonight at 4 p.m. You can catch those live on our earnings show at 4. We did have Mobileye, which of course Intel is affiliated with. They reported earnings before the bell today and did not react positively. But Intel actually reporting again after the bell. Let's talk here about SNDK and MU, because these memory plays have been really strong. Pulling back quite sharply here, at least off the open. MU getting a positive analyst note here from William Blair initiating coverage on the stock. No negative news on these, but looks like just a little bit of a pullback as we get the rest of the market pull back from this early strength as well. Do remember to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content. Back to you.
If you're looking for strength, look no further than Alibaba.
Yeah.
Now 5%, 6% to the upside, just broke through the highs. Just no dip buy to be had in this one. It's been all green, so you're through the pre-market top here. I'm going to do a quick jaunt over to see what it did at Blue Ocean. The overnight market gives you a fantastic opportunity to sort of see where some of the key levels might be from the prior evening. Well, that was already a breakout here. This is one of the reasons I like that 73. But we're not going to get a chance to trade off of those levels. We're pretty much gonzo, just exactly the same thing. So we're going to wait for the first pullback, maybe back into 78 would make a little bit of sense. IBIT is not popping. Where's the bounce, baby? Where is the bounce? Give me another lower high to get in. I missed this one by sitting at VWAP, so I'm going to hang out underneath VWAP instead of at the volume weighted average price and try to jump back into this. Market looking weak. Oh, so glad that I got out of SMR, and I might have to pay for locates. So we jumped out of SMR, which was the initial breakout, loses VWAP. This is now turned into a, I'm looking short now on SMR. So false break, we got it. We're able to at least get the move, but you put in a false break through the high and then hold VWAP. This turns into a bit of a short trade. Not like a Luis small cap special, but I'm going to be shorting pops in this, adding it to the list. Got to be able to switch it up. Even if it was a long early, it ain't one now.
All right, finally, what's up to Canada? What's up to this alert right there? As Google, we just got 332.40s right there. So it turned out to be a really good out on the upside. So we'll take $1 on our last little reload. But I'm getting nervous. I mean, the market's dropping, so we are not, this is not going to be the greatest hold of all time. I mean, unless it comes all the way back up. So I'm now going to wait for that. Yeah, I hear that heart rate right there going through. We do have a decent amount of shares on board right now, but, we're going to just start to get out there. I put it offered 28s there. We just grabbed that. So now let's wait for VWAP. That's 333 flat. So I actually have an offer there. We'll see if that can come up. And then we're still going to stop out if it breaks 331 and no more reloads at all. The market's really coming in. We said that we'd like to buy potentially the TQQs on any kind of a dip into $53. That's coming in right now as well. So we're going to try to grab that at 53 flat or so, and then not give it too much more. If it does break back down below this $53 mark, then we can get out of the TQs. We're not even in it yet. As of yet, anyways. Mobileye had some earnings, I believe, MLBY.
Yeah, they reported.
And wow, only $10. Wow, pretty bad stock.
Did it break 10
there? No, it didn't. Did it break 10 yet today? No, it came close, 10.01. All right, Palantir bouncing off 165. Do we want to go back into this name? The good thing about it is we've lost about just under a third of what we've made on this Google trade, but it does come into 165 and give us that little base there. So, potentially here 165.20s or so for Palantir. Just keep on my eye on that Google trade. And then again, like CoreWeave has been a good one. I see a lot of people talking about CoreWeave, so big shout out to Handy Manic that's in there right now, and a big shout out to everybody that's part of this group, man. I mean, here we go. Here's a super chat. Dual, we can talk about that Duolingo. Let's have a quick look at that in a minute. Thank you so much for the 5 super chat, 5 memberships. So there it is, man. Dylan Gavi, thank you so much for everything you're doing there, and another new member there with Mr. P Panda again coming through. Adara, is there any news on Duolingo again? So we can have a quick look over there and ask Adara before we look it up. Go gadget Google, hopefully. Duol, D-U-O-L. There it is, Duolingo. Let's see about this parabolic.
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing, says Adara. So there it goes, man, 148 up to 154. And this could just be a relief rally there. I mean, it's just been getting hit so bad. This name has been an absolute disaster.
If you go to the monthly chart,
go ahead.
Huge level on the monthly.
Okay, so yeah.
So maybe there is something here. Just simply bouncing off of 145, 146, some of those lows. So shout out to Duolingo. Great product. At least some people think it's good. My daughter absolutely loves it, but it's been getting absolutely woodshedded. It looks like it's a good technical level for sure. We got another super chat from Dylan. You just made 2K on SXTP. Small capper, that was on the list. I'm pretty sure that was the top name on Luis's list. On his watch list when he came on this morning. Shutting down for the day. Thank you all for what you do. Shout out to Sharif for all your insights on the small cap gappers. SXTP. I always say it slowly. It just helps me when I'm typing it in. This is it. The pre-market is where you get your entries. That's your chance to have even gotten VWAP. And what does it do after 9:30? Makes one high and already pulling back. You can be one and done. And Luis even reiterated this as well. Where some of these you got to be able to and be willing to play in the pre-market if there is enough liquidity, which it seems like on this there is enough 135 million shares worth of volume. coming back in a little bit, but 220% is nothing to sneeze at. All right, so I'm back into SMCI. The double bottom is now a triple bottom at prior day low. So first it was a 33 break and take. Second, it's the bounce off of the low. Can we even get to VWAP is the question. Like we're just sort of struggling to get the bounce into the volume weighted average price. That's how weak the market has been. So if we can grab that, we'll look for the next trade. But if we lose the triple bottom, I'm out of this. Like I'm not trying to reload this. 3 times is hopefully a charm, trying to catch this bid. The NASDAQ doesn't seem to want to help anything out here. We're still very much trending. I mean, to say we're trending down is kind of obvious, but we're pretty much back to where we were at the close. We haven't gone red yet. So there's at least somewhere we can bounce. We can hold from going into the red. We had the poll up this morning, and I voted bullish, and the bulls are still at 80%. 3,800 votes, and 80% of us were bullish. Well, you really had to pick your spots, bulls, this morning. If it was on the overall market, micro bounces you could have had, you had to be in some individually strong names. Another reason why we go through both the rundown, Sharif's notice, to kind of weed out, get the wheat from the chaff and separate them so you can find some good opportunities, because it hasn't been easy to find them in a weak market today.
Yeah, it just goes to show you, like, you know, this is why trading is so tough and why I like that idea of hitting your goals, being done for the day. So congratulations to that super chat. And there you go, man. When 85% of the chat thinks one way, that's probably a good sign that it's going the other. I'm going to take SMR breaking through 20 bucks. I'm only going to give it 10 cents if it does do this break, which it looks like it might want to do right now. And I just think it's worth the risk, SMR, if it does get going. We know the sort of, you know, firepower that this name could have underneath it. So I think it's worth it if you get a breakthrough here on SMR. I mean, we're trying to bounce right now off some levels. So we'll see if it does wind up holding this 1980 or so. That's like 1980. 2 or 3, probably a good year, right back into there. So we'll see if we take out 20, and I'm only going to give it, I don't want to, like I'm using a little more shares here, so I don't want to give it too much. Probably just give this 10 cents, and if it blasts through and we wind up taking the hit on it, fine. I think it's well worth it there for SMR, giving it back through. And here it goes. If it does break, we're going to get our order in right now. So there we go. We're long. So let's go 1989. Like I said, if it breaks lower, it breaks lower. We get stopped out of this one. I think it might be worth it here. We're long SMR at 201. So here we go again. We'll see if we can get some kind of a play on the upside here for SMR. And there it is, 08s. Can we get it? Yes, we can. So we'll take a couple 08s out there. We'll get an 09. So they're already 1-to-1 on SMR. So yeah, man, good trading over on this side again. We just gave you that. I know Neil's had a good trade today. And there goes Google, a couple good ones. And there goes Google finally breaking. So we did not reload this name. We're now going to focus on SMR, but Google finally breaks 331, a big, huge trade. We actually wind up making a little less than we did on Intel, but still a good trade there for us. And by the way, boom, we just gave you this one. So how you like that one, guys? There's a nice play on SMR up to 15s. This was giving us just, there it is. We'll take the 17s out. This was giving us 5. I gave you 10 cents. So we'll take 17 here, see if we can get a little bit higher. There it is. We got 19. So now, guys, I'm out of 70% of this trade for basically 2-to-1 on that last piece. So here goes SMR, a nice move to make it through those levels. Google might have bounced off 331, but we just stopped out of what we had left, man. We really emptied the clip up here around 332. So that was a really good trade. Still holding our day and our heads high. Good trading so far. SMR, my most recent one, looking pretty decently there.
Yeah, you just got into the long that worked. I guess got out at VWAP on SMCI. Might mix those two up a little bit here today. SMR traded earlier, but SMCI triple bottom. Now we're right back to that 33 test. So it gets to VWAP. That was the plan of action the entire way. I said if it's trending down, show me the holdover VWAP. I'm going to take that trade every single time. But this is now looking a little bit better. The fact that we're back into our breakout price, I just want to see the V shape. Like give me something to hold on to. Like give me a bid up here on the 15-minute for a re-entry over the prior day. The market's still bleeding to the downside. So we're able to capture, and again, I call it getting away with it, where, yeah, we pull back into prior high works, the retake of the breakout ends up working, but it's a downward trending stock. It's a fail of the pre-market high. It's then a lower high put in, and it's still downward trending. So for now, yeah, longs might be working on the stock if you can get the entries, but it is going against the grain. And if I'm going against the grain, got to be very particular about it and try to go station to station. Intel's still trending down. Nothing looking good. The only good thing about Intel is it's now setting up a trend to the downside. So I can now put this in and say, hey, look, we've got a downward trend on Intel that can get broken. So the mean reversion trade today would actually be a long on Intel instead of a short, which I was kind of expecting it to be.
Guys, if someone handed you $1.25 million to trade, would your process change or just your upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Network provides. They're a futures prop firm that gives traders access to large SIM and live funded accounts every day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast same-day and daily payouts. And right now, evaluation accounts are 50% off. There's buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code on your screen to check it out. Funded Futures Network. Thank you to them for sponsoring. You know what? Let's do something here. Let's go find out who made all the money yesterday. So these are the top traders we trade at Real Trading here, which is, of course, a prop firm as well. So we trade prop on this show. We trade actual contracts as far as futures are concerned. We trade actual equities there. We don't trade CFDs or anything like that. And these are, we have over 60 live markets. So I'm just going to scroll down real quick here yesterday. So yesterday, big day alert, big day alert, big day alert yesterday. So these are all US denominated funds. So yesterday there was a trader. There's over 2,000 traders worldwide here at Real Trading, trading on the same platform that Neil and I are trading with. This is $48,000. So someone made $48,000 yesterday. Great trading by that gentleman or he or she. $42,000 for this trader there. They traded both the Amex, so Amex probably SPY there, or BMNR, things like that. There's, as we always say, there's lots of tricks to the trade in this market. Canada as well, big time numbers there for Canada, yeah. Amex. So probably a bunch of SPY trades in there yesterday. I mean, again, when Trump, I told you I was mad because as soon as that came out, man, we could just punch along. Obviously, smarter traders than us did. And there it is, man, nicely cooking yesterday. It was all North American. So normally we do get some European talk here as well. These are individual offices, P&L by trader. Oh, here's P&Ls by individual markets. So someone had Blue Ocean, 2,300, the CSE, 6,700, and so on and so forth. NASDAQ, NYMEX. So there we go. Anything trade over there. Nat Gas potentially as well. Someone did some damage over there in NYMEX yesterday. So that's who's making and where the money is coming from here at Real Trading. Okay, well, Google just flew through to 330. We tried to 330. We got out at 330. So we'll lose 10 cents there or 20 cents there on that kind of a play. But I'm going to try it one more time, actually, and give it a little bit more room now, because I do think that this market at some point thinks about at least coming back to the upside here. So we'll buy a little more Google down here at 330 and see if it does want to hold out. Let's give this one to 329.50, okay? I do like the trade. Not going to give back. We'll give back some if we lose, but we're not going to give back a whole bunch here if it does not work out for us. So we'll try to buy some 330 flats or so and see if that winds up working out for us. But here we go. A little bit of a dip buy opportunity there for us on Google into 330. My stop was too frugal there. I was like literally at 330. I got 330.20s there. So it breaks by 10 cents and then goes back up. So we should still probably be in this trade. Let's just make back what we lost. If I got out right now, that's what we would do. But let's see. Let's take out one piece now. I just offered 70s. Maybe we get that. And then we'll offer again in the 90s and see if we can get something up there. Let's see if Google wants to just give us back what we just lost. They're bad out for me, breaking that 330. So let's see. We're here in Google now, offering 68s, and see if we can get that. And still long on SMR, which is now higher than it's ever been for me. We get another out at 20. That's going to be a good trade. Not so much diamond hands there. What's up, Jay Bronson? He's got the dollar club going right there. We like that. So I'll find it right. Oh, I don't have it there. Oh, I'll find it for you any minute anyways. But there it is, Bronson. Thank you so much for you and all that you've contributed to this chat. I've seen you. There it is right there. He's got the dollar club. So when that happens, we hit that for you. There it is, dollar club on CRML. Bang, says Aura Alpha. You're welcome, pros. So yeah, I hope everybody was able to get that in here. There it is, Adam James again. Meta. 636 retest. So watch out there. I know that's a play that you've been talking about for a minute. And by the way, there it goes, man. SMR. Wow, what a mover there. Neil, this was 10 cents worth of risk right here to grab 35 cents. So let's take advantage of that, offer some 34s. Ooh, we did not get out there at 34. Not bad risk to reward there on SMR.
Yeah, it's been given it to you on SMR, no questions asked. And that's part of the course. You got to go to what is moving. But what I just want to point out on SMR, the potential for something special if it gets through 21. I still think that's going to be there. We'll talk about that if and when we're able to get there. Look, obviously a heavy dip, but we're starting to, at least for myself, you've now got a bit of a trend, 1, 2, 3. So a topping tail candle is going to get put in there. This could break trend over VWAP, SMCI. For that reentry, it just broke out above VWAP, so we're going to look to get back into this. This also gave you another 1% move off of the lows, but I want it pressing into the top. I like to say inventory, it's Obi's term, inventory into a break instead of having the break. I don't want to be long a breakout through the highs on SMCI. I want to be long going into a potential break is going to be the play. And I still do not seem to get picked up in
this market is going lower.
In Bitcoin. Like every time it comes up, to my level, the downtrend, it just puts in another lower high. So I'm not really getting the entries on IBIT. But I'm going to jump back in SMR over VWAP. Stop out is going to be this prior bar here on the 3-minute chart, as you can see. And JA 5304 saying CRISPR is up 5%. Is there any news? I didn't see any news on CRISPR myself. I can double check for you, but it's worth keeping in mind that there's probably a few things that are up today that are just relief rallying. So there might be particular news. Darish said she'll look as well.
Nothing on CRISPR.
Yeah, there's nothing on CRISPR. There's a lot of things that are going to be up today on pure relief rally. The thing about CRISPR is this break here, look at all the resistance at $60. I just feel like this thing is squeezing if it takes that out. It was more of a technical thing why I made it my pick. I pivoted from Boeing, which I like fundamentally more, but I just think it's a technical break if this gets through 60, and then it just starts flying.
All right, so far so good on the Google retest there, and we'll take a little bit out. We're long at 04s. We just got some out there in the 30s, but here it comes right back through again on Google. So I don't know if this market's going to hold or not. I mean, we're down into some levels. I should be potentially buying the TQQs down here. It's at the level that I had said at $53. It's just I'm not. Sans any sort of a news story. We don't have any more numbers unless we do. Let me just double check. Though nothing. So nothing else today. So maybe the market. The Elon thing, whatever. Maybe the market is safe for now, but I don't know. Let's see. We are already up 1% there today, and it's been like I said, the chat here. Forever defeated today, that's for sure. This was 83%, 80-20 bulls. So yeah, there hasn't really been a bullish move. I know that we've been making more. I'm positive. We're positive today, which is nice. So it's fine. But it hasn't really been too much of an extension. We're really, really lucky, man. My whole day is on Google. We've only have and SMR now, but SMR, Google, Palantir is what we've given some back on, trying to chase these longs. It looks like the 165 long is going to hold, but I say is going to hold, that's too certain, but has been holding. And I just meant if the market does continue to go backside there, this is going to have been a good long, and it's not too early or too late to take it now against that 165. I've just been, I'm sort of already long, and this had not been right. So Palantir all the way back up. And I thought this was going to be a positive day, man. Long 170 break. Phillips with an upgrade there. It's on my notes. So we'll see. Okay, here we go, Neil. Now we're starting to go on Google. What the hell? Nice move, guy. Yeah, we like that one on Google. I wasn't even prepared for that. We got some 50s. Then now we go. Now we get some 70s. Huge move up for Google. There it is, man. The bulls we ride again, ladies and gentlemen. It's a nice trade on SMR. It's a nice trade on Google as it keeps on getting to the high side right now. You're going to look at SMCI, so I'm just going to quickly look at Tesla and just have a quick look same kind of thing as the futures, trying to base out, kind of looks like a little bit like Palantir at these lows, but this has made a move back higher, so there goes Tesla. Great trading over there, great trading by SMR and Google, and Neil's had some great winners today. My stock, Marvell. We're still going to wait for BBAI, RVL. We're still going to wait for BBAI to get going through $6. Marvell bouncing nicely as well off 83. So we'll see if Marvell can get going. That's 2% now in the green. All right, man, almost $1 right here on the Google reload. So far, so good. Taking some more out right there at 80. We're also waiting at 90, and we will go over to Adara. There it is, 330.90 for Google. Bang.
Let's talk about these small caps. The first one, not the smallest of market caps, but nice move here for Big Bear AI, at least later yesterday. BBAI acquiring not the entire company, but certain technologies of Cargo Seer. Cargo Seer is, I think they let you basically use AI strategies, I guess, to scan cargo or bags, as far as I could tell, of their business model, but nice look there for BBAI. Let's talk about SXTP. Like all of the names today, this one has rallied in the past. It is not new to being mentioned on the show, nor is it new to being a small cap mover. 60 Degrees Pharmaceuticals announcing a partnership with Runway Health to expand pre-departure access to one of its treatments. Now, it's interesting, SXTP, when I was checking this morning at like 7:45, this is already rallying before this news came out at 8 a.m., so interesting stuff there. USAR on watch as well. USA Rare Earth selecting flour and WSP partners to advance top DFS, so lots of technical jargon here in this headline for USAR, but they are targeting heavy rare earth oxides production by late 2028, so lots of these smaller caps or meme movers to watch out for today. Back to you.
Want to give a shout out to Danny's boy for the super chat in here, talking about the silver miners. It was a strong move up. We already got Adam James talking about Meta. There we go. Silver miners are running. It was a move up in SLV, but it's not really sustaining the move as well. Danny's boy, let us know. Type the symbol in. Get the $ in there. Let us know which one in particular you happen to be watching, because it's a muted move overall. It's very much an inside and boring day on silver and gold. I don't know what to tell you. Why is there even I don't even know what ZA is. Or drop down.
PLD, ZA.
Yeah.
South Africa.
I guess it's got, yeah, that makes sense. Come on, gold. Yeah, again, not really moving that much, kind of an inside day in the metals, so they haven't even been on watch for me at any point in here today. SMCI, I can't be too happy with the wick out. That being said, I was in on a retake of 33, actually just underneath it. I ended up getting like 98s. But it came all the way down, pressing almost to the low. So I'm longing it in front of VWAP. I'm not holding it a % against to try to scalp it. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. So it does wick me out. I will try to jump back in, because you do have this V-shaped recovery look now all the way back into the highs on SMCI. We have another super chat. This one from Mr. Meatmaster. Okay. All right. Why not? We're going to look at Heartbeam. So, look, we appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. Remember, always put in $. That way your symbol can get on our list. That being said, it's up 8%. I'll throw it up for you. 350,000 shares worth of volume. Pretty untradeable. Not doing anything. But all I can give you is, hey, the pullback came into the 50 in prior lows, so maybe you've got some kind of a technical bounce going for you on beat. But 350,000 shares worth of volume is, that's no good, not for a small capper. So good luck in that one. It's not going to be a trading stock whatsoever. I'm assuming you're long, otherwise why put it in there?
We also got, again, we had talked about how many shares we had left on SMR, and it drops through right there. Big trade. We got out of SMR, and it just does break back in like really aggressively right there. So a bunch more outs, as Neil was talking, right into there. We did not break through the 200. We did not break through the 50. Nice downside moves right there for SMR. Still waiting. I mean, clear outs of Google again, upside at 330.80. I mean, we're long right now against 329.50. So yeah, all good. Like that's where my stop is 329.50. So good little risk reward here. We're long at 90s, and we're now up 80 cents. So not too good at all. Not too bad at all on Google. We'll wait for that. Yeah, I do see that question there. What do I think about the futures today? Yeah, I mean, it's at the level that I like. There is no doubt about that right into here. I mean, I wrote down on the note today that I did think a dip down into 53 could be something. There's Micron 400 break, does not happen, goes the other way. Palantir 170 break does not happen, goes the other way. But here we go, man. Into 53 is sort of where I wanted to start this bidding. But maybe we're a little early. Ryan Cohen long 22 on GameStop there, as well as I bring this back over so we can have a quick look there. I'm just going to try to see if, I mean, Google's been fine. Let's take another out right now. I mean, this is $1 in the money. We'll take another out here at 65s, see if we can, well, it's 80 cents in the money. We'll see if we can get a 65, and there it is. It comes through again. But yeah, looking for more names, right? We just got that silver talk there, and this was no, it's not. But I liked, yesterday I liked 86, 87 as the top. So, you know, this would be an area again that I would like. So 86 to 86.50 to 87, wait for this thing to get a little more parabolic and then get up to this area and then look for a short. Yes, Google. Now Google officially into that club again, so we like that one. I'm tempted to take SMR one more time there, but yeah, junior silver models. We had AG was the stock that in Toronto here, I guess. Well, we can look at it in New York. First Majestic.
Pan American reported this morning, I think.
Yeah, AG was one of my guys' picks over there, Fabian. So AG, nice move to the high side right there, right now. This is a quick little update. It's still obviously early days, man. We're not even a month into this yet. But here we go. This is who's winning right now. Adara up 8% with her picks. Neil and I holding, well, Neil now officially holding up the rear. Down 3%. Joe down 3%. Brendan down 3%. I'm down 2%. Ramin right here. And all of our picks. Adara here. Let's go over the top one. Adara winning right now up 8%. With Boeing, Starbucks, and the big one, Oracle. Oracle up 13%. This is a short. So that's up 13% right now. Starbucks is up 8%, and Boeing is up 5% right now. So Neil, yeah, exactly. Well, no, it says it right here. And then so it's Neil, Joe, myself. So we're just hanging around in the middle here, and some random dude named Mateo. What's up,
Well,
Mateo?
that'll be easily. The thing about it is like CRISPR is literally up 5 today. AV.
Oh yeah.
So they're flashing around. Everything's still in the same range.
Yeah, Mateo's got Alibaba there. Mateo.
No, he loves.
Yeah, he loves Amorize. He keeps telling me about that one. That one's been
every time I see the guy.
Yeah, it's because it's been a dumpster fire. Uber as well. So this guy's got two of my picks here, Uber and Alibaba. But yeah, that Amorize is another one that he likes. Just probably wanted to get attention on that name. But yeah, first silver, nice move there, Fabian. Majestic, crushing it right now. And it goes to show, man, everyone around here just much smarter than myself. All right, Google now $1. I just do this. This is my job here, day trading. You guys can see that we're clearly putting up something here today. We'll get a nice out. And look, man, we did 170% last year on this. So we'll see if it can happen again. We took a shot like you did. We took some shots. We got Big Bear AI. So we'll wait to see if that one can go. And Big Bear AI, actually, with only now 30 seconds until 10:30, we get nat gas. But only 30 minutes until I'm out of here. I'm actually going to cancel the Big Bear AI trade. I was going to go long through $6 if that got going, but right now Big Bear AI just doing absolutely nothing. So we're going to pass on that, up 1% right now. Yeah, great call, Oracle. I mean, not only that, Adara's also missed about $150 of this. She told me Oracle was a complete nightmare, and that quarter was hot fire garbage. So when I was hearing about that, it ripped back up there. And then I actually was able to get out at 319 right on this day, and then it just kind of fell right down. So, you know, realistically, Adara's, should be short up here if we had that a little earlier. All right, Adara, 10 seconds, might as well throw to you.
Yeah,
you want to have the
thank you for the kind words. I just really quickly wanted to say there as well, guys, like, we can talk all we want about remaining performance obligations, but if you're missing revenue 2 quarters in a row, maybe there's a problem, like, closer to home.
No questions asked. So that gas actually just moved a little bit there. So we'll get to that in a quick little second, but I wanted to make sure we pay attention to the fact that there are millions of concussions, yet zero, and I mean zero, approved therapies. Oragenics, and that's OGEN on NYC, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal, brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Oragenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead? Book a meeting today. Thank them for sponsoring this part of the show. Nat gas just dropped. In 90 minutes, we'll also get crude oil inventories. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, keep an ай on AAPL. As you guys know, a couple days ago, Capital Watch with a report basically calling AAPL the laundromat basically for the NASDAQ, accusing it of basically some Asian companies or syndicates being involved in money laundering through AppLovin. I digress. The point I'm trying to make is after releasing this report on AppLovin, Capital Watch now teasing on their website, apparently there are 3 more reports about AppLovin coming in the future. Now this follows at least 3 short reports on AppLovin from last year. So again, looks like Capital Watch, to be fair, obviously a little bit biased because they had their own short report, but they said that there's a couple more short reports that we could be expecting on APP going forward. Back to you.
Thank you there, Adara. AppLovin taking it on the chin, not the first time. They've been piling those reports on the day after day. We did jump back into the dip buy. I said I wasn't going to take the breakout through the pre-market highs on SMCI, so it dipped into the open range bottom. Those are the only levels to work off: prior day high, volume weighted average price, and the open range resistance. So it dipped into there at the quarters, grabbed it. It's still trying to break out through the $0.50, so I think I'm going scalp mode here. One of the reasons for that, if you look at what's going on with the market, down press, one push, back into VWAP, and holding underneath. So like we're downward trending. So if we're not going to fly through the highs, I want to make sure we're being careful about the long trade, because the market's been a short. Like, let's be real. So like making money on the longs to me has been make sure you have a tight stop, make sure you try to read the room. Like this clean move into VWAP, but with the first push, could barely break out that open range high, so I had to be more aggressive getting out. I feel the same way about almost all of these longs. Like, get what you can get and don't be upset. And rest in peace, Bitcoin, IBIT. There was never anything that great about this move. It keeps on plunging every time I'm trying to get this one into VWAP. So you're now at 88,500. Bitcoin's a problem. I'm willing to bet BM&R is getting smoked here today's live and checked it out. I'm just going to double. I like to go through the names to see if there's something that I don't have to chase that far to get in on the trend, like maybe even like a Mara as well. Just double checking for myself here to see how bad it is. Yeah, they're already at the lows. So yeah, the one place that you can look for weakness has certainly all morning long. I mean, the market's not great, but it's even worse if you look in crypto in.
Yeah, the spot that we're missing. Sure, like Google's an absolute beast, right? I mean, Google's an absolute monster. Yeah, you can throw it up there. There's all the names there. So if anybody's in the chat, you can go check it out from Danny's Boy. There's some of the metal names there. HYMC, I guess you're talking about. Highcroft is the only Pan American, PAAS there. So a couple names to have a quick little look at, as well as everybody's getting real excited in the chat about silver. Silver go boom right now. Meta go boom. Meta go boom up 4% right there. What's the story about Meta again there? Adara, let's bring Adara.
Positive analyst note this morning, I believe from Jefferies. Yeah, it was definitely from Jefferies, but they just maintained a buy rating, maintained a $910 price target. Interestingly enough, saying it's actually poised better than Google in certain ways, which is kind of an odd comp, but either way.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, someone needs to get out of their Meta shares, I guess. Nice dip buy by whoever upgraded them today. They obviously got long at 600. Needs a little bit of help, so they do that. This happens in the market all of the time. So watch out there as Meta keeps on climbing there today. I mean, I like Meta. It's a holding of mine. There's no doubt about that. But let's just wait to see for earnings if this is going to be a buy or not. Meta right now, nice move there. Someone wants to get out of this before earnings, so it's a nice move up. Wouldn't be surprised if we bounce again near and around that 640 to 650 area in a name that you're not going to be able to keep down. It's funny because like Google also today grabs that upgrade from Raymond James, so trying to get this name to go, but you don't need to try that hard. There goes Google right now. It is now a $1 and a $2 winner right now. So this is what's really been working for me, as Neil mentions as well. Like, keep your losses tight, right? And try to hold on to something here for a bigger win. And that's what we've been doing today with Google. And we actually, we talked about it yesterday, as Intel was one of the better stocks for me. And today, obviously, Google. I've only traded Google, Palantir, and then now look at SMR. Oh my God. We get out at the lows again for SMR, but we're not going to cry over spilled milk here. Although we've only made about 15% on SMR what we made on Google. It was a good trade, and unfortunately we did stop out. We should have used the very low. Once we got out of like 85% of this name up here, we could have switched our stop and actually gone a little bit lower because we not exposed to that much, but we still
keep our 10-cent stop loss in there, and we just respect that. So there's our out at 332 ahead of VWAP. Honestly, man, next stop for Google, let's just see if we can get to 334 to 335. So I'm gonna put some offers here at 333.50 on the 200 period, and then again at 334.50, and see if we can just pop through right there on Google. Very, very comfortable morning so far. The market has really been paying attention to levels, and I mean, this was the biggest mistake by me because we should have been long. Normally we would be. I was just holding too many Google shares to really support 2 positions long there. So 53.15, great level coming into 53. It was where we talked about it, but just didn't have sort of the, conviction, I guess, to take Google and the futures, but we could have easily done that. So we've done it so many times before. But there goes the futures, the TQQs. Nothing but love back up to the upside. What up, Miss A?
Just be aware here, Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla and many other companies, is currently speaking live at Davos. He's got a haircut. Apparently this is his first ever appearance at Davos. It's pretty subdued. Truthfully, I would not have known if he was even live if I hadn't gone on the Davos website, because I'm only starting to just now see social media accounts post about it. So very low-key and completely unexpected appearance here for Elon Musk from Davos. When I made our Davos schedule for the day yesterday, he wasn't even on there. So this is like a pretty last-minute appearance, guys. Back to you.
I was just sort of searching because I don't even have the stream up. If you have the link, can you just message me? You're on the website. Just fire it to me because I don't want to be hunting for it while we're live trading. No, it said it did not feel that I wanted to be in the breakout of SMCI, so we'll go again with the tight stop out, and it's been pretty good so far, like catching our spots in. The bounce off the low has been the best in terms of getting all the way back into VWAP, but what ends up happening here, I'm just going to quickly show you like why the out, even though it's coming into VWAP. Well, one thing you'll always see me say at about this time, or usually at some point after 10 o'clock, if I start to see on my 3-minute, I can go 1, 2, 3, and we got 3 points on a trend line. If I am long, I am out. If I was short, if I was thinking short, I'd probably be in this reversal, but I'm getting out of any long when you break that kind of a 3-point trend line. And speaking of those, Intel just broke at the same time that I was looking at SMCI again for that continuation play. Intel just broke its trend line to set upside. So even if this dips back into VWAP, Intel looks like a long from here. It hasn't gone green yet. That would be the one concern. You haven't been able to hold red to green just yet, but the range has been, I'd say, pretty solid. I mean, it's $1 worth of range, so it's kind of like Intel trading like it usually does. I don't think that's going to last. Not with earnings coming through, not with the volatility that it's had, but you really have had to pick your spots. That's one thing that, for myself, like if you've noticed, like I'm not fighting around with anything. Like I have my entry, I've got the play. If it does not hold onto that level, forget it. If it doesn't extend and start showing me a trend, I'm not trying to re-long it. I don't mind with SMR. If anything, and I said this before, the reason you can say things like 3 for 3 or whatever, like I just don't even care. I can be up today, and I can be up on all 3 stocks I've traded today. In what world is it not an epic fail that I'm not short at IBIT right now? Who cares? Like I like Bitcoin for a short. Bitcoin's done nothing but go to the downside. So now I got to start thinking about, as the market comes back up, got to make a decision. Do we still like it at VWAP? Answer right now is going to be a yes. As long as we're not completely breaking out V-shape, I'm still going to favor this one to the south side and jump into it if we get that opportunity. But a lot of things are starting to look a little bit more constructive. I see in the chat, NVIDIA just got propped up. We haven't even looked at NVIDIA today. I'm telling you, the chip names that are, the chip names that are not NVIDIA have usually been moving more. I think you're getting a little bit of that here today. But it's a good it's a good consolidation. Anytime you're consolidating off of highs, I consider that to be bullish. But I'm pretty sure I said yesterday we wanted 187 to go. Now you need to break back above 187. And even then on NVIDIA, look at the chop and problem you've got with 190 to 191 on the daily chart. There's just somebody is selling every time it gets to 190 bucks. There's not much you can do about this. And as I say that, I want to show you another chart which is similar, completely unrelated. Rigetti, sellers $26 to $26.50 for 2 weeks in a row now. You won't find many charts that look like this. all I know is when Rigetti breaks 27, that's just going to be a long. It's that simple. You do not consolidate this long. If it breaks, I'm taking it. It's not going to be today. But I see a lot of that happening in NVIDIA in the 190, 191 level. It gets more exciting if it breaks through somewhere new. That's what made SMCI look good today. Let's go back over to Adara, see if we have an update from Elon.
Really odd convo here with Elon Musk and Larry Fink. Interesting convo, and certainly I think probably above my pay grade in a lot of levels, but if you're interested in robotics, absolutely give this a listen. Basically, Elon Musk is just being asked by Larry Fink, if you think that robots are going to outnumber humans, which Elon does, then at what point does human purpose cease to exist? So very existential for 10:30 in the morning, but certainly worth a listen if you are interested in that type of thing. Let's talk here about this sector map, which is pretty green, though there are some notable exceptions. Utilities is weak here, producer manufacturing struggling, energy minerals a little bit to the downside, and retail trade, with the exception of Amazon and CVNA Carvana up like 4%. Retail trade, though, generally a little bit weaker, light red from Costco, TJX, and WMT or Walmart. Let's move on to what's really strong because tech services leading the way here. AppLovin and Netflix once again lagging in this sector. AppLovin's had a really rough week with Capital Watch, which issued a short report on AppLovin a couple days ago, teasing there are 3 more reports on app that we should be expecting soon. That being said, Oracle, Palantir, Microsoft, Google, and Meta all really strong, with Meta and Google getting positive analyst notes this morning. Electronic technology has some strength here. Arista Networks up 10%, Apple and NVIDIA strong, but GE to the downside here on earnings day one. They're trading near day lows. Health technology generally strong with the exception of its earnings play here, Abbott Labs. Consumer non-durables, though, being held up by PG on earnings. Consumer services also strong. So generally lots of strength, though this is the point in earnings season where you start to see these earnings plays impacting the sectors a little bit or making their mark. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And Elon talking about Optimus and how it'll be important for elder care.
I hope he's optimistic.
He better be. But look, there's not enough, not enough young people to take care of old people in the world. Yeah. That is 100% true. Who knows how far away we are from this? I mean, he's certainly obviously set some aggressive targets for 2027 for Optimus. We'll see if the rollout happens, but there's material shortages. There's all kinds of issues in production. It's not going to be easy, but he's done it before. Tesla's not moving a heck of a lot. It's holding view up. Still no breakout of the highs on Tesla. Looking a little bit better. I want to say marginally better than it was earlier. Since he started talking, it's moved like a couple of dollars. So with the market coming back in, retest in IBIT for this 90K level, which will be about the volume weighted average price. I'm watching IBIT here, but I can quickly show you we're at 88.99. So we're 89,000. We'll be just above 89,000 on Bitcoin if we get into VWAP. I'm just looking for the lower highs to continue on through. As long as it holds on to this trend, we go for the short on IBIT, which has been weak into a now strong market. Market's bullish now, but we are still down from the open. I know we're up 0.7, but we're still down from the open technically.
Yeah, the interesting there. More robots than humans. That should be interesting. Yeah, so missed trade of the day for me is 53.15s coming in right there. We should have had that TQ trade as it's trying to blast a little bit higher. And we're just going to look for some more opportunities at some point. Yo, what's up, Jay Benson? Jay Bronson again there. Another Dollar Club winner. I like that one. And then here it is. This is from Pops Mafia. Green tea right here. We say shout out to that. Put a little bit of honey. Into some green tea. Yeah, Elon Musk at Davos. A number of robots produced will saturate all human needs. That's what it is. Believes there will be, well, here we go, billions of humanoid robots. So yeah, outpacing the human number, I guess. All right, so Tesla, and again, Apple is talking about having that little pin type of thing on their lapel. Like, I guess the robots don't all have to be Optimuses running around. There could be some other kind of means, I guess. That only means great things for a Palantir, means great things for a Big Bear AI, so on and so forth, and any of the robotic names. ARK Q, is that the one? Yeah, that's a robotic. So oops, that's an AM. I'm in this name as well. So this is for me, this has AVAV, it has Rich Tech, it has Tesla, it has all all the big ones, and it's just stuck on blue ocean. But this has had a nice move higher as well from its 50-period moving average, as you can see down here right now. Oh man, my mouse again. This is just so brutal. 150, nice upside into 135, 130, looking to hold. ARKQ today. Adara's got something else from Davos?
Yeah, I just have here with Elon Musk. He's mentioning AI right now, so maybe keep an eye on these AI names, basically saying that the cost of AI is changing meaningfully constantly. I get Larry Fink just talking to him about the implications of a lot of what he's saying here with regards to compute being required for this and his view that robots will at some point outnumber humans. Back to you.
Okay. Bold from Elon.
Well, that's what he is, a bold guy with big comments and big dreams. And I think it is going to happen. It's just a matter of time. It might not happen in our lifetime.
No, it's like when the president says that the stock market's going to double. I'm like, well, yeah, it always does eventually.
Yeah.
It's an easy statement to say. If you could let us know, that'd be great, Donald. And just give us a bit of a timeline, and then we'll believe you. You've certainly been right about Intel all along. No questions asked. Buying at 19, or I think they got it at about $19 going into their earnings. So here comes a dip potentially in the VWAP here for that Intel. So there's your trend break. Looks like we could potentially dip in. If we don't dip here, you still have a potential breakout. So we closed at 54.25. Like you could consolidate here and then break out the prior high. But I think you're going into the dip buy on Intel. And just to show you, it's just a line in a chart. We come into VWAP and do not hold the volume weighted average price on IBIT. So see, I'm not in. To me, an entry is it gets to the level you're looking for, shows me what I want to see, which is weakness, and then you short it. Not just it gets back into the line on the chart. If you just short it because it's at a line in the chart, well, the market doesn't see that line. It sees buyers and sellers. So if there are no sellers in there starting to win, then I'm not taking the trade. Now I wait for 50-80. Just a matter of patience for sure. And a couple of chip names that we haven't gone over and we're paying attention to the chat. ARM is strong and has been, and obviously has been a beleaguered stock. There's something about this move that you got to keep in mind, up 5 points today. Remember, Apple got a bit of a bump. They're going to move when there's bullishness in handsets. So when Apple looks a little bit stronger, when people are talking positively about mobile devices, that's going to be a boost in there for ARM. Notice how weak it's been while Apple's been weak. And notice how it catches a bid when Apple catches a bit of a bid. So I think that's at least part and parcel what's going on with ARM, up another 5 points today. It doesn't break 100, so woe is me on the dip buy.
Yeah, ARM was a good trade there. We can go over some of the earnings plays today. I just see someone there talking about General Electric. I mean, down 6.4% into today. I'm just going to double check our watch list and see what exactly we talked about here on our watch. Actually, you know what? I'm going to check Sharif's morning note for GE into here. So we can definitely have a quick little look. There's BitGo's IPO. Here's GameStop notes. Again, here's Coupang coming in, P&G as well. Here's GE Aerospace. So adjusted Q4 earnings of $1.54, beating $1.43. Revenue came in upside as well, 90% year-over-year growth. So what the heck's the problem here? Fundamental driven is not a short-term earnings pop. Strong growth, backlog guidance, reinforced long-term bull case. So that's good. 318, 319, 314. So here it is. GE Aerospace guides 710 to 740, midpoint 725, which is above 712. So yeah, as I read through all of these notes right now, I'm not actually finding too many problems here with GE, and you could see today GE Aerospace getting hit pretty darn good, down that 7%. So yeah, man, like I keep saying, man, someone smarter than me must know something, because there goes GE straight to the downside into 298. And you want to talk about a stock where you're going to get some value on if you like the aerospace spot of things. This goes all the way back to September now. So you're back to where someone like JP Morgan and some of these other stocks were as well. All right, D-Dog said that he thinks the revenue guidance was weak. So I don't know. I'm seeing here on the guide, could have been the revenue guidance, but I just see the outlook forward guided FY 2026 EPS. So maybe the revenue, yeah, we don't have the revenue number on here. So that could have been part of the oh yeah, adjusted revenue climbed 21%, but that's not moving forward. So okay, so that's potentially why. So a good little look there, but an absolutely insane chart, man. This is from 150, 160 to 330. It puts a double on its head, and now it's just coming back in a little bit. A little bit more work needed for me on this one, but yeah, GE Aerospace down 6%, 7% today, and might be worth something down there. Oh yeah, solar satellites soon, by the way. Elon Musk talking about now solar satellites being launched into the air, so into the sky. So that should be an easy way to garner power when you're up there. So let's see if that continues to work. FSLR, just heard some news in my ear as well, and everybody in the chat
Enphase was already
sort of chanting about FSLR now. Nice move higher. Yeah, Enphase was up good yesterday and today, I believe.
9% for Enphase. I don't know what's
FSLR, nothing.
FSLR is up 1%.
Yeah, it's not doing its straight chilling right now.
Enphase crushing right now, up 9% versus that First Solar. I believe we are going back to Adara. We have 9 minutes to go. It's almost 11 o'clock. Adara, what do you have for us?
I'll be quick here, guys. Elon Musk still talking, saying that his companies, I believe, SpaceX and Tesla, though, as mentioned earlier, he has quite a few. Looks like some of them are actually trying to build large-scale solar. So solar continues to be on watch here in Elon's speech. Let's talk about this economic data today. We had a lot of excitement for it, but not really a lot of follow-through in terms of the numbers being super out of what we were expecting. GDP, though, that being said, 4.4% for Q3 2025, above estimates of 4.3%. Initial jobless claims coming in a little bit better than expected, or lower than expected anyway, 200,000 versus 209,000 expected, though that number is still a little bit above the previous print of 198K. GDP price index in line with estimates 3.8%. And then we get these PCE prints, all of which were exactly in line with estimates. PCE year over year and month over month, core and non-core for October and November. So the Fed's preferred inflation gauge giving us exactly what analysts were expecting. That's PCE year over year at 2.8%. PCE month over month at 0.2%, core PCE year over year at 2.8%, and core PCE month over month at 0.2%. Personal income a little bit lower than expected here, 0.3% versus 0.4% expected. But other than that, pretty ho-hum round of 10 a.m. economic data. Now, in terms of this U.S. dollar, we are coming in here into that prior level of support going back to Tuesday at 98.2. Let's see what happens if we hit it right now, trading around 98.45. We're going to send you back over to Sean and Neil for the final minutes of our morning trading show.
Thank you, Adara. Just to explain Enphase being up 9% when you don't see much else in the space, Citigroup upgrades Enphase Energy to neutral, raising the price target to $37, which you might notice is not significantly, but lower than where it is. So they were never that bullish on it, but raising, that's all. Today was a wath, an absolute wath of upgrades on the list. So there's a lot of bullishness going in by the analysts. Down Sky, thank you for the $5 super chat. RSG looks like a nice setup on the hourly. It's a safer stock in general. So if you're going on the higher time frame, then I will join you on the higher time frame, because when you're day trading, we care about things like the 3-minute. On the monthly, it's solid on the monthly, although still kind of in that pullback range. What about the weekly here for you? We'll just jump in. I like to go top down. Yeah, on the weekly chart, absolutely. You close this bar without even drawing a trend line. You can see if we close up here this week, we're breaking and challenging this downward trend already with a higher low. So boom, higher low, and then potential trend break on the weekly RSG. That does actually look pretty good as well on that weekly time frame. So remember, if your time frame for entry is on a weekly chart, then your time frame for the swing trade should be on that as well. So you got to have patience with those plays. We have another one. Nick Dub, thank you for super chat. CRISPR, your best trade of the month, 3.5. Love swing long look. I agree with you. That's why we made it the pick. Continued move on in alt. Sean, like Uber, Airbnb, and ILMN
I don't
for
love
2026. I haven't looked at Airbnb.
I don't love Airbnb, but we can have a look at that for sure.
Using a lot of Verbo. I don't know.
I haven't.
For the first time, we're not using Airbnb anymore when we go to Florida. The last couple of years, we're booking with Verbo. I think we're going back to Adara at the desk.
Now we're getting tons of Tesla talk from Elon here during his conversation with Larry Fink at Davos, saying that robotaxi service will be, quote, very, very widespread by the end of this year within the U.S. He also said, as I mentioned earlier, talking about SpaceX and Tesla building up the solar power, but he also said Tesla will be selling Optimus to the public by the end of next year, so teasing out when Optimus is going to be sold. He's talking about robotaxi. He's also saying that the time frame for self-driving approval in China likely to be similar to that of Europe. So lots to talk about here today from Elon. I'll keep listening to that. Back to Neil and Sean.
That's a good point.
Yeah, here's Airbnb. I mean, Airbnb is starting to, I don't know, it looks better than I thought for sure. I thought we were still down here, but we're not. So Airbnb, yeah, looking pretty good, man. I mean, I think you want to take out this 145. That looks pretty obvious. You know, nice hold of the 50 period and the 200 period moving average. You get a little bit of a cross there, the death cross moving higher there on Airbnb. So yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be a good look. All right, man, what's for lunch today? Okay,
Oh,
Sharif asking already what flag it is. All right, so you see, this is what I'm saying. Like, we're adding so much more depth to this segment. Japanese flag today. So that's pretty good. We've had some beef bulgogi before. We've had some different things. The last time we had something that was Japanese, it was teriyaki tilapia. So that ended my run of tilapia.
That was the.
So I am no longer.
Straw that broke the camel's back.
I am. Well, yeah, mine was sashimi tilapia, so that's not cool there. So I will no longer be having tilapia because that request has been made. But Neil, my friend, today's lunch is once again teriyaki tilapia. So Neil, let us know how you enjoy that. It comes with vegetable pilaf, steamed vegetables, and chef's choice salad. An epic fail today on the teriyaki tilapia, but we can't, you know, beggars can't be choosers, but that's what's for lunch.
We get a catered lunch, can't hate that much.
Yeah, this is going to be great. So hopefully it is a great experience for many of you. And I mean, tilapia has been, I've actually had in mind, I haven't minded it here. It's been the worst of all the proteins I feel like we get. It hasn't been horrible, but my last experience on this teriyaki experience was a very negative one. So I am out of the game now for tilapia. All right, so that's what's for lunch. I hope you guys enjoy your lunch. I sort of knew today when Elon Musk was going to be talking, there wasn't going to be really anything negative that he was going to say. We talked about, you know, Ryan Cohen with GameStop buying up his own shares today. We sort of thought that there would for sure be some kind of a talk about robotics. I mean, we literally, if you just rewind it to 8:30 or 8 o'clock, we live every day at 8 o'clock, by the way. We had mentioned, you know, what was potentially going to be talked about. I don't think it's rocket science to talk like that. And there goes Tesla, man, up 1.4%. Does come right into these levels again. We talked about yesterday's closing prints. I didn't have a bid down here, nor was it on the note today, but that's yesterday's closing prices is where we bounced off today. So let's just keep that in mind, man. All you can really do is put these little tidbits in your mind so you can trade it tomorrow. Yeah, guys, I know Palantir. Palantir is the only stock that we wound up losing on today, obviously, but we're 2 for 3. Google, Palantir, SMR, and we'll have a bigger day now than I had yesterday at this time. We'll see position pending with this Google trade, still $1. But yeah, Palantir, I'm buying this name. If this comes back into 165, I'm going to buy it. So that's a trade to look out for during the midday show. 165 long on Palantir, just giving it 50 cents or so with a heartbeat there, and then giving the NASDAQ a heartbeat as well if we come back into 53 again. So let's just see if the market does something like this this afternoon, and if it, or on the midday, and if it does, we'll be sitting there to try to catch the bottom part of this, not the middle, not the tops. We're just going to try to catch if there is a little bit of a push back in on these stocks. We'll be sitting there to see if we can buy some of the dips. Okay, I don't want to break out longs on anything. I don't think there's enough news. But again, Trump, I think we heard that he took the plane back, right? He's left Davos. I think that's what.
Yeah, he had to drive out.
Yeah,
but he got on the Air Force One, so he's out of the building.
Yeah. Unless
he's going to do something from Air Force One.
I think Mark Carney did make a deal with China for tilapia. That might be part of what it is, right there. So yeah, there might be some tilapia tariffs happening around this place.
He's talking about cozying up. That was one of the things he said in his speech. It's like looking for alternatives. We saw how that went yesterday in terms of a response. But we'll see how it goes. Look, it's almost on the clock.
They're low-key going to announce a deal very, very soon, Canada, U.S.
No, I've been thinking we would announce a deal for a while now, but ultimately, there's obviously been other priorities that had to happen. And now that the Greenland thing is through, I think you could at least come next. SMR off VWAP is going to be the next play. Intel potentially for a trend break. We're already scalped in here on SMR, but Intel's not getting to VWAP on this dip. Intel now making some higher lows, still thinking it can press into VWAP for a dip buy. They are reporting tonight. Intel will be sticking around for sure to bring you those Intel earnings. Good, bad, up, down, doesn't really matter what they do. We're going to cover it for you in the new format. So make sure you enjoy the midday. Thank you for another super chat. We got one just at the end. I'm going to throw it up very quickly because I don't want us to miss this.
Yeah,
here.
let's do it.
It's from WCM. Good tunes. GameStop looks prime for a big move. Ryan Cohen certainly thinks so. You can find that on both the notes, both streets note for all the members. There, you can find that there. It's breaking out on long-term resistance. Think it moves in dollars. When it does move, I agree with you, it moves in dollars. 5 points today on GME. It hasn't yet taken out this level on the daily, but once you're through 23.5, 24, the short sellers, let's just see where the chance when it gets through 24. We'll leave it at that. We got Sharif. We got Obi filling in for Joe. He is resting up and locked and loaded for next week.
Yeah, he's ready.
We'll be back at 2. For now, it's the midday. It's time for me.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to Midday Show. That is your boy. He is the freaking Obi, and I'm Sharif. And we were both chuckling there because, well, we'll tell you. Let's say hello to everybody. We got Jal, Press, we got Wyatt, Yannick, Jay, Lemon, Family, Hypercube, and Peter. Oslem. We got Julio, Annie, Anil. He buys low and he sells high. Shut it down, Anil.
Like
got Daniel, sit and spin. Can't read that one, not quite yet. Brown Lighting, 420. Bud Monster joining us from the other side of the pond. Ahmed and Princess. We got Kurt D. We got Sufian Suprai. Train Forever. Who else, man? We got Green Saber, Vizbot, Cool Man to the house. Shout out to Megastar, Exclusive. Byron Hall's joining us as well as Steve. And we got Claude. We got the all-class John Van Saunders. We got, who else, man? Jay Junder Clover, Dad Trader. We got, who else? Basu Games, Smoking Mama, 420. New York Sense, Mr. Love Shack, Darwin, the freaking OG, saying DXYZ is moving. That is, of course, what we know to be one of the SpaceX proxies. Let's have a take. Oh, nice breakout there, up 5 1/4. Shout out to the OG Darwin. We got Party P, Joe Chong, and Mosh Palmer. In any event, good morning to everybody, and good morning to you, Ob.
Good morning as well. Hopefully everyone is doing great today. We'll start off with Adara.
The Elon Musk interview is coming to an end. Larry Fink saying many nice things here about Elon. But I want to talk here about Google, GOGL. As I mentioned a lot of times, guys, keep an eye on Google around 11 a.m. because that tends to be when the company announces stuff over their blog. Today, announcing they're expanding their AI mode with personal data integration and enhanced search features. So again, Google here, AI mode expansion. Keep an eye on GOGL, and always keep an eye on this talk around 11 for any potential blog drops. I believe at one point they announced quantum stuff over the blog at 11, so that's certainly the place to look. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Zara. Today, what an open. Straight flush off of the open. Some of yesterday's price action, we saw at the end of the day what a potential tweet can do, but a little bit of a sentiment shift, right? Kind of tacoing on the tariffs over Greenland tacos. So market bid up, maybe a little bit of a squeeze, maybe some, let's say, very mechanical buying.
Very mechanical.
So that kind of happened. So we'll see what happens today. Today we kind of gave back some of that as well right off of the open. So short was quite nice. I think some of the best trades off of the open. I definitely missed a few good ones. I only got involved with Micron on a potential push up, but SNDK, that 500, that also a trend break here from yesterday's action. This one didn't really experience that much of a fluctuation off of any of the market move that we had yesterday. You can see quite strong, holding its own right there, but flush coming in quite nice. 500, straight slice through that 500 off of the open. So I was looking at SNDK, I was looking at Micron as well. Micron, man, again, I was telling Sharif that in the Blue Ocean session, we had some significant price action on Micron last night. It was pretty crazy. Let's take a look at what happened in the Blue Ocean session there.
What happened, Ob?
Right off of the open. This action right here, pure squeeze.
That's crazy.
Through into and through 400, all the way up to 405s. Fails, pulls back. So I don't know. I was looking at it and I was like, all right, Micron might be interesting. Might be an interesting one off of the open tomorrow, as we could not hold that 400 and very squeeze-like action in the after hours. So coming into the intraday, guess what, Sharif?
Yes,
that
sir.
400 break back down happens in the pre-market. We come in, pre-market lows, 394s, slices through that. Prior day close, slices right through that as well. So I was watching it. I missed all of the shorts there, but some of those shorts were probably the best trades off of the open, in my opinion, for my playbook. But didn't really participate in them. On to the next trade, which again was the reversion.
Right, sir.
So right side of the V here on Micron. Got a little chopped up here on push. I got a little spooked there. Again, real risk is down to this low here. I got involved all the way up here above 380s. The low was 376s and some change, just shy of 377s. Tried it once, didn't really work out. Tried it again, got to VWAP, got all the way there. I was looking for maybe a 50% retracement, but that still hasn't come in yet. Got a little chopped up, so gave this back to break even, not the best. Gave this back to somewhat break even here on the second attempt. And then the third attempt, I just wanted to take the push through 386s. This was a flat top push, double top here at 386s. That was holding very, very cleanly. So I'm like, yeah, I want to try to build some inventory, take it through that 86, especially when it starts to ramp up and close in, and the market is starting to turn, and SNDK is starting to push as well. So that's good. That was good confluence for me. So just took a piece off from just below 385s all the way up into 386s, 387s, just shy of 387s. But now we're consolidating higher. Now we're holding above VWAP. So the continuation, I might like that a little bit more here. Let's see what the market does as well. I'm watching SNDK as well. I would potentially consider SNDK maybe a bit of a leader, but they both kind of do their own thing. Here, VWAP is holding as of right now on both of these names. So, you know, some of these chips very strong off of the open in terms of the sell side. AMD we were watching yesterday.
AMD.
Nothing too crazy here on AMD today. NVIDIA, and that slice off of that the tweet there of the tariffs being canceled. That was intense. That was pretty aggressive, and a lot of things broke through their intraday highs. I remember taking that Google reversion as well. That was beautiful, right? But held VWAP, couldn't even get through, and that swipe back up was quite nice as well. And today we consolidated above prior day's highs in the pre-market, almost getting me, making me have a very strong long bias, but then off of the open straight chop. So I didn't really do much with it either. So those are some of the things that I was watching, Sharif. And
Sure.
I guess I'll talk about a couple more here. PG, Procter & Gamble, had earnings, but off of the open, strong bid up there, pulls back into VWAP. I guess VWAP is the place to get involved on this one because it held it like a champ, but even anchored VWAP coming in around the same area. So that was the only place where I really see a potential trade here. Maybe the pre-market high break, but you can see off of the open, it chopped that up as well. So a little bit more difficult off of the open, but once the bid does catch on, it's starting to grind up slowly higher, now trading above 150s. And I think there was one more name here that I had on watch. I think it was SMCI. Neil messaged me in the morning. He was just like, you know, SMCI is looking pretty decent.
Right.
But SMCI, bit of a chop fest for me. I was watching this key level at around 33. Flushes off the open, sideways chop, so not really doing that daily, weekly breakout as of right now. I really liked Mobileye. Mobileye had earnings today with a gap down, and Sharif, this was coming into a very, very key level, in my opinion. So if we just zoom out on this one on the weekly, you can see here prior lows were coming in at $10.04 right here on the weekly. This was the 15th of December, that week right there. So I'm like, okay, we've been in a pretty aggressive downtrend. It's a very strong downtrend. So I'm looking for a breakdown on the weekly time frame to happen on the intraday. So that didn't really come in. Pre-market lows were 10.08s. I'm like, if pre-market low break, if that comes in, that'll be a nice confluence with that higher time frame weekly level at $10. But we just bid up off of the open, doing the exact opposite of what I was looking for. So didn't really participate with that one. But let me know in the chat, what have you guys been trading? And Sharif, let us know about the small cap world.
Yeah, I'm looking at ASTI right now, already 0 for 1 on it. Tried to get in for the breakout, stopped out. Back in at 69, couple of beak wetters, one into 77, one into 82. It's dropping back down. There it is, right back into 69. It's very volatile, this one, and it's preceded by quite an aggressive topping tail candle that took us into the high of 636. This one's up 26%. Not the number one gapper in the market. That belongs to SXTP. We'll get to that one in a second. So just looking through this, looking for continuation here. It's dilly-dallying around VWAP. This is one of those anomalous situations where, because the price action developed really quickly, you have the volume weighted average price a little bit higher than the 10 EMA on the 5. The 10 EMA showing 540. The volume weighted average price, I think, is at 70 or 69. So let's continue to watch here as the price develops. I'm break even on it currently based upon the current price action, but I'm looking for a possible move back into 6. If we get to 6, I am concerned that there will be selling at 6. We blew through 6 like it didn't even matter earlier, and I was talking about the candle at 11.05. So let's see if this one wants to pop back off into the 80s. I have some in the 80s. I have some in the 90s. I stop out through the $0.50. Simple as that, okay? I'm also keeping an eye on many different other ones, so let's get right to them right now. NAMM. This was a monster mover from yesterday. We were all over this one. A great day for NAMM. Another good day today. In fact, a bit more directional, maybe not up as much percentage-wise. Well, from the pre-market low to the aftermarket high, we're up 131%, but technically up on the day based upon the closing print yesterday. We're up 54 1/5. The 10 EMA on the 5, right here, right now, $3.40. VWAP 330. Alas, you have a bit of an aggressive retracement. Unbroken lower highs still on the chart, so you know the sellers and or the profit takers are currently in control of NAMM. Wait for a trend change. NUAI, not up big on the day, but not too bad. About 31, a little bit less than 33%. This one is putting higher lows though. Right? So even though you feel like maybe we've got a bit of a flat top through 9 1/4, it looks like that's where the closing prints all reject. We are putting in some higher lows. Now, how do we break that trend? Well, we lose this area right here, this candle at 1040, the low of which is 878. So I'll say to you, I'll submit to you maybe 880, 875. You've lost that level. That ends up being a lower low. I'm not going to be quick to jump into this one. It's got a declining volume profile, as you can see there on the bottom right of your screen. But yeah, volume and price are diverging there because you've got higher lows on the price and lower highs on the volume. PANL, I don't know what the hell is going on with this one. This one found all sorts of strength right at 1030, halted, and then gapped up, and it's kind of doing nothing with a seriously declining volume profile. It's still up about 24%. We're going to keep an eye on it to see if it's establishing some sort of tradable range. USAR, look, a lot of the metals are up today. MP's up 7 3/4. Criminal, CRML is there. USAR is there as well. So the mineral, the mining critical mineral, critical elements, whatever you want to call them, names are in vogue at the moment. This one's up 20.25%. It's also kind of got that higher low trend, kind of finding a bit of a lower high trend at the moment. I'd wait for that to break, maybe above 23 1/3, 23.40. We'll keep an eye on USAR, but I'm seeing my friend ASTI working its way back into 6, looking for continuation here into the mid-90s and into 6. I've layered my orders. Use those resting orders, people, because unless you're super quick with the hotkeys and you're watching the screen at all times, they spend very little time in any one price area. So do yourself a favor and catch those prints. So ASTI, we already went through that one. HYMC, how directional is this? But this one got all sorts of shellacked right off the bell yesterday. From the opening bell to the low of the day, we were down about 20% on HYMC, recovering a little bit, but still below the pre-market highs of yesterday. To get above those pre-market highs from yesterday, we got to get clear above 48. Last, the high of the day is 46.90, but this is a very clean higher low trend right now, and basically an upward channel respecting the hell out of that 10 EMA. HYMC, a good looker, a bit more expensive, right? $46, whatever. You're going to have to ante up for that bad boy. So keep that in mind. RDW, I had an ill-fated trade on. I was seeing some higher lows on this one. It ended up breaking trend, so I lost about 8 pennies per share. The 10 EMA on the 5 and RDW is 11.82. It's up 16.25%. It looks like it's kind of structuring up. There's your bull flag breakout 930, consolidation, bull flag number 2 on volume at about 20 after 10, and then looks like we're caught in a bit of a consolidation again over here, possibly a third bull flag. Your guess is as good as mine. We're going to keep an eye on RDW. And last but not least, criminal, man, CRML. Love this one. Well, we're going to have to, get the right setup here. What I perceive is there's certainly a seller at 80. 1780 has, and 1775 to 1780 has a lot of selling. So you have breached it. It's 1815 high, but take a look at the closing prints. Very few are above 1780. So that's the bad side. We know there's a seller there. What's the good side? Well, you don't need to look for long to find that, baby. Look at this. Many, many higher lows. This is feeling very flat top breakish on CRML. It's not up big, but it's more of a mature stock now. It's been, on our scanner, I think, better part of 6 months, 8 months. Anyway, 15.5%. It's towards the lower end of the range. I think the money fills here on CRML, 1750, 17 mid-50, 1760. That's where the bottoming tail candles have been finding support basically since 10 to 11. Since 1050, all the prints that dip into that 750 area have been bought up, but they still suffer from some lower highs, okay? So CRML definitely in focus for me. We're gonna keep an eye out on that one. Good look here for ASTI as it pops through, and here comes 6 again. Where do we get to on the current bar high is 98. So we know there's a seller in the high 90s and or around $6. Here comes 98 again, and here's 99. Watching. Can we get a clearance of 6? I don't think we're going to get a clearance of 6 that easy. So we're going to have to pack the patience here. But ASTI, definitely in focus. My man, Corey frickin' Ewing. He's doing it live. He does it live every day. Sharif, my guy. Appreciate your analysis. The chat is screaming. DVLT is the squeeze worth the juice. Your thoughts, Adara, what stocks are you short? So I'll look at DVLT, then we'll get Adara's take in one quick second. Let's pull up DVLT and see what all the rave is. I didn't even see anybody talk about DVLT. Take a look. Not bad. Okay, so that's why I don't have eyes on it. Sub $1. Not bad. Not a bad look at all. What's the percentage up on the day? We're only talking 9% here, my man, but you asked nicely, so we're going to do it live. DVLT up 9.1 with about 39 million shares of volume. You got to love the structure here. There is hints of bamboozlement. I'm talking about that 930 implied balance high candle, takes you all the way up to 80, flushes, goes negative on the day, loses 75. But that was really the I want to say the end of the bamboozlement, because then it basically started putting in a plethora of higher lows and higher highs into that 82 penny high I like this. It's earned its way onto the side chart. It's just about who we're going to take off in order to put on DVLT. But Corey Ewing, you're an OG. And there goes ASTI. Obi, I don't even have any orders over here. Let's put some at 18. And then, you know, I love my number 25, so we're going to throw 25 on there. We're going to do it live, but we're going to get Adara's take, see if she's short the market.
Yeah, my best trade by far, not even close, is a meta long, so obviously not going to discuss that here, but I will talk about my GE short because I am still in that. Here is General Electric. Oh, we took some profit, nice. I tried a long here, would have worked, but I wanted a little bit higher, didn't work. That's fine, that's cool, don't care. Because then we break that 300 short, we added the 90 MA rejection, and we come and we take some profit. So I am short GE at 300, though again, average, I'm not totally sure here. We'll send it back to the midday. But thank you very much for the question in the super chat, Corey.
Thank you. There goes ASTI into the area high, taking out 6.25. It's a 636 high of day, but here we go again. So now let's do a little bit TA. Let's find out what the situation is and where to expect resistance on ASTI. We're going to call it ASTI. All right, ASTI is too long of a word. ASTI, there we go. Let's take a look at our friend ASTI over here, LB. Oh, this is not a bad looking stock at all. Okay, so this has been putting a whole bunch of higher lows. Now, you know, it suffers from the same affliction many different small cap gappers suffer from, is that they have outsized days and then they revert back either negative or they have monster topping tail candles like the one that we saw here on the 23rd of December. But this is not a bad name, guys. An upward channel doesn't happen by accident. This is a good look here for ASTI. I would say, you know, we're definitely getting towards the higher end of that range. We can, if we clear it at 6.5, we can certainly expect resistance between 6.5 to 6 2/3, given the topping tail candle that we put on the 5th of January. And then if we really get aggressive, we're going to always encounter, not always, but more likely than not to encounter resistance at 7, the whole dollar level. But we will find probably resistance on the high at 740. That was the high on the 23rd of December. So we're well above most of the other ranges, save and except for the 5th of January's high and the 23rd of December's high. We're going to do it live on this one. Let's keep an eye on Rainmaker. Don't diddle. I'm not diddling, man. I'm trying to set up here and do some TA for y'all. But thanks for the comment there. Keeping an eye on this. Obi, what do you got on your side, my man?
Not much, man. I'm trying this Amazon here. It's coming up into some prior day's levels. Keeping it light for now. Micron as well. Micron continues to push higher. I tried this bit, but kept it too tight there. I gave it a relatively break-even stop. That came in almost right away. But you can see it's holding trend all the way from that VWAP hold, 386s, and now we're at 390, 391s, almost at 392. So keeping a close eye on these strong trenders on the day. More than a 50% reversion here on SNDK, and yeah, definitely on Micron as well. So sometimes I get a little chopped up with a 1 minute chart, so I'm just going to kind of push back up onto the 3 minute and be like, okay, let's just zoom out a little bit. Let's kind of wait, be patient, maybe risk some prior bars on this. A lot of chop here that I'm putting myself through for no reason. The market is strong to the upside. I can kind of ride on that trend, right on that and dirty. I don't know if we're riding dirty just yet, but we'll see how this one comes out. 235s on Amazon, a bit of a level from not prior day, but what day was this? This was on Tuesday. So Tuesday's high. So technically week high is what's attempting to be pushed here on Amazon. I'm expecting a little bit of turbulence. We did get some. I punched the lows there of that pullback, which is maybe not the best, but sizing appropriately and accordingly is the way I want to go here. Still, this is me on the front side of the move, right? So I do have to kind of be aware of that and understand that is the case here. But yeah, let us know in the chat. What are you guys trading? I'm curious to know what other stocks are in play. We'll find out.
Obi, today's coverage is supported by Electrocore Inc., trading on the NASDAQ listed bioelectronic technology company, trading under ticker ECOR. ElectroCore develops non-invasive neuromodulation therapies designed to activate the vagus nerve, products spanning prescription medical devices and consumer wellness. Its flagship Gamma Core platform is FDA cleared for multiple headache indications, while its Truvaga and Quell product expand the company's reach into wellness and chronic pain. With growing adoption across the VA, international healthcare systems, and direct-to-consumer channels, ElectroCore is building a diversified, high-margin bioelectronic business. Learn more at electrocore.com. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for ElectroCore. Shout out to them. All right, I want to get to the what's it called? I want to get to the super chat. Thank you very much. What's this individual's name? Show yourself. There we go. Thank you very much for that. Satyam Dixit, 225. Thanks for everything. What is the tap on BTGO? In case you guys don't know, we have an IPO today, which is like, who knows, right? But slated to open up during our show. They typically do. And here's what we're looking at. It's going to be BTGO on the NYSE. The tap is currently showing $20.50. The original range for this IPO price was 15 to 17. It was oversubscribed at the IPO level, selling for $18. The tap already showing a little bit above that. We'll get to the information on it in a second, but let's take a look at the imbalance locator. It's going to be on the New York. So let's go ahead and what are we going to do? We're going to do by paired volume. Let's see paired volume. Nope, not that one. Let's go size. So it's BTGO, there it is. So we have a buy-side imbalance right now on BTGO of 239,000 so 240,000 shares basically. They've paired off, meaning they've paired buy and sell orders together. They've paired about 455,000 of those already. So one trick Sean gave me was to keep an eye on the size here. So when the size starts dwindling, that means the exchange has kind of done its job well by pairing buy and sell orders together before the open. So that's what we're looking at right now. BTGO on the NYSE has about 240,000 right now outstanding to the buy side, a buy side imbalance of 240,000, meaning there's more buy side orders that they were unable to pair with sell side orders, and that's what we mean an imbalance. As I said already, they've paired over 450,000 of these bad boys already. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one, and it likely will find its way onto my side chart just so that I know when it's open. But usually the chat does really, really good in informing us what's going on over there. Who else is this? Easy Media 100. Keep your eyes on RCAT. Let's take a look at the cat. RCAT is a repeat offender on the midday show. It's featured many, many times. Let's take a look at what it's up to today. Oh, it's at the day high. Yo, RCAT is starting to look proper on the daily. This is a full-fledged breakout above December 2024 highs, above the October 2024 highs, and another 13 3/4 on the day. That is the daily chart. Let's take a look at the intraday. Beautiful. Good, fantastic structure. Higher lows, higher highs, that incremental building up. It looks like a staircase, right? Because every step a little bit higher, and there's your base there. So it's fantastic. VWAP hold, 10 EMA hold, and the 10 EMA jiving with the prior area of resistance, now support. I'm talking about that 1710 to 17.25 range. Take a look at that 955 candle on the 5 on RCAT. Ends up acting as support last. We're into the high of the day right now. I'd like a pullback maybe into 1750. We'll have to wait and see on this one, but this looks really good. So RCAT's going to replace PANL over here. Good call out by you, man, because RCAT, you know, it doesn't have to be up 300% on the day for us to trade it. As long as there's good trend structure, we're going to be all over that bad boy. So IPOs, small cap gappers, there's a whole lot running, baby. So stick with us.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, no, market continuing to catch its bid to the upside here. 25,700 here on the NASDAQ that I'm seeing about to potentially come in, but this consolidation from the pre-market as well is what we're coming into. So, yeah, I got eyes on here in terms of the mags. What is the strongest? Maybe it's Tesla, maybe it's Amazon, but Tesla a little bit extended there, but Amazon a lot more extended than the others I'm seeing here. I haven't checked Meta just yet. We can take a quick look at Meta as well. Wow, Meta might be the strongest one here, guys. Let's take a look at this one here at the same time. This is Micron right here. Micron, beautiful uptrend here. Bit of a miss on my part not staying involved with this. My initial bids were here at 379s and 381s and 382s, and I also bid 383s and 384s. We're trading 391, so a bit of a chop fest here. Gets me taken out in terms of stops, but we talked about this yesterday, Sharif. Whenever it's choppy on a smaller time frame, you just got to move up to a higher time frame.
I love how you said that.
5 minutes, not that bad. 15 minutes, much cleaner. If you want to go even higher, we can get much higher as well. But those are the ones I like to mainly look at. Hourly as well. Well, hourly haven't really printed too many hourly bars just yet, but you can see the bids are coming in just in and around the same areas that they were yesterday off of the open and holding prior day's structure from Tuesday here on Micron at the same time. But Meta was the one we were going to take a look at here. Meta. Wow, on the hourly, absolute strength coming into 640s as of right now. So we got a super chat here from WCM Good Tunes.
I like it.
GME. That's it. All right, we'll take a look at GME right after I'm done with this Meta. Meta, you can see here, relative volume. Okay, all right. I didn't see this before. See, I don't really keep close eyes on the Meta, but relative volume with a strong bid coming in on the day today. 639's halves, again, is the high of day as of right now on Meta. GME, I know there was some news there in the morning about, I forget the guy's name, but he bought like 500K shares. Board granted Ryan Cohen an option for 171.5 million shares at 20.66 after his 500,000 share purchase. So that his 500,000 share purchase happened on the 20th, which was on Tuesday. You can see here, maybe this was him just taking out the ask in the after hours, perhaps. But I think someone said that it was bought in the intraday. So whatever it is, people kind of chasing into that move after he's buying, and we're getting that relative volume on the day today. So let's take a quick look at a higher time frame. Wow, this thing is a straight chop fest on the higher time frame. We still haven't broken down this $10 level, which is very interesting to me, and even this $20 level, which we attempted to hold during 2022 as well. These were the times, man. These were great times in the market. Hopefully, better ones yet to come. But GME, maybe we get another bout up into the 28s and 30s here, but I'm just watching it. It is doing relative volume on the day. It does have a decent move on the day as well, strong uptrend. But we'll be right back from Adara with Crypto Watch.
Let's talk about Bitcoin, which is continuing to trade here below 90,000. Yesterday's high here around 90,006. Today's high just a little bit lower than that. So yesterday we did find some support here at 87.20s. We're not even close to that level today, but 87.20 support goes back to late December of 2025. So that could be a level for Bitcoin potentially test and do something with. Just to go over the technicals a bit here, let's take a look at Ethereum as well. ETH continuing to look very similar to Bitcoin on the chart. But to go back to Bitcoin and to zoom it out, let's do a 3-month chart here for BTC. I want to bring our attentions back to something that happened near the end of 2022, and that is the collapse of FTX. Why do I bring this up now? This is obviously very old news. Well, Caroline Ellison, who was the former co-CEO of Alameda Research and obviously part of this whole scandal with FTX, she's apparently scheduled for release. She has been in community confinement since October of last year, transferred from a federal prison in Connecticut, but now apparently it looks like she's going to be released from said confinement next Wednesday. So this coming Wednesday. So interesting look there. It looks like at least part of this chapter here for FTX is now over. And I'm reading some analysis here saying the fact that Bitcoin didn't really react kind of shows that Bitcoin understandably doesn't really care about this type of news anymore. But either way, interesting stuff. Just an update on that FTX situation. Back to you.
Thank you, Dara. Opening price. Wow, there's some people hitting the bid on Amazon there. Wow, that was a 20 penny wipe. through some lows there. You're going to continue to keep it on watch here. I'm looking at the open price here on Amazon, and on the bid, we went right through that opening price. Let's get specific. That was at 234.05. Nice. A little bit 234.5 happening 234.05. That was the opening price here on Amazon. You can see we came up onto it, consolidated, and pushed a little bit higher here. Let's see if we can pull back into that again. This is in and around the week high here at in the 235s. So looking for a bit of a pullback, but maybe Sharif, that was it.
Yes, sir.
But keeping a close eye on this one. Micron continuing to go up. Let me see in the chat. What kind of chips are you guys involved in? I'm looking for the chips with the dip right now, and the dip already happened in the morning. So maybe some others that are lagging behind. I don't know.
The best part about when you do that is you have such a lackadaisical, chilled out way of just dropping these,
It's the green
jokes.
tea, bro.
It's the green tea. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, you and I, and the different effects of the caffeine with tea and coffee.
Yeah.
Coffee
Gets me way too jittery, man. Like
Yeah, I don't
sometimes
feel
when
it.
I get too hopped up,
Yeah.
like I can see in my entries. Like for example, I didn't have maybe I had a little bit of caffeine this morning. But you can see, look at these entries and exits, dude. Like I start painting the chart because I'm so like jittery, and that jitteriness comes out in my execution. And some of my best executions
interesting, man.
do not look like that at all. Some of my best trades do not look like that at all. So it goes to show, it's just like, any sort of drugs that you take, caffeine is one hell of a drug. Trust me when I tell you.
Rick James said that?
What's that?
Rick James said that? Caffeine's a hell of a drug?
I don't know, maybe.
Where's that hat at? Where's that hat at?
Which one? This one?
I'm Rick James, bitch.
Yeah, no. So you gotta be aware of these things. I definitely try to be as aware as possible as what kind of chemical enhancements how they portray onto the charts and through my executions as well. So a lot of caffeine, not making the best decisions, maybe making them too fast as well. Getting in too early or getting out too early as well, right? So definitely have to watch some of that.
Okay.
But the right amount of caffeine is
The right
always,
amount of
the right amount of caffeine.
When I came back from vacation, I didn't have any coffee at all when I was in Aruba. And at the last day, actually, right when I was waiting for the bus to shuttle me to the airport, I'm like, yeah, all right, I got a long flight. Let me smash a cappuccino.
Yeah.
It was 7 days, almost to the day, that I hadn't have any caffeine, right?
Yeah.
Woo, bro, I was flying high. So I get super sensitive
It'll get
to it, especially if you don't have it for a while. We got to pause for a second because we have news at the big desk.
Keep an eye on TMUS. This one spiking, kind of an odd catalyst here. T-Mobile on watch after the National Advertising Review Board apparently concluded that T-Mobile did not comply with recommendations for cost-saving claims for its cellular service plan. So odd for it to be kind of moving around in this, but either way here, National Advertising Review Board saying T-Mobile did not comply with certain recommendations with regards to cost savings claims. Back to you.
Thank you very much. All right, I got stopped out of NAMM. So we had a couple of scalps on this one, so it won't be a big hit, but it broke trend earlier, then it had the topping tail candle into 4. I wasn't involved in that, but it's continuing to put in some lower highs now. In fact, it feels like it might be destined to drop back down into the volume weighted average price. So we're going to go 0 for 1 here on NAM, but we're going to look to do it live. I want to see a bit better of a chart pattern right now. If that means waiting a little bit, then I got to wait. But we're keeping an eye here on the our cat. I've got actually a dip trade still that hasn't filled. We're only in at 45. It's showing me 50. It's holding the 10 EMA on the 5, which is good news. But we'll see. We'll see exactly how this one ends up turning out. But NAMM keeps finding support in and around 50. So did I get pushed out of this too quick? And that's the thing. So there was a seller in the mid-60s here that we really couldn't shake, especially since I got in. I just want to watch a little bit more here on NAM. Yeah, because it keeps finding support in and around that $0.50. Now, it does breach the $0.50 on a technical basis by a penny or two. I don't know. I don't know if this is the best one. I don't know if I should be short of focusing my my attention here on NAM, especially if it's going to continue to do this chop, because there are others that I could put my focus on. Farm Trader says short it. Yeah, you know, I'm not comfortable yet shorting these small cap gappers. I talked to Luis Barbado a little bit about it today. We're going to keep an eye on that. I was talking to Obi about it yesterday. I want to add that kind of trade to my repertoire so that, you know, when...
You got to be willing to go both ways.
Exactly. And not in that way, of course, but in the trading way, yeah, absolutely.
The trading way.
And and let's cut the crap. Not every day there's going to be ones to trade long.
Exactly.
So you got to be ready to kind of, you know.
Time and place.
Yes, yes, I completely agree. So anyway, continuing to watch here, NAMM, as it finds support at 50, trades into the 60s. I'm not going to be quick with it, just going to keep my honor. Shout out to you guys. Hey man, we got to make jokes. We're here for 3 hours. Are you kidding me? We gotta say some stuff, especially controversial stuff, you know, because it gets the people going.
Yes.
And the people like getting going. Even if they don't know it, they like
exactly.
Right, so anyway, all right, we're having a good time. All right, so we're continuing to hold here on the cat. The cat is losing the trend. It's coming down into the 10 EMA on the 5, loses the $0.25. It loses me as a trader, so we're gonna keep an eye out on this one. We've got 41s on, it's showing me 36. We've got no profit takers up on this monster. It probably behooves me to throw, no, not 18.45, 17.45, please and thank you. So we'll throw that on there, and we'll throw, you know, one in front of the $0.50, because the $0.50 does tend to be a bit of a resistance area. We'll throw in some orders there as well. And then there's a good likelihood here that your boy is going to jump back into NAMM because it keeps... All right, let me just have a look here. I'm going to put breakout trades, 367. If we can get above 67, then we can take out some of the mid-60 sellers. I've seen better trades, to be honest. It feels like a compression pattern, so maybe I have to adjust this trend line a little bit. Yeah, okay, so here I've adjusted the trend line on NAM, so it looks as follows, okay? Earlier it was a bit steeper, so I'm gonna leave it like that. And so if it decidedly breaks above this on a closing basis, I think I'll get involved. So I don't wanna get cut up too much on NAM and then end up going super red on the day. Let's pack the patience and see if we can get a better setup on that one. RCAT coming into 45, there it is, printing into 45, looking for continuation into the $0.50. We've got 49s as well. I'm looking for a 10 EMA on the 5 hold on the CAT. RCAT, of course, into 47s we go. Need a 49 print for the next beak wetter. Then we're waiting north of 50. So by definition, it will have to take out that $0.50 seller. Pretty Panda, ASTI feels done, but it's curling at the moment. Let's take a look at ASTI. For the OG, Pretty Panda. ASTI, show yourself, yeah. Not bad. Not the greatest. Below the volume weighted, oh, I already have AST on the side chart, I'm sorry. It's below the volume weighted average price. It's reclaiming it at the moment. This one's a bamboozler in chief though. Look at this, topping tail candles that lure you into the break of 6, and then we put in a plethora of lower highs. We're still trading, number one, below 6. We still are putting in lower highs, even if we get above VWAP, even if we get above 6. The lower high, issue will resolve itself, I think, above 6.25. That's why we decidedly break that trend. I got to tell you, I don't have a good read here on ASTI. And as a result, I'm not going to get involved. If I don't have a good read, that means I can't trade it with any confidence or conviction. So I'm going to stay clear for the moment on ASTI until I like what I see. But for the most part here, I want to say, for the exception of these 3 candles that actually closed or opened above 590, there's been a lot of selling at 590. Take, for example, that 1055 candle. How about the 11 o'clock candle? Look at the closing print on the 1105 candle, again on the 1110 candle. Then you have these 3 outlying candles, the 1115, 20, and 25, all of which were above 590, and down we go again. So typically we're looking at the whole dollar level as the area of support or resistance, but in this case, there seems to be a seller of note here at 90 that we can't seem to shake, or that keeps coming back into the picture. So keeping an eye here on ASTI, thanks for reminding me about that. Still keeping an eye on NAMM, and of course RCAT. We're showing me 49s right now. We're waiting at 49s. Need the cross to get printed. It's a 1 penny spread, but we're not getting that print quite yet. But it keeps working its way into 49. So should soon possibly be a print. You know, we'll see. Come on. All right, not yet. Okay, fine. While we wait for that one, let me tell you about this. NUAI, not the biggest name on the day, up 27%, well off the highs, but coming in to the volume-weighted average price at 860. Could be a buy here for a scalp trade, but you do have unbroken lower highs, mind you, right? Ever since that topping tail candle at 1035 that put in the high of the day at 945, it has been a symphony of lower highs and lower lows. So if you're going to pick up that VWAP trade, you know, make sure you're scalping a little bit. And then last but not least here, before we send it to the OB, he is the one Canoe. MP, almost up 9%. USAR is about to take out or get into the highs, I should say. USAR up into 23.55. It's looking very strong. 23.75, probably a resistance level, but the high of the day is 67 on the dot. So that one is taking out some trends here. So be on the lookout for that. And there goes RCAT. We've got 39s on now. It's showing me 60s. The next print we're looking for there is, of course, 69. And then above that, we're going to wait at 77s, OB. And then above that, we're going to wait at 82. So looking for the CAT to do its thing, 25. Let's go into 18. RCAT will be a good look. OB, what do you got?
Nothing much. My alarm is going off now. It is, if you remember, it's the one where if I'm sitting, bag holding a position, this is around the time where I should probably get up and go for a walk. But guess what? I'm not in any position, so it's fine. It's all good. So we shall see where the next trade is. I'm stalking this Micron really, really closely here. It did have a very aggressive bid all the way from 378s, 379s, all the way up to 390s here as of right now. But the market tailwind is definitely not there, and SNDK still hasn't really taken a bit of a turn. So I'm going to be patient. 390 is interesting to me on Micron. What's up, Adara?
Good news for our friends PDS Biotechnology, or PDSB. We're going to thank our friends at PDSB and shout them out here because they apparently just announced a newly allowed U.S. patent covering key technology underlying its lead asset, which is PDS 0101, and this also extends potential market protection into the 2040s. When combined with their biologics exclusivity, PDS 0101 has shown a median overall survival of more than 3 years in phase 2, and they're now entering a pivotal phase 3 study with FDA discussions underway with regards to a faster approval path. So thank you again, and shout out to our friends at PDSB. Back to you.
All right, OB.
Oh man, I was like,
OB is killing me over here.
I'm not superstitious, but I am definitely a little stitious. So I'm telling you that Adira's outfit is not to be truffled with. Okay.
Truffled.
Whenever she wears red off of the open or sometime during the day.
Oh, I get those references.
So the market has a bit of a red sell. Right, so I was telling Sharif, like, she's got to let us know before the open, like, you know, what's going on here. But you know, we'll talk about that later. Sharif's like, no, I don't want to get biased if I have that piece of information coming in. But you know, the hit rate kind of speaks for itself. I think
speaks for itself.
So whether or not you want to believe in uncorrelated indicators,
magic,
I definitely do. Anyways, jokes aside, Amazon turned off of the 234 halves. That was the opening range lows as well. I was looking for that opening price to come in. It is a very, very strong. I understand and I know that I'm on the front side of the move. So I do have to be nimble, but I did well to get aggressive as the sellers did come in and caught that little piece. I wouldn't call it a reversion, but a quick little scalp there of those sellers participating. The same sellers from earlier on this week, Tuesday, were the week highs, and those were coming in at 235.07s. Today's day high is in and around, let's see what we have here, 22s. So I have 22s, so I was just risking against a quarter there, and that came in quite nice, gave us about 50 pennies. So where's the next trade?
Where is it?
Maybe Micron as it breaks this bid, but Meta strong here. What was, I replaced
pleases me greatly
with something here. What was that?
That pleases me greatly.
Which one? Meta strong?
Meta,
oh, yeah. I mean, I'm in a lot of Apple. So Apple's my main.
You and I both, 7. Brother. You and I both. Which hasn't been a good few weeks, but hey, that's the way it is.
I mean, I don't know what your average is, but I think I'm perfectly fine
in years
here.
So.
But yeah, exactly. So if you've been in for a few years, then you're perfectly fine here, because these are the stonks that only go up and give us opportunities to buy a lot more along the way. I I wouldn't say that, Apple, they haven't really come out with anything too crazy in terms of AI related or.
Nope. And they're relying really on other people for
iPhone
that.
sales.
Yeah. iPhone sales.
I mean, they made a deal with
but
Gemini.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's kinda what I'm talking about
They are participating here and there, but interesting to see that. Okay, I do want to get a little involved here.
Apparently, there's a ton of products that are going to come out this year, if you believe some of the rumors around Apple. We're talking about a super cheap MacBook Air. That's based on the A19 processor, and so not an M processor. Good nonetheless. It's one that they put in the iPhones. There's so many different. There's a foldable one possibly coming out. There's I think the 17 SE that's going to be coming out, I think in a few weeks or months. That's for spring, late winter of this year. There's just so many new products that they're going to come out. Whether they move the needle or not, that's an entirely different story.
I mean, they basically run off of iPhone sales, right?
Yeah,
they don't really do too much else. And as long as they have that cult following, then I think they'll be fine. And that's the bet, right? That's why I like the stock. I usually talk about technicals, but from a more fundamental perspective, that is why I really like the stock.
Respect that.
So, anyways, Apple has a lot of money as well. So offshore especially, right? So they can definitely they have room for investments globally.
Yep.
I was reading recently that they're in some sort of debacle in India.
Yeah, actually.
I think this morning I was.
The Indian regulator wants to fine them. I don't know what percentage.
38 billion. 38 billion.
If it was on their world income, assessed on their world.
Like who do you
revenue.
think you are? Being like, okay, we're gonna measure your world.
Playbook now,
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like they're just like, okay, well, I guess this works. It's just a money grab.
I'd just rather leave the Indian economy rather.
Yeah, exactly. What Apple can just be like, well, you know what? Forget about it. I don't want to do business here. And
they haven't done that yet, though. Ironically enough,
of course, they're not going to do that because they have
jurisdiction.
They can make their iPhones for even cheaper there. That's why. That's the whole point. So they'll have to do a cost-benefit analysis, being like, do we slap the 38 billion? Because 38 billion is not really, just some dust off the shoulder on for Apple. But they're gonna have to think about it. Be like, okay, do we really want to get bullied around? Because there's hidden costs there as well. Because if they succumb to some bullying there,
other people
then
are
other people are going to be like, so you have to have some posture, right?
They're already
you have to have some poise. So they see the EU getting away with all kind of shenanigans. So maybe they're trying to follow in step as well. So I have no idea. But Apple will, I'm sure, again, way above my pay grade, but I'm sure Apple will figure that out, whether it's worth for them to kind of take a bit of a hit. They're willing to take a hit, right? But they just don't want it to be on their world, world revenue, right?
But my concern is it's a repeat theme. You're abusing your market position in the App Store to siphon off 30-some-odd% from app developers or whoever else, service providers. And that seems to be aggravating the regulator, and it doesn't matter where. They're under investigation for that in the United States, Europe, India, basically everywhere. So
they run some fugazi stuff in their App Store.
They do, but I'm concerned for a couple of reasons. One, it forms part of their service revenue, which is by far their highest margin product, something like 80% some odd gross margins. So if you get clipped with that, if you have to change your business model around how you're structuring payments around the App Store, and that 30% is no longer guaranteed, there's going to be a correction in the fundamentals, in the valuation. And so my concern is there anything that fills that gap with that correction? Do they get some other sort of service revenue that helps balance that out? And forthcoming, I don't see anything forthcoming, okay? So that does concern me a little bit. We need to be alive to that because it's a recurring theme. It keeps happening, right? And regardless of the jurisdiction. So it is what it is.
That's definitely true, man. I think it's something we have to watch out for as I guess investors. right?
Yeah, well, exactly it, man. Exactly it. All right, NAMM continuing to dilly-dally. I've got a couple of good prints on this one. We just got into some more. If it loses, I don't want to say the $0.50 because it's breached the $0.50 before, but I'm gonna give it a little bit of room below the $0.50. RCAT continues to do well. It just popped off into another beak wetter there. I believe I got filled at 65. Still waiting at 69 for a print. Nothing doing on that. But we're going to continue to keep an eye here on NAMM as well as RCAT. Let me throw in my stop here on NAMM. We're going to go just like that, and then we're going to give it a little bit of room, you know. NAMM, how many shares we have? Good, good, good. All right, so we'll throw that on there and come what may. The Zero Megastar, Sharif, hot take only to spark thought. If you go to Target, do you use their register at checkout? Why with the App Store on Play Store is that an issue? That's a fantastic question, brother. And many people have asked that. I think basically is their excuse is they want to control the App Store because they want to control the user experience. They don't want it to be a free-for-all like the, what are they called, the Android store? Are they still calling it Play Store or
I
Go?
think so, the
Play Store?
yeah.
Right? Play Store, Assassino?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Play Store.
So, you know, that's their excuse. Whether you believe that or not, you know, that's kind of been their thing. No, everything's got to go through us. We need to be able to control everything. And we've seen them, to be fair, control a lot of these apps. Why do you think Mark Zuckerberg can't stand Tim Cook? Because Timmy C has been basically bullying Mark Zuckerberg for the last few years into how he can build his product. Right? So many things Mark Zuckerberg wanted to do and put into the Meta app that, you know, was kiboshed, was vetoed by Timmy C. And so you see Meta now really pushing to control their own destiny through their own hardware. So, you know, the excuse that they've been using about, you know, we need to control the user experience, I don't think is wrong. Whether it's justified legally, that's an entirely different story. But they have been doing that. And they've been doing that since I remember. Remember we used to be able to jailbreak the iPhones?
Yep.
Nobody does that anymore, man.
Oh.
Right? So, I don't know. Everybody has
ways.
super different feelings about Apple, and I respect everybody's opinion. All right.
Interesting.
Just before we get to the super chat, what do we got here on the cat? We still doing it live on the cat? No, we haven't taken a print quite yet. But Obi, you have super chat there.
Yes, sir. So Joshua Dixon in the chat saying, Obi, short on MU. I see the decline to 20 EMA. I don't know. I don't like. I'll tell you what chart I'm looking at, and it's this one that I've brought up before, right? It's just this one. I understand that. Yeah, the 20 EMA is probably getting broken too, as well. I'll pull up my other chart here because it has all of these indicators that you speak of. So we can take a look at this one as well. But I don't really. I just put them on. I just put them on here, but yeah, you can see that all I did before was just draw that. You know, even relative to that trend line, I'm relatively late as well. I should be shorting on the break there at 391s. I got 389.40. So I know that I have to size accordingly, especially if I'm below this wick right here. I was also using this structure, so you can see this wick low. That wick low is coming in here at 389.50. So yeah, I saw this happen, and then this might give me some conviction. Remember, I was talking when this happened, and I was like, oh, I got to get into this because like I know I'm late, but I still have to get into it. So I sized accordingly, risking to the prior high, giving it appropriate risk, and that's a far risk, right? That's all the way up at 392.19s. Right, and I'm getting in at 389, so almost two and some odd dollars there, almost $3 risk. So yeah, sizing appropriately, just looking to make the decision because I am not there at the point. But I'm sure if you throw on a 20 moving average, here I'll pull in my other chart. Let me get my moving averages up here. What is that? Is 8, 21, 50, 100, a bunch of other stuff as well. And I guess I will do this as well. I'm gonna take that off.
Give me my money.
Yeah, there's a lot of custom indicators that I use as well, but none of those for this specific trade. And those are indicators that I've programmed myself, just based off of different things that I've seen. So 20 EMA. This is this light blue line, as you can see here. Yeah, the break of that comes in at 389.30. So here's the thing about certain types of trades, right? I really like when there's a stack of confluence with different indicators, because that tells me that other participants are also looking at this. On this chart here, this moving average that I see here, that's an 8 EMA, so a little tighter. It's not necessarily a 9 or 21, but an 8 EMA, and you can see that's broken as well. So the trend line broke, some of the EMAs are doing their crossover, so I know participants are gonna get involved with that. I know the participants are gonna get involved with the trend line break. So when we have a confluence of all different kinds of participants getting involved, and you understand how they might execute based off of different indicators, that adds confluence for my conviction.
Oh.
Yeah, that raises that conviction. Not only does it raise my conviction, I'm like, all right, some of the probabilities might be stacking in my favor here. And then obviously I'm watching how the participants are interacting with some of these prices on the way up. And is that distinctly different now as well? Plus, does the market turn at the same time to give me some more tailwind at the same time? So a lot of factors of confluence, but yeah, maybe just all of that boils down to, oh, I got to get in here because I think that this is more likely to go down than up in the near future. Anyways, it's time for
Fader time.
Dara and Neil with his lesson of the day. We'll see you guys soon.
Thanks.
Take it easy.
Incredibly range-bound action today here. This is the S&P 500. As you can see, this area that we hit this morning just made a slightly lower high here around that 690 half. So let's see if we're able to break out of this range. Finding support earlier today at 686, basically just at 687s, but 697s. Let's talk here, though, about this market and what's pushing us higher. We know yesterday there was a nice rally, as you can see, around 2:30 with that volume spike as U.S. President Donald Trump announced on Truth Social that after a meeting with the Secretary General of NATO, he's basically comfortable here with not having these February 1st tariffs in select European nations with regards to Greenland. Speaking of Davos and a lot of the announcements there with Europe, TSLA on watch now. Right now it's dropping. We just got a report from the CNCDA suggesting that the company's registrations in California dropped by 11.4% in 2025. But in terms of things that are more, news breaking and immediate, TSLA spiked here around just before 11 a.m. as CEO Elon Musk appeared in a conversation at Davos with BLK or BlackRock CEO Larry Fink, saying, amongst many other things here, that they're going to be doing a lot of solar, both SpaceX and Tesla, that he actually thinks that space will be a great place for a data center because it stays cool, which is one of the bigger issues they have. He also said they're going to be expanding robotaxis quite aggressively, and he also mentioned one last thing here with regards to TSLA. Beyond the robotaxis, he said he thinks that the approval timeline for China is similar to that of Europe when it comes to FSD. Intel earnings after the bell. What to expect here? Revenue of $3.4 billion, earnings of 8 cents per share. Surprise beat on both last quarter. So good look here for Lip Bhutan CEO, who was able to swing that U.S. presidential investment and presidential seals, we've been calling it. Will he swing an earnings beat? We're going to have to find out. But before we send you over to Neil for an exciting lesson of the day, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics, OGEN. Millions of concussions, but 0 approved therapies. Oragenics, trading in the NYSE as OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Oragenics is positioned to drive what comes next. So see what's ahead and book a meeting today. You don't even have to book Neil's lesson of the day because it's right here. We're going to go over to it right now. Neil, what's the lesson for the people today?
Thanks, Adara. I mean, you could book if you want, but everyone gets it for free anyway, so it doesn't really make a difference. You don't have to take reservations. But one thing you do need if you want to be a successful trader is an edge. And I'm going to say, you hear this a lot. Oh, if you're going to trade, you have to have an edge. What is your edge in this trade? And I think for the first time, we always describe our patterns, the actions that we like to take. And I'll use an example with Sharif in a quick second, because clearly he has a strategy as well that's unique. But when we had Luis on this morning, he talked about what they look for in gap trades in the Barcelona office at Real Trading. And he's done exceptionally well over the last few years, and for a long time, actually. He's been trading for over a decade. They look specifically at small cappers, and there's one thing that he said which perfectly exemplifies edge, and he even used the term edge. And for anyone that didn't pay attention, or maybe you weren't watching and you want to go back and look at it, it was as simple as this. Looking at the gap up small cappers that are up double digits, 60% of the time they close beneath the open price, meaning from 9:30 they are down. And that data, that's his edge. Now, how you treat that edge is up to you. So for him, he's using that data to simply say, I'm looking for the ones that are short, and then he weeds that down by things like if it's breaking out pre-market highs, aftermarket is open, if it's got too big of a short float, all kinds of other things that might say, well, I don't like that short over the other. And then, of course, you need some short entries, but the edge is that statistic for him. Now, that doesn't have to be your edge. You can have all kinds of, I hear Obi talk about confluence on breakout trades, and I like mean reversions as well. Like, it's like I need this to happen for it to be an actual trend worth the mean reversion. That's what you're looking for. It can be any kind of edge. And just to take it a step further, I'm going to show you a few examples because the PSQH, this would be one where, okay, the short works, but my guess is at 9:30, this does not meet Luis's requirements right away. Like, it's breaking out. This one's looking pretty strong. It's taking out some of the highs. Oh, wait a minute. You get to 9 o'clock. Oh, lower high at 9 o'clock. Then you get to the open and it's broken lower. So the whole time, probably watching it, probably doing nothing in the pre-market. Once it opens up, it's underneath VWAP. It's made its highs. It's putting in lower highs. This is trend down. So immediately he's able to weed that one out and then looking for shorts. Now, whether you could find a short, that's up to you at that particular point. There was also HCTI. I know there was one that he did that they were involved in, and you can similar thing, like makes a pre-market high. By the time you get to the open, this is 9 o'clock under VWAP. This is 9:30 again underneath. It tries to pop, and then it just trends down. And when you think about this from a risk reward standpoint, like you get one or two of these, you can clearly see there's a lot of opportunity when they pull back. But being able to weed out which ones suit your style and which ones don't, that's a good portion of the game. It's identifying what your particular edge is. Obi's a mean reversion trader, so he has to identify which ones he likes better than others. I'm the same way when I like trend breaks. You have to identify which ones are setting up and which didn't. All morning long, people are saying to me, like, you got to look at Tesla. You got to trade Tesla. And at no point was Tesla said, like, I just didn't have an entry. If you were the only potential entry that I could see that maybe if I was looking for it was, all right, you're pulling back into prior close for a support and resistance play. That was it, because it's a complete chop fest down here. So unless you're just looking at prior close support and resistance, it didn't do it. And if anything, it didn't set up a mean reversion until right about now. Like, that's a trend trade. So I could argue that there would be something there for me. So you identify your edge, and then you go for those types of setups. And just take it one step further. I've heard Sharif say, and I think it's not a bad idea, he likes looking at longs, and so he'll weed out the ones that he likes to the long side to try to figure out how to short some as well. It's always great to expand. But remember, you can expand your trading without necessarily making that kind of a leap. As long as the trades that you're involved in have liquidity and are successful, then you can always scale up what it is that you are doing. In the first step, you don't have to necessarily throw it out and say, oh, I'm also going to take shorts, and then just take more sets of trades. There's so many different ways you can make money, but it all starts with identifying what the edge that you have is. And it should be obvious why that's important, but I'm going to say it right now. It's because in the markets, you are going up against, like, let's be real, like, you're going up against a lot of big money and a lot of whale traders and a lot of algos that are just going to have advantages that you don't. So your job as a trader is to discover some kind of an edge that you can have in the market and then apply it. And I'll tell you, after 20 years, it ain't always the sexiest things out there that end up making you money. Sometimes it's very simplistic, like Luis said, catching the back end of these small cap runners when they stop going, quick scalp mean reversion plays, breakout trades, closed trades, IPOs, that kind of, whatever it is, find your edge and make sure you hit it. And if you don't have an edge, it's okay not to trade. That's the other side. If you're still looking for that, It's perfectly fine. I know lots of traders that just push. They just keep on trying anything and everything while losing money instead of first discovering something that works and then hitting it. Like there's no point to, oh, I just got to trade more. I've just got to hit for more slices, whatever. If you're saying all that stuff and you're just losing money every single month, back off and find yourself an edge. And until you have that edge, there's nothing wrong with sitting on the sidelines. When you've got it, then you can go smash it. Hopefully that helps. There's the lesson of the day, everybody. Good luck. Market is trying to break back out as we speak. Intel at the highs. You already see Tesla up 1.5%. Should be an exciting afternoon. Back to the boys in the midday, and I'm going to enjoy my lunch, or will I?
I saw that, Neil. I saw that. I know maybe you didn't mean that, but you know what? When I see this,
perhaps, maybe.
When I see this, well.
He makes a great point there. Like you gotta develop edge, and then just very good point. Do not trade live if you don't have some edge, and you can test all of those things in the simulator and develop some strategies there before you start putting some real risk on the line. That's definitely a great recommendation there as well.
There's a difference between the psychology aspect of the sim and in live. There's no question.
For some people, yes.
Okay, let me just get to the point, though, what I make.
Yeah.
But there is no difference between your technique. If you are not profitable in the sim because your technique doesn't make money, why do you reason that it makes money? But of course, the psychology is not the same. Holding shares, especially, aggressive amounts of shares, especially when you're on a show, it's a little different, certainly, than being in the sim.
Definitely.
So I see where there are variances, but I do see where there are overlaps between the two. So shout out to everybody who is hustling every day, putting in the work every day to become a better trader. Good on you guys. It's one of the hardest things, as we know. Failure rate's insanely high, but you guys are here, you're doing it live, and thank you for joining Obi and I and the entire crew. All right, let's get back to work here. RCAT, the catted one. Ram, didn't you tell me one time that I had to, RCAT was like, yeah, get it, Ram. All right. We're in RCAT here at 36. It's showing me 69er, and we're looking for the print into the high on this one. Trying to pack the patience here on the CAT, but it's taken a long time to break through 77s, and that is the high of the day. So what's harder, Sharif? Right now, way harder day trading, bro. Way harder. Super unstructured. That's why. All right, so there we go. We just took out 69er, and now we're a few pennies away from the high of the day. The high of the day, of course, is 777s, $17.77. I'm waiting at, of course, I am actually waiting at 77s. I didn't mean to, but I like 77 as a number, so I always post that. And I don't really see any real resistance in that area other than the high of the day. 73 now showing up, 74 is now showing up. Can we get a little bit higher? All right, let's see if we can take out the high of the day. I've got 88s as well for a possible profit taker on the CAT, packing the patience. But let me tell you something. USAR, I got into this one. High day 85. It is not treating me well. We're in at 72. It's showing me 58s now, and we've taken the position on it. So I'm not going to be adding any more here. Just before we go to Obi, NAMM has awoken, and it's breaking trend over here. It just rocketed up 325 into the high there at 397, pulling back into 3/4, but it is breaking structure. So the lower highs I think are done at the moment based upon that 1125 topping till candle, the high of which, sorry, 1 second, 97, this candle high 97, so it didn't break structure. So be careful here on NAMM. That 97 seller is still there, Obi.
All right, guys, let me ask you this. If somebody handed you $1.25 million to trade, would your process change or just your upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Network provides. They're a futures prop firm that gives traders access to large sim and live funded accounts every single day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast same-day and daily payouts. And right now, valuation accounts are 50% off, buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code to check it out.
Don't.
All right, guys. So the ES made it all the way back to its opening range highs. The NASDAQ, not so much. It's still kind of chilling in and around here. You can see the initial candle that came in quite heavy off of this area. What is that? Roughly 25,725. So that's what I see here. We're currently trading below 25,700s here. A bit of a sell from there after a strong bid off of the lows, off of 25,550s, 540s. Roughly in that area. So I'm looking for what is the strongest, and Meta continues to stay the strongest here, Sharif.
Love it, Ob.
So let's see. Softy was having a bit of trouble over the past couple of days here. Strong sell-off yesterday. Yesterday, man, was a crazy sell-off here on Microsoft. So let's see what it did today. Yeah, man, it was just. I think they also had some news where their 365 was down. And the market was kind of selling off as well, but they sold off quite a lot more than the rest of the market. You can see
not good.
On the day low break, it gives you a 2% push. And Sharif, here's the thing, man. Even on that market swipe up, where everybody's buying very aggressively. Maybe not everybody, but certain participants had to buy very aggressively on that news. You can see it just comes back into VWAP. And that's where sellers were in the morning, and that's where sellers came in once again at the end of the day here. Today, we hold some of those closing prices on the dip off of the open, and we're coming back into the opening range highs here with a bit of a grinding bid. So that's very interesting to me. Let's see what Microsoft does with this 450 level. 450.20s is the current day high. That's the opening range high or opening session high here at the same time. So we'll see if Microsoft can continue to push higher, if the ES breaks through this highs and the NASDAQ gets up there as well, and some of these mags can continue to keep going. You can see here, Amazon as well pushed well above that 235. So we're making fresh highs on the week. We got a super chat from Control-Alt-Escape.
Love it.
Nice. Was your name before this Control-Alt-Delete? Because I'm curious, because I know that's changed a little bit as well. Yeah. But
is Control-Alt-Escape a Mac thing?
No, it's
what does it do on PC?
I don't know.
Oh, don't do it, Ob.
Nice. I did it.
What did it do?
You just closed the window.
Sorry.
There you go. So
My
RGTI.
Bad. I thought that was Alt F4. Yeah. Isn't that Alt F4 to close the window?
You can do that.
Pretty sure.
You can do that as well.
Okay.
So RGTI, that 21 SMA, looking like a glove. Okay, so let's take a look at that one here on RGTI.
O.J. Simpson.
For the past few months might be worth a look to either side. I like that. I like that look.
I got to interrupt. Sorry. NAMM is breaking out, guys. Here we go. It just took out 4. It's rocketing right now. Be on the lookout. Sorry to interrupt you, Obi. Right. But the breakout, you know how quite fleeting these are. They don't spend too much time anywhere. NAMM 430 high. It just rocketed through 4. Oh my goodness, Obi, we just printed a new high a day. Here we go on the NAM one. Boom, into the high. Good breakout there. Sorry to interrupt you, but these ones, they're just super quick.
Yeah, I was thinking of Control-Shift-Escape. That's what I was thinking. That's why I was like, wait, I know that one. Anyways, RG. Wow, man. It lets me into your mainframe. I like that. Thank you. Control-Alt-Escape. Here, what's that? Alta 4? Yeah. That's. I mean, you already know. In the MMOs, people, you had those noobs coming up to you for help, and they'd be like, "Hey, how do we do this? How do you do that?" And we'd say, "Oh, you just hit Alt F4 to get the item," and then GG's. So, anyways. GG. You did get me with that one, so congratulations. RGTI, let's go to a higher time frame, and I think he was talking about the weekly. Let me go back to the chat here and see what he said specifically, saying the 21 SMA riding like a glove for the past few months. Okay, all right. So let's go to, let's throw that on. I'm gonna take this VWAP off, and then let's just go to, you're talking about an SMA here. Simple moving average. We'll change that to a 21 period here. Boom, that's done right here. So 21 period, riding it for a few months. Yeah, I guess on the weekly or the daily, maybe you're looking at the daily Either way, it really depends on what frame you're looking at this. If you're saying for the past few months, maybe you're looking at it on a monthly chart. That's way, way extended in terms of the price is way extended off of that. If you're looking at a weekly, we'll just go down. Weekly, yes, it was riding and then accelerated, extended way off of it, reversion back into some of those moving averages there, back into structure as well, back into this high at $21, $22. Now we're just consolidating sideways. So yeah, either way, sure, man. But here's the thing. What's the most recent thing that's happened? This is a weekly chart. We went to 58 and we slammed back down. So sellers were in charge very much after a bout of buying where buyers were very much in charge with expanding volume. We're dropping down off in volume here as well. So this consolidation, yeah, either way on top of this consolidation. I don't think I'd personally look at it off of the SMA here, but this is how I would look at more of a consolidation. Because again, moving averages are trend indicators. They work well when things are trending. But here, it's not really trending. It's sideways, so it's a range. So a range indicator, which I don't necessarily really like to use, is RSI, and I think that RSI is very, you got to be very specific in the ways you use it. Anyways, how I like to play ranges here is just simply support and resistance. Where's the high of the range? We can mark that off. Where is the low of the range? Oh boy, you can see here, I do have some anchors as well. So there's a lot of different confluence in this area where, you know, we're pulling back and really we have mean reverted to an area of interest, not only on the chart, but off of some indicators like anchored ups as well. But to keep it simple, how do I look at this range here? The low of the range, 21s, high of the range, 30. Both ways, yeah, potentially through this range break, we could enter back here from before where we blew off from. You can see where buyers were before. This is where buyers were before. So maybe after some price acceptance, we get some more buying after a bout of seller dominance. I have no idea, but those are all the different ways that I would perceive this action. Maybe not all the different ways, but some of the ways that I would take a look at this. But the range stands out to me after a strong flush. We've just been consolidating and maybe some price acceptance in and around these 25s, give or take $5. So that's how I'm looking at Rigetti. But you got to take a look at the whole sector as well, right? Maybe you want to look at IONQ as well. I know that's part of this as well, and that's holding up, I think, probably better than RGTI on, let's say, on a monthly. It looks like it'll fit. No, it's still extended on the monthly, but weekly you can see it's kind of orbiting and slowly trending up. Higher highs and higher lows as well on IONQ here.
PDS Biotechnology, guys, trading on the NASDAQ under ticker PDSB, is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 ram can cause head and neck cancer, and more people, sadly, are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the USA in the few years. To learn more, you need to check out www.pdsbiotech.com. Shout out to them. Always, you know, a noble cause when you're trying to fight the cancer, the scourge of cancer. Everybody, obviously, I don't know everybody, but a lot of people, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of companies out there that are trying to do that.
That's not what I mean. I mean, most families have been plagued by some sort of cancer mishap in their family, and I know we weren't spared, certainly not. All right, guys, I got back into NAAPL, more for a scalp though, as this one is still kind of an area of indecision. What I'm looking for here is a 4 hold, okay? Holds 4, comes back down and tests 4, and here it comes, right back down into that 404, shout out to the highway. We're keeping an eye for a $4 hold, right? If you only understand that if you're from Toronto, right? ASTI just broke out, guys. Here we go. I got to cover this as well. One withers away and the other one kind of does a little bit better. ASTI, this one is breaking trend and taking out 6, and here comes the buying. ASTI up 35%, be on the lookout for that. But I'm keeping an eye on NAAPL. I'm looking for a general 4 hold, you know, with that, you know, I want to say a range, 390 to 4. If it holds that level, I'm quite interested in getting back in addition, if it takes out current bar high in the next bar, what I'm talking about is the 1225 bar on the 5-minute chart. It takes out current bar high, which is 32, excuse me. So I put a breakout trade for 33. I'm interested in getting back in on NAMM. I've been really packing my patience here on RCAT. I think my patience is running thin. I'm moving up my stop to local area low. That takes us to the bar here at 1205, the low of which is 46. I'm in at 36. I'm okay with that. That gives me a 10-penny win on the last remaining amount. But I'm also running out of patience with USAR. Even though I see a whole bunch of buyers look at all these bottoming tail candles at 73, we're going to have to pause for a second because we got breaking news.
Sorry, guys, we have to talk about JP Morgan. JPM on watch. Fox Business reporting that U.S. President Donald Trump has filed a $5 billion lawsuit against JP Morgan and Jamie Dimon. Why? Because he is alleging politically motivated debanking. Again, this is just reported by Fox Business, so this isn't confirmed yet. But either way, Trump reportedly suing JPM and Jamie Dimon for $5 billion. Back to you.
Aren't they buddy-buddy?
Well, you didn't hear what our friend Jeremy said yesterday at Davos?
Was it for $5 billion?
You didn't hear some of the comments that, I call him Jeremy for fun, guys. I know his name is Jamie. You didn't see what he said?
No, what did he say?
Oh, man, he talked about immigration. He already said he doesn't like tariffs. He reiterated that. He made other statements as well. What did he say? Something, I don't know if he commented about Greenland. But anyway, it was kind of that middle ground. And he called himself a globalist, by the way. He was being interviewed by that woman that works at The Economist. And by the way, you guys want a down the middle take on the economy and the world. The Economist is him. I absolutely love The Economist. Other institutions, But anyway, so I thought it was a fair interview. I don't know her name, but she's fantastic. She's all over their social media, The Economist, this woman, right? And, he thought she was trying to get a headline from him. Yeah, he's anti-this, he's anti-that. And so he was just like, all right, I'll call myself a globalist. There's your headline, take it.
Yeah.
But anyway, I kind of knew something was going to come as a result of that. We'll have to wait and see exactly what happens. $5 billion.
Yeah, I know. It's
oh,
funny.
Boy.
I got Vizbot with a super chat here, so thank you very much, Vizbot, saying, Obi, your calm mood has helped me improve my discipline.
Get it.
Thank you, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
You helped me analyze small caps. Much love to you both.
Shout out to Vizbot,
Remember,
man.
You are making a difference.
We appreciate you, man.
Appreciate
we
you
do,
as
and
well.
that really does move the needle for us, guys. Because it's so hard to see, and feel what the other side of the screen is. And, we're in our own little world over here, right? So comments like that really move the needle, man.
Oh, for sure, man. I think getting a lot of more senior traders tell me this, that a lot of the best trading is very boring. It's nothing exciting. It's nothing crazy. And in order to maintain effective execution, and mindset, you have to have somewhat of a calm mindset, because again, you have to be able to perform in situations of high pressure and high stress. And sometimes it can be very stressful. So it's just like, if you can develop that demeanor, then definitely, for sure, it helped me as well. There was a time where I would get excited for something. It would take up like 5-10 pennies, right? Or something. It's like a couple dollars in the money. I'd be like, oh my God, this is gonna go. And then that caused me to maybe take profits too fast, or get aggressive with being like, oh, I want some more. Right? Not the best decisions. Like, we can still have a good time. We can still have fun while still staying calm. Anyways, I like it. I like that it's helping you with your discipline. It definitely has helped me with mine as well over time here. Micron continues to trail higher here as the market kind of consolidates sideways. So I haven't taken a look at SNDK in a while. JPM is now on my watch because of that bit of news. So we did get a little bit of volume here, volume spike maybe through the high of day at around 1206. But a flush right back down. And JPM, let's take this SMA out of the way. I don't like that. So JPM has been in a bit of a range, so let's just mark that off. So opening range is the only range that I'm really concerned with as of right now. It seems like opening prices, there was a wick low here, but I'm going to call it in and around here where it's touched multiple times. So we'll just keep it simple and be like, that is the first 3-minute opening range right here. We attempt to push the high of the range. We're coming back into the low of the range here. There's a bit of a base that did form here at 304.70s. So let's see if that potentially comes in. Now on a catalyst, volume dependent as well. Let's see if the volume spiked through the high a day, right?
Oh my God.
So maybe participants are pushing into that high a day break, right, on JPM. We broke out of prior day's highs and prior day's double top held that as support. So that's a little bit of a level as well. So let's see what happens with this potential catalyst here on JPM. I don't think, $5 billion for JPM, I think they make that in about 15, 20 minutes every single day. So I don't think that's that big of a deal. But yeah, we'll see how the action pans out. It's not really, I mean, in any sort of way to that bit of news. So, but I will have it on watch. Sometimes things are delayed. Sometimes the dissemination of information might take a little longer, and the decimation of the stock might come later. So we'll see if that comes into fruition here on JPM. Highly doubt it, but I'll keep it on watch regardless.
Gracious.
Let's see what the market is up to. Nothing crazy. What do you got going on?
Well, NAM is now triple digits. Guys, we're long at 33s. Nice. Here comes 90. We're doing it live. We're back into NAM. Not NAM. For those who have PTSD, PTSD, excuse me. But we're keeping an eye here. It's an 85 high. It's showing me 72s right now. Keeping a close eye on this one. There's 75. There's a move into 80s again. Now I've got my next profit taker north of 5. I've wet the beak at 77s. That's good enough for me. We don't have too many outs left, so I'm looking for continuation through 5 on this monster. And here comes 80 again. It's an 85 high, mind you. There was a seller here at 33 that just not 33, excuse me. Where was he? 30. He got killed. They killed him. So we're gonna see if his obituary is in the newspaper tomorrow. But straight up, we're looking for a $5 break on this one. I've got my next profit taker at 510. We'll see what this one has to offer separately. I'm looking back at getting in the cat. I did have to stop out because it did lose that area low that I was talking about, the candle at 1205, the low of which is 46. So I did get stopped out at 46. I was in at 36. So I'm continuing to watch that. And then I'm watching as well this bad boy here, USAR. We're about 3 pennies out of the money, but this one is forming a bit of a range. I don't know, man. I don't know if we get a $24 break on this one, quite frankly. 23.85 is where it is. Maybe I can just get out break even and focus on something else. But I want to see the trade through, especially if there is something to this. And the metals or these mining names are quite strong on the day. Whether you're looking at CRML, I see MP is up 8.5%. I'm more pleased I could not be. That is in my long term, and we have a good position in that. So yeah, you can see these names. They're all running, and they're doing their thing. Whether or not we get that break on USAR into $24, it's 23.85 high. We're putting in higher lows, but we're also putting in lower highs. So you never really know how this cookie is going to crumble, quite frankly. So back now to NAM. NAMM, there's another high a day into 493. Here comes double eights again. There's 90 again. Can we get a squeeze through 5? Or is 5 going to be, a top, a local area top that we'll have to deal with? The tape and the book are really moving here. Here comes 91s. There's another high a day into 94. So now let's watch now for the move into 5 on NAMM. Not readily apparent whether it's going to be a big spike through that. I'm trying to look at the book. The bid, excuse me, on the book to see whether or not there are big buyers coming in and at what level they're coming in at. You're seeing them at 89s, not so much at 90. 88s seems to be a repetitive area as well. So there are buyers in the high to mid 80s. Whether or not they're big enough or convicted enough to overwhelm sellers, we're going to have to pack our patience here, but NAMM is a big boy breakout, and it is now, I want to say, one of the only 2, I think there's only 2 triple-digit winners on the day. One of them is NAM. The other one is that pre-market mover we were talking about with Luis, SXTP, but that one's seen better days as it's trading below the volume weighted average price. So what I'm really focusing on, the two trades that I've got on at the moment, NAM, we're doing it live on this one. We're looking to do more damage on USAR, but we haven't really got the big boy prints, quite frankly, on that one. I'm looking for a break of 24. Continuing to watch NAM. There's another high a day. Into 97 it goes. Great strength. Can we break 5, though? So continuing to watch here on NAM, looking for the break, Obe, above that $5 level. And there it goes. It is a 504 high, but there's no continuation above 5. Boom, there it is. We take out 10s with a big price spike up. It's 522 high now on NAM, up 125%. Very, very strong. The sellers, the shorts are running scared now. This is the time to get them, but look for a hold of the $5 area here. So be on the lookout and use stop losses and sound risk management skills, guys. Keep your eye out on this one.
Yeah, for sure. We're getting a bit of an acceleration here. So SPY or the ES finally got above its highs, pushing above the opening range high. So 69, 65-ish is that area that I'm seeing here, and we're finally taking a bit above that. Nasdaq still lagging behind relative to the ES, not really going as aggressive into its opening range high, but breaking out of this high here at 25,700, so I'm watching that as well. Softy is continuing to push through its highs here. NVIDIA, though, distinctly different. Also, Micron, yeah, good thing I got out of that short because I was like, yeah, nope, this is not going right now. And look at that, coming all the way up through the breakout of 392s and pushing even higher, 395s now on Micron as it continues to bid up with the rest of the market. But NVIDIA, distinctly different here, Sharif. It's down into VWAP. It's not really bidding up at all. It's more seller dominant since, I would say, look at this grinding bid. That was interesting. At about 11:54 on the 3-minute chart, you can see sellers start to step in, break that trend, break this, I guess, all day, roughly all day trend. Exactly, right there. Into maybe, I don't know what this was, but opening range highs failed to break out here on NVIDIA. So a bit of a double stack of confluence, failure to follow through opening range highs, and then to break a trend as well. Gives us some seller dominance all the way back down into VWAP. Now we're just consolidating into VWAP here, and this is $85 clean on VWAP on NVIDIA. So it is looking distinctly different. Google, that's the one maybe. That's the one that is bidding up here. Strong sellers off of the open here. So yesterday they had strong sellers coming in all the way to VWAP after a strong bout of buying in the morning session. Seems like some more sellers on board off of the open here today, but catching a bit of a bid back towards VWAP. There were sellers at VWAP. There's sellers at VWAP. Let's see if it can push back up into VWAP, and we'll see some more potential selling. That could also not be the case. I'm keeping that in mind as well. Apple is pushing for its highs, but take a look at this chop fest. I did not want to take a bite out of this one today because it just was not there. But yesterday, man, I think one of the best trades on Apple yesterday, if you didn't have the long on the swipe up, go to a 5-minute. If you didn't have the long on the swipe up, the reversion when that buying stopped, that was aggressive, very distinct kind of buying that happened across the market. But Apple comes in, that bid starts to slow down, slows down again, back through 250. Back through 250, I think, was the trade here. Or if you want to use some prior bars and get a little bit earlier, that's fine as well. But back through 250, I like that. Clean, doesn't even look back.
IPO
is
here it
open.
is, guys.
Let's
We were open. The top was 22. It opened, I believe, at 22.25. Zigging, 22.25, Neil? I think the high is 22.45. We're holding generally 21 high 80s over here. We already have a lot of volume, almost 2 million shares traded so far on BTGO. You know, I didn't really feel that this one was super oversubscribed. Let's continue to watch. It's bleeding its own blood right now. Shout out to my man, Joey Options. He'll be back on Monday, by the way, guys. 2087 low. We're dipping into 21. There's a buyer here in the low 20s. He just got killed. 21 coming into focus. It's an aggressive sell right now. Let's see if the low of the day or 21 gets picked up as an area of support. I'm going to keep watching here. BTGO, it's still up 17%. That is based upon the $18 IPO price, which obviously is an institutional thing, not a retail thing. So continuing to watch here. 21 getting defended. Not too bad. Into the $0.50 we go. The spread is a little wide. It's about 15 to 20 pennies at times. Let's see if 21 is going to act to support. It looks like it will for a moment here, at least locally. Just looking to see where it is into 21.80. Can we reclaim 22? There it comes 22. There's a seller here, a monster hidden seller at 99. There's a monster hidden seller at 99 that we can't shake, in addition to what we can see on the book at 22. Now they're moving down from 99s to 98s. Okay, back into 99 we go. Oh, there it goes, OB, into 22.20. So good strength on BTGO. I want to say the high of the day. Give me a second here just to put that bad boy up there, BTGO. The high, 22.45, guys. 22.45, the low, 20.99 on the dot. That is the range that we're doing with right now.
Yeah, no, definitely had to borrow some shorts on that one,
nice.
BTGO. The shorts are definitely coming in quite nicely here. 21 hold, 22s. I'm going to watch. Not really. Again, it doesn't really fit the playbook for IPOs that were happening earlier on last year. The notional is way too low for me. I don't necessarily want to get involved, but I do want to get involved maybe a little bit later. I mean, when I say I don't necessarily want to get involved, that's off of the open. I do want to get involved later after it maybe builds some of the chart. I need more chart to kind of take a look at this one. It's just consolidating sideways. Yes, there was a seller at 22. So far, we did take that E through that seller. Maybe that seller is stepping down here as well. There's Edge A's, Edge A for 8,000 shares. Let me just pull it up here. We can take a look at this book
at 40
together and why. Let's see here. Let's. I don't even need to look at the chart. Forget about that. Let's see. Let's throw on some filters. I'm going to say 2,000 share filter here. So boom, we'll see any and every participant. Actually, let's highlight that as well. We'll go red font right here. This book is definitely not set up for this as of right now, but we'll set it up real quick for you guys so we can see. There you go. There's the highlighted book there. So there's Buddy at 9,000 with an Edge X. Let's see, 21's coming in. So the shorts are definitely working really, really well with that seller at 21. Now a seller at 22s, now 21s. Let's see where this pans out. I think we got some breaking news with Adara.
JP Morgan responded to that U.S. President Donald Trump suit. Again, as far as I can tell right now, a report, though, JP Morgan's statement does acknowledge the suit, saying that, quote, while we regret President Trump has sued us, we believe the suit has no merit. This response causing the stock to drop to its initial reaction low in this news. So once again, we had reports that U.S. President Donald Trump is suing JP Morgan and CEO Jamie Dimon for $5 billion over alleged political debanking. Then JP Morgan comes out and says that they don't think the suit has any merit. Back to you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Shout out to JP. Yeah, they're doing it live.
I mean, now JPM is starting to move here, man. So I'll take BTGO off my thing, and we'll go JPM coming into that range low that I marked earlier. That's 304 halves here on JPM. So maybe that's what the market was waiting for. Maybe a reply from Mr. Dimon himself.
Good call.
So we'll see. Opening range low coming at 0488s here. We're trading at 05s. That's 305s. You can see that right here on the day. Do we hold the range low?
Seller.
We'll see if that's going to be the case here. How's that IPO going?
I'm trying to get in now because it broke trend. There we go. We're in at 85. Let's put some profit takers. There's going to be selling at 22. There it goes, momentarily above. Let's see if we can get continuation through 22. 98, monster seller at 98. We're in at 85. If it loses 50, I'm out. It's simple as that. Let's just go ahead and throw that on there so that it removes the subjectivity out of it. And I want to put profit takers that possibly could get triggered by a liquidity grab. And there it goes into 21.90 again. No buying though, or sorry, no prints above 22. 21.98 keeps showing up. There it goes, OB, into a local area high. We have the, nice. Okay, this was a good trade. I just needed more shares. That was a mistake. I should have been sizing up on that. But anyway, not too bad, not too bad. Good trade here, $23 high on the dot. When we broke that 21.75 that we have been rejecting for 3 candles in a row, I knew there was a local seller at 21 3/4, and it was just really about whether we were going to hold that 50 penny level, which, you know, I put as my stop. But good strength here on BTGO. $23 on the dot is the high of the day. Whether or not we continue above 23, here is 23 again. It looks like the shorts are running scared here, at least for the moment. Can they continue to keep this one down below 23? Double top, guys, at 23 on the 1 minute, mind you. So very, very small time frame. I had to switch to the 1 because there's barely any candles off which to chart. You know, I like my 5s. Here comes again. Just saw a nice flash there into the 90s, but no continuation through 23. Continue to watch here, looking to see where the local area high is. This could be, you know, one of those similar small cap gapper style trades, guys. Switch to a smaller time frame if your platform allows you a 5 second, a 10 second, a 15, just so you can see where the local area sellers are, and it gives you a better picture of what's happening with the stock in real time. So continuing to watch here, 90 showing up again. There it goes into 23. No prints above 23 though. It feels like it's accumulating for a break of that level. Nope, not yet anyway. So shorts still, or the sellers, very, very staunchy in defending that $23 level. Let's continue to watch to see if it breaks above that and what kind of liquidity grab we'll have if we get above 23 in the same way that we just did there above 22. It was good breakout through 22. Let's see if we can continue on our merry way, Ob, on BTGOs. Are you looking at it?
No, I'm actually looking at this JPM because that opening range break that I just talked about, giving you about almost 50 pennies on the breakdown almost instantly, but we'll see. It's still got to hold that 305. That 305 held quite well over and over again. So let's see. That initial reaction I like. Sellers came in. Maybe we hit some stops there as well. I don't know, but we did wipe into the bid quite nicely all the way into 304 halves from that 305 break here. So we'll see if there's any sort of real continuation. 304.88 was specifically that low. You can see buyers in the pre-market showing up here. Let me pull up that chart once again so we can have the chart right beside as well. Oh, didn't want to do that. All right, cool. So market, yes, please turn. That's what I'm looking for here. But we'll keep Mr. Jamie Dimon over here on the side. And you can see that wick low coming in at 303.60. So maybe we're looking for a pullback into there. That's where buyers showed up in the pre-market session here. But I'm willing to let this one go as well if it can't really hold below with any sort of distinction. But that initial reaction, I like that. Let's see if there's any sort of continuation and follow through on the opening range break here on JPM. Amazon still holding that 235 as the market kind of consolidates and chops around sideways here. It looked like it's kind of slowing down, but we'll see. We'll have to wait and see if that actually comes into fruition here on the day. That IPO, man, had to have some shorts for that one because those are working out quite nicely. Did you borrow shorts for it?
No, you know, I rarely short Ob. I mean, again, you know, it's something that I'm looking at improving on. A lot of it has to do with the timing. We have to borrow shorts, but yeah, I think we're gonna have a resolution to that because we're going to be able to do it ourselves.
Oh yeah, please. I would love to do that because there are times like there's a two-step process. I got to ask for shorts, and they have to be approved. Then I got to get, like yesterday, like for example, for Lucid, like I saw the move, and it was going crazy, and I hadn't seen it before in the day.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, cool, okay, like I'd like some shorts for this.
Yes, please.
But the move came in literally like 10 seconds after I asked for them, so I'm like, that's not happening.
That's not going to work out.
I got to be able to be like, I like this short, I'm getting in right now.
Yeah.
But the thing is, preparation is also key there as well. You got to borrow shorts earlier on during the day. But sometimes just tickers show up, and you're just like, I would like some. This is looking great right now because it's on my scanner. So even getting rid of that bit of delay is definitely will definitely help.
Let's cover the IPO here, guys, because we're working into that 2350 high. It's a 2350 high. Needless to say, if it's 2350 high, we've broken through 23, so it's a series of higher lows here on BTGO. And here we go again. I just saw 40s. 50s is the high of the day. The strength is on right now on BTGO. 50 high. I'm not seeing any discernible size on the level 2 at 50, so likely will be a hidden seller. Here we are with 50 again. Did we breach it? No. I'm looking at the time and sales. No prints coming above 50 quite yet. So that staunchy seller at the $0.50 here. But let me see, man. I think that, you know, they're going to get wiped out here. That 50 seller, who knows whether or not they get wiped out. But it feels like the accumulation is going to kill them, Assassino. And there it goes into 64. That they breach that seller at 50. But look how quickly we dip back into that 50. And we're losing the bid now. Let's watch for a hold of 23. Very, very aggressive price action right now on BTGO. And that seller at 50 is back despite the price spike up into 64. So a lot of volatility on this name. Trade it carefully, guys. Assassino, sorry I didn't hear you, brother. Obi.
Yep. So savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leverage ETFs.
Tap it.
Featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
Oh no, I'm just we're preparing for the news segment with Sia because you know she's doing the news segment with us now, so just organizing.
Yeah, so JPM still kind of chopping around this 305, so I'll let it work. The news is relatively fresh, like he said before, and sure, getting involved at the lower high post news might have been much nicer because that was all the way at 307s, but. I wasn't really convinced with any of the action that was going on. I'm like, it's not really reacting to anything there. And I took my eyes off of it. And then it slams into the range lows. So this might take a little bit longer than I'm looking for, but it might also not work at all. But the bounce is coming in nonetheless right here on the opening range low hold. Again, at 304.58. Sorry, that's what, I don't know why I was calling out 88s there. 58s, 304 58s is where that was, and that slammed right into that level here as of right now. Let's see if we do a bit of a leg consolidation through for the breakdown, but this also is the area where some of the tops from yesterday also formed, so I'm keeping a close eye on that at the same time. So we'll see how this potentially pans out. Amazon doesn't look like it's really doing too much or doing what I'm looking for here, so might be piecing off of this one soon enough, but we'll let it consolidate. I kind of have lost market perspective there. I gotta let me pull that back on here. Okay, so the market's bidding back up at the same time. Let's see what the rest are doing. Whoa, Tesla.
Tesla's moving. Everybody's
Tesla
yelling about Tesla.
Right, I don't know if something's happening with Tesla right now, but I think Adara will.
Oh, I got Musk says tariffs make deploying solar U.S. artificially high. I don't think that's it.
I don't think that's
that
it.
Can't be it. Humanoid robot.
So we'll see. So I think, yeah, okay, Adara, let's see what's going on with Tesla.
Unsure if this is it, but this is something, this came out about a minute ago, which could coincide with this run. We did have Sawyer Merritt, which is like one of the most popular of these Tesla, I don't want to really say bull account because he does more research, but it's like an account that follows Tesla, saying that Tesla's officially started FSD unsupervised robo-taxi rides for the general public in Austin. I'm going to see if there's anything else in that, but again, looks like these, at least according to one account, Tesla has officially started FSD unsupervised robo-taxi rides for the public in Austin. Back to you.
Be fantastic. I can't wait for that kind of proliferate. I want to see it in real life, brother. Like, you know, I think this is where we're really going to see whether the camera system is viable, at least in, you know, the Austin climate, probably maybe not Toronto quite yet. But because there's really not going to be that kind of FSD bias where, you know, the people who really love FSD and are willing to kind of look through some of its flaws, we're really going to see it because there's going to be people in the car who will report whether or not, you know, this thing's fudging. just like we get with the Waymos, right?
Yeah.
You see the Waymo that started driving on the light rail transit line?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, you know, this looks like a lane, let me go in, right? And then it just found a streetcar in front of it.
That's
so,
funny.
you know, those are growing pains. We have to kind of accept that, but I can't wait to see what this actually does IRL. And hey, man, Elon, impress us, baby. Impress us. Because
Tesla move is going right now. I don't know if you've seen the chart there.
Hey, I'm looking right at it.
Was coming in.
442.19 high.
Yeah, 442 at 442's highs there, breaking out of intraday highs and held the prior day's highs pretty well at the same time. So watching that, I got stopped out of this JPM here as it just broke back above. But we'll be right back from Adara.
Yeah, I just want to confirm here with TSLA, I am seeing a lot of accounts run with this now, so it does look like this Sawyer Merritt post suggesting that Tesla has officially started FSD and supervised robotaxi rides in Austin. That is, in fact, the reason that TSLA moved. I just wanted to double check and clarify with you guys. That is why TSLA is higher, at least that seems to be the reason. Back to you.
Fantastic. Look, there it is on the board, guys. We're going to be using that breaking news headline a lot more, so keep your eye on the screen. For those news headlines. Thank you very much, Yannick. So that means FSD in my car should soon be unsupervised. Fingers crossed. That's the theory, right? Is that you're going to wake up one day, you're going to go into the car, you're going to see whatever, a 14.5, maybe 15 version FSD, and you can go into work and sleep. And maybe, or go on your phone, do work like people do on the subway or on the streetcar or the train, however you get to work. That would be the dream. I mean, I don't know how you feel about this whole thing, but if I could get driven around with my own car, the sooner the better.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's great. I think Elon has said this before as well. The transition might be very similar to that of elevators, where elevators used to have an operator in the past, where someone would drive the elevator up and down and kind of manage that as well. And now, very similar to that, you'll get in your vehicle, you'll press a button, you'll define your destination, and it'll just take you there, right? And that gives you so much more time to do what you want. Now I know, listen, I love driving.
Yeah.
I love driving.
Bang.
But where do I really love driving? On the track, not necessarily on the roads.
I like the highway.
Right? The highway's
I like
fine.
the highway.
But here's the thing. Humans are the reason why traffic jams exist.
Exactly.
You see something shiny on the other side of the highway, there might not be even any obstruction on the side that you're driving on.
Rubbernecking,
Guess
baby.
what?
Rubbernecking.
Exactly. Your highway, or the side you're on, you're going to start doing the accordion, where everybody's going to start doing a stop and go and stop and go.
I've never heard it called that before.
Yeah, that action is called some sort of an accordion type of price action. And it's only because humans are driving. Like, do you understand? And also the safety measures.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Once we get all the ducks in a line, they will drive like automated. Drivers will definitely be doing much better than human drivers. Humans make mistakes all the time. All the time. There are really horrible drivers. Now, funny stat, more often than not, most people will say, yeah, no, I'm a great driver. That's what most people say. So what really is the litmus? If you ask anybody, they'll be like, yeah, I'm a great driver. No one's going to be like, yeah, I'm a horrible driver. And I've been in vehicles with some of these people, and oh boy. It's not the case at all.
Yeah.
Anyways, once we fix that, I think we fix accidents, we fix traffic jams, the world will be a more peaceful and effective and efficient place. And sure, we're living through the times where, there's a lot of kinks. A lot of things need to be ironed out.
Yep.
And that'll take time, but we are onto a much better future in terms of safety, in terms of efficiency, in terms of effectiveness of our time as well. Because think about it.
I would love that, man. Reclaim your time, bro.
I say this all the time. There is a strong reason why I take transit in the morning.
Why?
Right? I could drive in every day.
Okay.
Too many decisions, too much mental capital. Right. Plus, it gives me all the time that I need to do my morning prep.
Right.
Which takes about roughly an hour.
Okay.
Right? I'm looking at my stocks, I'm looking at charts, I'm reading the news, I'm running through X, I'm going through the top gainers and the top decliners of the day. I'm seeing if there's any sort of market developments. I'm coming up with my morning trading plan. while somebody else is driving.
Exactly.
Right? Whether that be the bus or the subway. So I think that's something to really think about. Like how is my time effectively used? Like what my time is definitely, I would say worth a little bit more than making those decisions with all these crazy drivers on the road. Changing lanes, braking for no reason. There's these crazy people who just, without indicators, moving around, so you got to compensate for that.
Yep.
You got to be like, okay, there's a lot of defensive driving that has to go on in the morning.
Yep.
Come on.
I agree with everything.
It's
let's read some of the comments, though, because there's been a lot of comments coming in. T-Money, I would never use, I just took a trade on Tesla, guys. It was just rocketing up. How can I not, right?
Nice.
Anyway, I would never use FSD or automotive driving systems glitch out. It's tech, they have bugs, etc. I respect that opinion, man, but I don't think it's going to be like that forever and ever more. I just don't. I think that the days for autonomous driving are very, very near. And, it's probably not going to be perfect on day one. I don't think that at all. I don't think any technology is perfect on day one.
Yeah. This person's talking, exactly, that's a comment right there. Darth Trader, as if humans don't have bugs. I just literally talked about all the mistakes that humans make.
Did you see the data that came out?
Anxiety, right? Lack of reaction time.
Of course.
Come on, you think you're better than a machine?
Brother,
you think you're better than a computer at reaction
they're
time?
Eating.
Yeah, you're distracted.
Right?
You're not at 100%. So no, you are not better than a computer. You are not better than AI.
Oh my God.
I've seen the donuts that she was doing in that.
Yeah,
I mean, she's definitely very well in control of that vehicle. So
I don't know
we got to give her that.
That's a nice statement from you there. You just won her over with that one.
Yeah.
I love Ram.
Oh,
all right, guys, we're doing it live right now. We're having a great time. It's 1 o'clock. We're going to start the news session quite quickly. If you were wondering what the hell is going on with Tesla, it is breaking out. It is very strong right now, second only to Meta in the world of small cap gappers. Meta's up over 5%. Tesla on the verge of taking 3 as a result of the robo taxi now in Austin is doing unsupervised what do they call that? Ride-hailing service. So, this is kind of the look we were going for. And I told you guys, man, Tesla's playbook is super simple in some ways. Here's what I mean. On X, we kept seeing videos of the robo-taxi en masse all over Austin. When that happens, based upon what Tesla has done previously, and I'm talking specifically about the Model Y, codenamed Juniper, the refresh Model Y, we heard very little about it. And then all of a sudden, we started seeing them all over the roads. They were hiding kind of the features of it, but we started seeing a Model Y on the road, so we knew it was a matter of time till the Model Y got released. And that's what I was trying to tell you guys yesterday when I said all the robo-taxi videos online, there's a lot of them on X, and that usually means that we're going to get some sort of announcement. So great look there for Tesla, and I can't wait to see how it actually functions IRL, whether this moves the needle back into that $500 area where we were to start or to end the year, I should say. Your guess is as good as mine, but we're going to keep an eye out on that. Ichiro, experiencing FSD in downtown Boston was crazy impressive. It's not an easy place to drive. Yeah, it sounds like Toronto. And that's what I'm hearing from a lot of people, man. Everybody is singing the praise, I think, of 14.2 or 14.3, really saying that there are improvements, literal, human kind of decision making. I'll give you an example. The previous version of FSD, this is super basic, but it would put the indicator on to change lanes, and then it would take a long time. Not a human feature, when there's nobody there. A human person would just go right into the lane, maybe a second or two. This was taking a long time, and now you're seeing a lot more fluidity with the lane changes, a lot more fluidity with FSD. Whether that, basically catches those, what do they call those outlying cases? You know what I mean? Things that don't happen often.
Black swan.
What is
talking about black swan events?
Not black swan events.
Outliers.
Extreme cases. You guys know what I mean. And anyway, whether it catches those, we'll have to wait and see. Say it again, Assassino.
Yeah.
Outlier cases. Yes, those outliers. Exactly. Get it, Ram. But yeah, that's That's kind of what I mean by that, but not really surprised. All right, I got to get back into NAM over here because it is taking out that $0.50, and that $0.50 was the level that I was looking at there. So we're going to get into this position with a small position to start. On this one, we got 56s. Let's go ahead and look for continuation now. NAMM is the one I'm talking about. We're going to see what this one has to offer. Don't want to take out too much too quickly. I'm also looking at that 10 EMA on the 5 to hold. So anything below the third of $1 ends the trade for me. We'll see if the short sellers can kind of overwhelm us this time around, but we did catch a couple of great trades on this initially after going red on it to start. Then we're back green. Let's see what this one has to offer. NAMM, and then we're going to start the new segment momentarily.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, that's man, Tesla is really ripping on this one. I'm looking at this one asking myself, is this too far too fast? But, yeah, no, definitely every single kind of selling being absorbed here. What's up, Adara?
But now here in the market, Politico reporting that U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that China's President Xi and U.S. President Donald Trump could meet up to 4 times in the year 2026. Furthermore, I'm seeing something else here. This headline, not sure who this is attributed to, but apparently big Northern European investors saying they're increasingly wary of holding U.S. assets. Back to you.
No, I'm not surprised about that. Musk says
we were talking about
Tesla
this
has started, so Musk's saying it now with no in-car safety monitor. Okay, good. So now it's coming from Musk himself. Just started, yeah, okay. I'm just looking at all these different tweets over here. Fantastic look, Obe. Fantastic look. Good buoy for the market. The market already kind of caught a bit of a bid yesterday with the reconciliation, at least for the moment, between Europe and the United States. A nice bid today. We'll see if it kind of keeps going over here, but yeah, take over just so I can set up for
no worries. So that market came in with a little bit of a flush there, and Amazon swiped down to 235s. I'm just watching it closely here. We could just have a bit of a shake and bake on that. Start a quick swipe and then bid right back up to the highs and continue to go. Tesla continues to push as well. So I'm going to wait and watch this Tesla to see where and when this bid starts to slow down here, maybe for a potential reversion. But the long is definitely not wrong as of right now as we continue to push even higher. So I just pulled up a higher time frame here on Tesla just to take a look at what might be some prior areas here. So this the prior week or Friday high, that's coming in at 447s. We already are making a bit of a beeline up to there. Prior week highs, where's Monday? Right there, that's coming at 454. So yeah, that 450 might be on the horizon just today if we continue this bid on the day here, because we got that news confluence with the high day break. That high day break was already coming in before that news started to come in and push. But I'll wait and see. 445s I like, 450s I like as well. Let's see how well this Tesla can drive itself to the upside.
All right. Ram, if we can go to Sia, because we're going to start the new segment. Okay. All right, Ram. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. Hi, guys. So we're going to quickly dive into the news segment for now. So the NVIDIA and China chips. So Trump's administration's plan to grant NVIDIA the license to ship advanced AI chips to China has triggered certain backlash from China hawks in Congress, including members of Trump's own party. The House of the Foreign Affairs Committee has advanced the AI Overwatch Act, which basically protects American technology, import, export, all of that. The bill would require the approval from both houses, which is the House Foreign Affairs Committee and Senate Banking Committee, within the 30 days for advanced chip export licenses. The controversy is centered around NVIDIA's H200 chips as we know it. What do you have to say about this, Sharif?
I mean, we'll get Obi to chime in, but this is basically the same story we've been talking about, where the hawks are none too plussed about the export of the H200. They feel different. They say it puts the ball in China's court, whether it's developing their own internal AI, sort of stack and competing with the Americans, or the military. But to me, the competing argument is, at least it sits better with me. And what do I mean by that? So are we so naive that we don't think that the Chinese have Blackwell the H100, the H200, and if they really wanted to or could, they would replicate the technology. The fact of the matter is there is an ultraviolet, extreme violet lithography machine, which is basically the production process bottleneck, where they can't really seem to get around that. So let's be real. Let's let American technology proliferate, take advantage of the sales that are going to come with that, and, you know, give them your best chip. Always have that competitive 1-2 generation advantage. I personally think that that's the best way to go. There are others who disagree, and apparently this oversight committee is going to have their say. So what are they saying here? So apparently the AI Overwatch Act is being kind of pushed through the Foreign Affairs Committee in the House. It's tightening congressional control of AI. Bill require approval from the Foreign Affairs Committee and the Senate Banking Committee within 30 days for advanced chip export license. And if passed, it would revoke the licenses that President Trump has issued. So I feel like we just need some resolution to this issue so we can kind of have a better understanding about what NVIDIA's China revenue would be. And I think, you know, until we get that, it's going to be in this sort of range where we don't really know what's going on. What do you think, Ove?
Yeah, I think we kind of spoke on this yesterday, man. I think whether they want the chips, and there's going to be a lot of hurdles along the way, whoever wants the chips are eventually going to find some way, one way or another, to get them to develop the technology, because at the end of the day, this is an AI, similar to like an arms race. This is a very much the same. This is an AI arms race. So whichever country has the best AI is probably going to have a distinct advantage over others, and countries around the world are going to do whatever they can to get their hands on the best technologies so that they can develop this here as well. And along the way, of course, they want to get a proper official route to get it into China, and we're gonna work on those things along the way as well, I'm sure. But I think that in terms of NVIDIA, where the chart stands, they're going to continue making these sales. They're going to continue selling these chips and getting better and better back to back after every iteration of chip, until someone else, we talked about this yesterday, until someone else steps up to the plate and says, no, we're going to do it better than you. So I think in terms of that, NVIDIA is perfectly placed for this environment.
And to be quite honest with you, I mean, like, yeah, the H200 is not the best chip. That's not what I'm saying. Somebody in the chat was saying that I said that. That's not what I mean at all. I know Blackwell is the best chip, right? That's not the point. The point is, we've already seen all these different kind of conduit countries, whether it's Singapore, Vietnam, where a lot of shell companies were set up. A bunch of these H100 and H200s were shipped there. I'm not really sure about Blackwell. So if you're thinking, you know, they don't have access to the technology, well, certainly they do. It's about their inability to reverse engineer it. And a lot of that has to do with ASML and Zeiss. And we've talked about this before, the mirrors, the extreme ultraviolet lithography, and now ASML is coming out with the next gen of their machine. I forget what it's called. It has some numbers in it. But that's not the point. The point is the Chinese can't replicate that. So unless they do, they're going to have to start using the Huawei Ascend en masse, which is super inefficient, to kind of achieve similar results. And, you know, the Chinese don't have a problem with power. That's the thing, right? So even if these Huawei Ascend chips are crap and super energy demand heavy, I don't think that really moves the needle for the Chinese. They're adding terawatts of power. So sell them the chips, man. Sell them not the best chip, but sell them the chips. Keep them addicted to the technology. Continue to take money from them. And when they develop their own, they develop their own. Obviously, you can't stop from doing that. What do you got, Sia?
Apparently, Elon's talking.
Yeah, Ram, pay attention.
We're gonna move to Apple now. Apple in India, specifically. Apple has basically asked an Indian court to stop the country's antitrust watchdog from demanding certain financial documents and records for its App Store investigation. The probe is being led by the Competition Commission of India, that is CCI, and they've accused Apple for abusing its dominant position in India. Apple could also face fines of up to $38 billion if the watchdog uses its global turnover calculation for penalties. India's rules allow penalties to be calculated on worldwide turnover, not just local sales, which is what makes this even more complicated. And Apple has now asked the Delhi High Court, which is the only high court in the capital state of India to halt enforcement actions and pause investigation entirely at this stage, but we don't know yet if this will be appealed. And another thing to note here is that the country's capital is scheduled to hear on the matter by January 27th. So we will know soon, which is a key near-term catalyst for Apple stores. Over to
I want to talk here about BKKT backed. As you guys can see, this one a little bit of a pop. Alfred, who his involvement in this a couple months ago and led to a spike in the stock, just posted, quote, "I'm going to be honest, I'm pretty fired up about opportunities that backed could get interesting." So BKKT getting pumped by known long Mike Alfred. Back over to the guys.
You didn't have an opportunity to comment on NVIDIA, so if you'd like to comment, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I want to talk here about Brian Mast, who's the leader of that committee. I wanted to find something interesting on him because I'm kind of curious, because the thing is, if you are a Republican right now, voting or going against this Trump administration action with the chips, probably not a great look. I couldn't find too much on Brian Mast. He's on his 5th term, apparently, like started in 2017, so that obviously includes midterm elections. He's a really sketchy history with regards to actually filing for his stock purchases. He did like a whole swap with Tilray that he filed over a year late, but that's not relevant. The point I'm trying to make here is I do think that it's going to be really, really hard for this AI overwatch or oversight thing to actually pass, because if you're going to vote, you're going to be voting against U.S. President Trump and what he wants there. And we also have the fact that David Sachs, who's of course the AI and crypto czar, he's already come out and said he is not for this act. Presumably that means the whole administration not going to support this. So I do think anybody who kind of talks against that, probably not going to be in the most, to put it a certain way, politically advantageous position. So I think the chances of this getting passed are very small. As for my actual opinion on this, you guys know how I feel about this. I do not think that they should be banning the sales of chips to China, because I've already said this, like, China's already gotten a leg up. If we just keep banning chips from them, they're just going to continue to develop at a greater level. And we can talk all we want about, oh, those chips aren't even good. The point is they're going to continue to get better. And I think sending them these chips is at least going to be a way for the U.S. and NVIDIA in particular to get some revenue out of it.
Thank you very much. Let's go on. Well, see, I already read Apple. So my opinion on Apple is this is exorbitant. So Apple's saying that they could face up to $38 billion if the Indian regulator uses their global revenue as a baseline for the penalties. I mean, I don't know if that's cruel and unusual punishment, but why? I mean, obviously that doesn't apply to companies in a civil suit, but I mean, really, why would you want to hurt the company so much who's already opened up fabs? They've moved production from China into India. Why aggravate the company? Why, they're going to move them somewhere else, somewhere, I don't know, Vietnam, somewhere different. So I'm not really sure what the Indian regulator is trying to do with that. In addition, this is just another kind of expansion of what we've already seen from Europe. Europe already, they've taxed, or they've fined, I should say, American tech companies, especially the Mag 7, to no end. Hundreds of billions of, millions, of dollar or euro fines. So this is kind of going to cut to the point where, you've already seen President Trump make statements about how he feels the European regulators treating American companies. It's going to expand into India. Then, you're going to have, it's going to become a geopolitical issue as opposed to just, the regulator between companies, because this is crazy. Now, by the way, Apple has asked the Delhi High Court to halt enforcement. They're arguing that complying would undermine the primary legal challenge to the penalty, which is interesting there. So they're trying to kind of add it from another way. It looks like we're going to find out the hearing is scheduled to take place on the 27th. So not really surprised about that. But we got to go back to Sia.
Quick update here as well about Apple. Something to know is that India uses something called Google Pay to do transactions, but Apple is going to be entering the market, according to Business Insider, and quite a lot of sources I'm seeing here, by the end of 2026. The challenge was that the biometric authentication in India, payment framework didn't allow Face ID or biometrics to approve transactions until October of 2025. And Apple might just enter the payment market as well. But I'm really excited to see how this is going to work with the news that we're just getting from Apple. Back to Sharif.
Sia, because is there really an incentive for Apple to launch it if they're going to get smacked with a multi-billion-dollar regulatory fine? It's nothing new. It's just all that it is. It's expanding to other jurisdictions. We already see it in Europe. Obi, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I think we kind of spoke on this a little bit earlier here. $38 billion, Apple. It's really nothing much for Apple, but what is unfair, I think, is that they're calculating it off of their worldwide revenue, right?
They are.
That's correct.
Yes,
so
yes.
it's just like that makes no sense. Maybe you should calculate it for the revenue that happens on even maybe on the continent that you're kind of posing that from, right? So I think that's a little bit more fair. And Apple's not saying we're not going to pay the fine.
Well,
they're just saying they're challenging it. They're being like, why are you calculating it off of worldwide revenue, right? So I think that's
Europe does it, and that's why. Huh?
Yeah. So we talked about how countries kind of playing like that opens a door for more bullying. In my opinion, for some of these companies. But again, it's not that Apple can't deal with it. It's just, is it fair or not? I think that's the question there.
And before we go back to Sia, guys, I got to let you know the market recap show is happening tonight. It's happening in a big way, so make sure to catch that with the big boys in Adara after the bell. It's going to be Intel, of course. And anybody who's been watching Intel the last little bit knows that this is a very, very important report. I think it's been a rocket ship as of late. I think it's been double digits a couple of times this week. So make sure we have a special market recap show for Intel earnings. Catch that with the Katina Man, Neil, and Adara. They're all going to be here after the bell. Back to Sia.
Oh, thank you so much. We're going to talk and dive into OpenAI right now. So open discussions with certain Middle Eastern sovereign funds about a new multi-billion-dollar funding round. The potential raise is expected to be a total of around $50 billion. Final terms not yet discussed, but this is what we've seen on CNBC. CEO Altman currently is in the United Arab Emirates to take part in the talks, and with the round expected in Q1. A couple of things. OpenAI, as we know, has been one of the fastest growing commercial entities globally since launching ChatGPT in 2020, which has made way for the current AI boom. Company continues to require, as we know it, massive capital to scale compute, train larger models, and roll out AI capabilities across enterprise and certain consumer markets. Now, Microsoft also remains a core OpenAI investor, we know it, and a strategic partner, and any further OpenAI valuation expansion will reinforce Microsoft's long-term AI moat. And in October, OpenAI also finalized a $6.6 billion share sale, lifting its valuation to roughly $500 billion. What do you have to say about this?
So I'm trying to find out what they raised $50 billion at the valuation. Okay, so according to CNBC, and this came out the 21st to 22nd, OpenAI, that $50 billion valuation, that $50 billion raise that Sia just mentioned, they were valued between $750 to $830 billion. That's obviously in the private market. So why are we talking about this? Because we've talked so much about OpenAI possibly coming to market as a public company this year, and we were also talking on to be the first $1 trillion IPO ever to hit these markets, and $750 to $830 billion. That's the range that's being discussed right now, according to CNBC. Well, that puts it away like a shot away from that $1 trillion mark. Now, that doesn't mean I agree with that. I think ChatGPT, just a personal here, has seen better days. Right? I don't think it's going in the right direction in terms of LLMs, like it's refusing to do basic things. And then it's still very complimentary, even when you're dead wrong, as opposed to Grok, for example, which like tells you, no, you're a dumbass. That's not accurate. I would obviously say that, of course, unless you're using the one with the attitude. But it tells you no when you're wrong. So it's a lot more direct. And so I happen to like it a lot better in terms of summaries and information. I think ChatGPT's days are the best days are behind it. But clearly the market doesn't feel that way. In addition, this $50 billion raise is the biggest in tech history. And it was OpenAI who had the previous biggest raise in tech history with $40 billion.
Yeah, so they keep
So
going.
it just keeps getting higher and higher and higher.
It makes sense. It makes sense with the developments that are happening, and how, like, investors are more than willing to put down their dollar on things that they see an effective return in, and I think that AI has been giving exactly that. So I think we've seen just the beginning of it here, Sharif. Like 40 billion, 50 billion. I think this is again a potentially multi-billion dollar, maybe even a $1 trillion market here going into the future if AI develops in the way that some of the speculation has it for. So yeah, I think I keep saying this. Microsoft, companies like Microsoft, companies like NVIDIA, they're and Google as well, they're in a place where they're doing the right things to really start to expand and go exponential with this technology. And I think that is something that is required when it comes to AI, because it's going to move at a pace that they themselves probably will struggle to keep up with. So yeah, you got to throw some of those dollars down to keep up.
Speaking of softy, let's bring it back to the public markets for a second. We know that Microsoft has a 27% stake in OpenAI. So based on the current valuations that we mentioned to you, $750 billion at the low end, $830 billion at the high end, what would that make in terms of Microsoft's stake? Well, at 750, it would be $202.5 billion. The higher end, at 830, would make Microsoft's stake $124.1 billion. Well, how much has Microsoft invested so far? I'm seeing Microsoft's total cash investments in OpenAI is roughly $14 billion. Their stake would be worth 16 times their total cash that they put in. So we got to bring it back to the public markets, because OpenAI is not, a publicly traded company yet. But that is interesting. $14 billion cash investment, and you see $224.1 billion as your stake. Again, is it liquid? Probably not, right? But anyway, that's kind of what I wanted to mention there, the Microsoft aspect of things, and the what's it called? The Microsoft's ownership stake of the whole thing, 27%. See ya.
Before we move on, I just have one thing to say. I located the lavender chocolates, and I found them on the table. And I know Sean is right here in front of me, but I just want to let him know they're right here. They're right here. You can take it from me whenever you'd like. Okay, moving on. So Alphabet was upgraded to a strong buy from outperformed by Raymond. The new price target of $400 raised from $300. Upgrade is basically a bottom-up model that points to stronger long-term growth. Raymond James now sees 2026, 2027 revenue estimates moving materially higher, with 2027 revenue now at high end of street forecasts. Google Cloud continues to also scale profitably, while search remains resilient despite the AI concerns. What do you have to say about this, Sharif?
They're saying refreshed bottom-up model that points to stronger long-term growth across search and cloud. Two biggest needle movers. We know they don't make much money in the way of from Waymo. It's really an ad business and the cloud business, and they're both very margin. We've seen that with AWS, we've seen Azure when it comes to cloud, and we've also seen that with advertising. Meta's gross margins are like 82.5%. Google's can't be far off that, right? So these are their two biggest and most profitable revenue drivers, and I like how likes both of them. They also said, see 2026 and 2027 revenue moving materially higher, with possibly 2027 revenue at the high end of the street forecast. So Google, it's been a rocket ship. I really like it, and I think that the top came off the price of Google once we saw that the antitrust, at least for the moment, issue was off the table, that they weren't going to break them up, they weren't going to make them divest Chrome, because if you look at the date of that decision and then the price action subsequent, it really was a bit of an invisible top, so to speak.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at how Google. Remember specifically what that date was.
You can find out, sir. Give me 1 second. Keep going, and I'll find out.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a quick look at the daily chart and get ready for that here. So that was a few weeks ago, I'm assuming, or January?
A few months ago.
Oh, a few months ago. Okay, right. So the biggest thing I'm seeing here on the daily chart here, and I remember this day as well, was this push into this 290, 300 roughly breakout on Google. So this thing, again, I'm going to reiterate, these things, a lot of these stocks are September 2nd. Okay,
yes,
cool. So September 2nd right here.
Look at that. I mean,
Gap
bro.
Push, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's this breakout right here. Yeah, that's absolutely solid. So you break out on news, you hold those highs, and you start to stair step higher. So very, very strong is Google in this environment. And I think you're right. Maybe that's what it was waiting for.
I felt
that's what buyers were waiting for, to get that out of the way and really push up and step up. And you can see structurally it's holding extremely, extremely well.
Oh, yeah.
I was asked if there was one stock that you could, go long forever. Potentially Google was definitely one of them. They do the right stuff, and they're involved in all the right things. They might not make the chips right now, but you know what I mean. I think they're very well poised for the environment that we are in, and maybe we expect in the future as well.
Just got to say what's up to our boy Joey Options in the chat. If you're looking to talk to Joey, if you miss him, if you have questions, he's in the chat right now. But Bobby and I are going to pause for a second. We're sending it to Adara for a special guest.
Very pleased to welcome to the show Dan Goldberger, the CEO of electroCore. electroCore is a commercial stage bioelectronic medicine company trading on the NASDAQ under the ticker ECOR. And you guys actually recently guided to record annual revenue of approximately $30 million, reflecting a strong operational turnaround. Thank you so much for being here with us, Dan, today. Excited to get into this with you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. And by the way, it was $32 million in revenue for last year.
Oh, awesome. Thank you very much for letting us know, for updating us there. What can you tell our viewers about electroCore and your flagship product, GammaCore?
Sure. I really appreciate being here today. electroCore is a growing fast. We make that provide non-electric electrical stimulation. Most of our business in prescription medicine, but we have a health and wellness product line as well. This is our flagship GammaCore Sapphire product. It's a handheld, non-invasive device. It's FDA to treat and prevent migraine headaches, cluster headaches, and other forms of primary. This is not pharmaceutical, and so acute treatment of headache means like out of my 2-minute dose of electrical energy. You reduce the harm associated with that headache. Cases we're also approved for prevention. A little bit different. Use twice a day, morning, 2 minutes in the morning, 2 minutes in the evening, and the data showed a statistically significant reduction in the number of headache days for patients who used it in that form, consistently using it twice a day. So, a pharmaceutical. This is competitive with prescription pharmaceuticals, competitive with prescription pharmaceuticals in the headache space, and we're starting to grow the business.
What value does your recent Neurometrics acquisition add to the business, just speaking of growth?
Yeah, so I don't have one with me, but we acquired the Quell fibromyalgia product line in May of this year. This is, again, it's a wearable neurostimulation, non-invasive neurostimulation device for treatment of the discomfort associated with fibromyalgia by prescription, again. Not a pharmaceutical. In the last quarter, that was almost $800,000 of revenue from a standing start because we just acquired it and integrated it. So it's ahead of expectations, ahead of our internal expectations for revenue growth, and we're looking at great things in 2026 and beyond.
Can you talk about your recent guidance year for revenue. Dive into this outlook a little bit more and tell us how your over $30 million in revenue outlook is going to be achievable.
Yeah, so the 32 million in revenue is a 2025 number, so we've already achieved that. That represents roughly 30% growth at the top line over 2024. We have not given guidance for 2026, but we expect to maintain at least that 30% revenue growth rate. Our 5-year CAGR is closer to 50%. Most of our revenue historically comes from prescription headache. Now we're adding prescription fibromyalgia for the full year of 2026. And our direct-to-consumer Truvaga Health and Wellness brand has been growing much faster than the rest of the company from small numbers. But we did more than $5 million in revenue from our health and wellness products, which are sold direct-to-consumer. That business has been growing closer to 70 or 80% year on year, and we think that that growth from a smaller base is going to continue in 2026. So, in summary, we're growing with our historic product lines, and we've been adding product lines that are going to accelerate that growth.
Can you tell us a little bit about your liquidity position and the company's path towards profitability?
Great question. We just reported $11.6 million of cash on the balance sheet. We used about $1.5 million of cash in the fourth quarter of 2025. So we've got, even without growing, we've got plenty of runway. We need about $12 million of quarterly revenue to be positive cash on an adjusted EBITDA measurement. We expect to get to that revenue run rate in the fourth quarter of 26 for sure, and probably in the third quarter of 2026. So long story short, we still burned cash in the fourth quarter of 2025. We're going to turn the quarter on cash positive towards the end of 26 and then get to GAAP profitability in 27.
Very exciting. Now, before we let you go, we want to know what makes electroCore different from its competitors and peers in the healthcare tech space, and what are some key takeaways that you would have for potential investors in the company?
Yeah, so our differentiation starts with science and technology and intellectual property protection, and then it continues into how we are building our channels with white glove customer service, customer experience, high profile sales and marketing activities. And so it's a focus on operational excellence throughout that comes from a basis of products that work, that are clinically meaningful, and have the data to prove that.
Thank you again, and thank you so much for being with us. Dan Goldberger, CEO of electroCore. Again, you guys find them on the NASDAQ under ticker ECOR. Thank you so much for being here with us, Dan.
Thanks for the opportunity. Have a great day.
For that great interview, great information. Shout out to Dan Goldberger, CEO of electroCore. Thank you very much.
That's a cool product.
That's your world. So you tell us about it. That's your world.
Well, I don't know if it's. I left that world far, but no. But I think that's a pretty cool product. You know, treating headaches and stuff with electrical stimulation there as well. Yeah, I think it's good stuff.
Good stuff.
Non-invasive for sure.
All right, let's get back to the news segment if we can. Assassino, we'll see you.
Meta pullback is drawing a fresh analyst support. So Meta Platforms remains a buy at Jefferies with the $910 price target, citing an attractive risk reward after the recent pullback. The shares currently traded near 612.96, below the Jefferies target. But Meta trades are roughly at an 8-turn profit to earnings discount versus Alphabet, despite the comparable AI exposure. What do you have to say about this?
I gotta tell you, Llama sucks, whether it's 3 or 4. So he's got to get his ducks in a row with AI. Now, according to some reports that we got yesterday about Meta, the avocado, which is going to be the text-based one, and mango, I think that's the image and video one, are looking a lot better. And that better be the case, Mark, because you spent a small fortune acquiring a whole bunch of different AI talent and AI companies, Scale included. Now, we're not going to go into that whole Scale thing yesterday and the strategy to hamstring his competition. But what I really wanted to focus on was this: the current valuation for Meta sits at 27.17 times earnings, and that's with an 82% gross margin. Well, why is Google trading at a lot higher with very similar advertising gross margins? And you have to assume as well that their cloud gross margins are in the high 70s to low 80s. So that's kind of what I wanted to point out there. So I feel there may be some discrepancies in valuations, and we've seen Meta outperform in the future, and they're super quick and they're super, I want to say, flexible. And I hate to put it like so crudely, but they can lay off people like quickly like that. And that's exactly what they're doing. In fact, they plan to cut roughly 10% of the Reality Labs unit, and he says he's going to basically redirect all that to Meta Compute Initiative, which is focusing on the large-scale AI infrastructure. So that's kind of how I feel about that. And I also want to point out, they said they're going to start expanding their WhatsApp revenue. He thinks it's going to hit $9 billion, and it could be roughly $36 billion by full year 2029. That is from that's from Jefferies, by the way. That's their projection. And they also see additional upside from Threads monetization. That one I got to disagree with. I don't think anybody's on Threads. Are you on Threads?
Nope.
No.
I mean, I keep getting.
Is anybody here on Threads? Like,
whenever I'm on, I guess Instagram, I always keep getting that. Are you on Threads?
No,
this many
I'm not,
people,
bro.
all these friends are on Threads, and it always pops up with like some sort of interesting article about something, and I'm like, oh, that looks interesting, and it's like, no, join Threads, and I'm like, no, I'm not gonna. I don't want to.
Apparently, Neil's dad's an avid Threads user.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you're trying to do like a Twitter thing. X is obviously much better, especially for the fastest news. The fastest news, you get it on X. The fastest, especially if you're in the world of finance, like you're gonna get, and you don't have a Bloomberg terminal, then some of the fastest news that you're getting is through X. Like it is by far
100%
superior than any of the other platforms. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of political opinions on what X is and the kind of participants that it has, but it doesn't matter.
And to be quite honest,
you got to curate who you follow, just like any other app. It's going to give you both sides, right? That's the thing about these algorithms.
Even if you are on that side of the political spectrum, isn't there blue sky for those people? Right? Like people who,
what do you mean?
They dislike Elon so much, they're not willing to use any of his products. Yeah. Isn't there blue sky? Don't those people use blue sky? Am I wrong about that? Fact check me, chat. I mean,
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, it was led by, what's his name, Jack Dorsey. He opened it up as kind of a Twitter competitor, and then I think people took over. I'm not really sure.
Interesting.
But anyway, apparently Ram and Joe are going back and forth in that chat, which is funny. But anyway, I think we've had all we said, all we needed to say about Meta. What is the next topic, Sia?
Next topic is Intel, Sharif. So Intel's as we know, Intel's reporting its Q4 earnings later today, and Intel is currently being seen renewed confidence as CEO Lip Bhutan's turnaround strategy is beginning to take shape after years of missteps in execution. Intel has secured a $5 billion investment from NVIDIA, $2 billion investment from SoftBank, and backing from the U.S. government. Also, Intel's data center business is expected to generally grow more than 30% year over year, which is to $4.43 billion in the December quarter per LSEG data. Also, a couple things. Intel has begun shipping the Panther Lake PC chips, the first built on its critical 18A manufacturing processes. So what do you have to say about this, guys?
I got two main things to say. First and foremost, analysts are saying that they could push through double-digit server CPU price increases in this year. That would be huge for margin expansion. And apparently they're sold out. for those. And there's a lot of hyperscaler demand for their CPU servers. I know we've talked a lot about GPUs and NVIDIA, but apparently CPU is still in vogue. That's number one. Number two, I was reading an article about their 18A node, and their yield is improved markedly on that. And if you know what yield is, right? We're not going to go through that whole thing, but apparently now it's up to 60%. Whereas when I think when NVIDIA viewed it first time around, it was sub 50, more like in the low 40s. So that is, definitely improving. Now their 18A node is by no means their most advanced, but it's the one that they want to produce en masse. They are still looking into that 14A node, but that apparently is going to get produced or manufactured, I should say, in Ohio, and then their Ohio plant is going to take to 2030 to build out. So I don't think we're going to see 14A in any discernible large numbers for a while, so it's going to be 18A. So that's what I take out of this. Possible margin expansion on data centers, which is a huge high margin product, and the improvement of their 18A node. And by the way, before we go to Obi, market recap show tonight. Neil, Sean, and Adara, we're covering the Intel report, the earnings report after the bell, so make sure you're hanging out with us. Obi, what say you on Intel?
Yeah, man, I think Intel's a long time coming. We keep reiterating how the chart has looked, how the price action has looked on Intel, how it's been building up. For over a year, just consolidating between that 17 and 26 while the rest of the chips are running. Finally catches a break, breaks out of that 26, starts stepping up, 25s, 30s, 35s, 40s. Now 50 push, right? Currently trading at 54s. So 55 was definitely hit this morning. It was definitely hit in the overnight session as well. As it was just, again, I was trading it on BL last night, and there was just this buyer that's just chasing it up. 30,000 shares each time, boom, 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 boom. So I was just like, this is very clearly someone who's willing to buy Intel in the overnight session, right?
30,000 is not chump change either.
I mean, yeah, and multiple orders getting filled as well, right? So it was like that. I was like, that was very interesting to me. And then that's all coming into earnings as well. So I think bigger picture, this thing has already been on a very strong uptrend. A lot of winding action that finally got released. Again, with the help of the presidential seal and then the U.S. government involvement as well. They want a stake in it. They got a stake in it. And they're just saying that we need some of these in-house companies to start performing. And they are definitely poised to step up their game. So I think Intel has a long way to go in terms of price action back to its highs if it's going to head up there. But as of right now, as of recent times, it's doing exactly that. It's stepping up and it's stepping up and it's stepping up. So I think it's very structurally sound, in my opinion.
Sounds good.
And we'll see how earnings goes.
Yeah,
maybe we sell
we don't
off,
have to wait
maybe
long.
we go higher.
A few hours.
But we'll definitely see.
Yeah, market recap show. Don't forget that. All right, see ya. What's next?
We have ARM Holdings. ARM Holdings shares have moved higher following a current analyst upgrade, reinforcing certain renewed momentum. And Susquehanna analyst Chris Rowland has basically upgraded ARM from a neutral to positive while maintaining a $150 price target. ARM now carries a consensus buy rating with an average price target of 171.8, signaling broader street confidence despite certain volatility recently. RBC Capital has also initiated coverage with outperform at a $140 target earlier this month, and BofA Securities recently also upgraded ARM to neutral with a $120 target. What do you have to say about this, guys?
So I want to go to Adara for a second so she can comment on Intel, but I just wanted to say one thing. Since the 20th, which was 3 days ago, so the beginning of this trading week, ARM is up 21% in 3 days. So volatile. However, it is coming into that 125 area, which is the 50 exponential moving average on the daily. But this is what ARM has looked like, guys. This is, the mother of all ranges. Clearly a top at 180, 190. A very clear bottom here in and around 100. I mean, this is the tariff tantrum. So you can kind of look at that maybe with some, understanding that it was breached, but very quickly reclaimed. So $100 seems to be a money entry in and around 100, and then you're wetting your beak literally in the 170s, 180s here. That's kind of what I see on ARM. Other than that, it's just, there's only 10% of the float that's trading on ARM, right? We know that SoftBank still owns like 80, 90% of this thing. Just before we get Obi's take on ARM, let's go back to Adara for Intel.
To talk about Intel, guys, let's talk about INTC. We are going to be covering these earnings, of course, after the bell. A whole bunch of visuals for you guys to kind of contextualize some things. So a lot of these, always better if you check it out on X at TTV Research. But here is INTC's earnings preview. I mean, last quarter, they did beat revenue estimates. They beat EPS. Revenue grew by 3% year over year. There are some segments, though, that were worrying. Cough, cough. Intel Foundry, anybody? Which is interesting because we know that Foundry was never, ever Lip-Bhutan's focus. He literally left the board of Intel like 9 months before he got appointed to be CEO because he didn't like the Foundry impact or the Foundry focus. Now that the U.S. has invested in them, they're basically forced to do Foundry, which, as I've said, I kind of find a bit problematic, especially because Lip-Bhutan never wanted this in the first place. But either way, as you can see here, client computing revenue doing well, growing year over year. However, data center AI revenue not growing, and neither is Intel Foundry. Those are actually declining year over year. Not a great look when the two segments that you should probably be trying to be more competitive at are not doing particularly well. So that's a bit concerning. And last but not least, we do have to say a moment of remembrance for Pat Gelsinger, Intel CEO. He is not dead. I do apologize for wording it that way, but his time at Intel was certainly very tumultuous for the company. The revenue declined every year he was there. And one nice thing about having Lip-Bhutan too is we don't get quotes like, quote, we delivered solid first quarter results when your EPS drops 109% year over year, which did happen under Pat Gelsinger. So again, we've got a CEO who's got a good head on his shoulders. I'd like to see some year-over-year revenue increases rather than decreases, and we're going to find out when we get that report tonight. Please do not miss it, guys. 4 p.m. I'll be updating live on TTV Research on X through the entire thing. Sean Neil will be there. Neil will be there. We'll all be there. Check it out. Rotating desks. Very cool. Back to you.
It's going to be a party, guys. Do not miss out. Aftermarket shall be there or be square. Obi, Arm, what's your look?
So the look on ARM is that it's looking like it hasn't really been working out. So bit of a stuck in a bit of a range, right? Yeah. So I think unless and until we can really distinctly get past this range, it's stuck between 180s and 100s here on ARM. So nothing too crazy in terms of volume as well. I'm looking here at a weekly chart. So I think they're still kind of poised for maybe some more in terms of the developments that they're making, but just specifically speaking off of the chart, you know what it does remind me of here, Sharif? This is a recent, well, not that recent, but 2023 IPO. I remember when this IPO'd here as well. This kind of reminds me of Figure. But Figure did it on a much shorter time frame. Yeah. But sideways chop, no real buying.
Figma, man? Figure.
This is Figure, not Figure. Not Figure.
Yeah, my bad.
But Figure, sideways chop post IPO. So it builds a range, and then it breaks out of that range with volume, and then it gets going. So when it comes to ARM, that is what I'm really waiting for.
Interesting.
We're building a beautiful range, a multi-year range on ARM. And now whether this breaks to the downside, breaks to the upside, best believe I'm going to be flexing on that trade.
You're going to flex, Oba. I like it. I want to say one more thing before we go back to SIA. We've seen this a lot from industry analysts. They're saying, the real focus now is on server chips, whether it's CPUs or GPUs, and very much less on mobile. And ARM, that's basically ARM's moat. They make these very high energy efficient, small phone, tablet-like CPUs. And so maybe they've fallen a little bit out of disfavor at the moment. I don't know if that stays the same going into this or into the rest of this year, but that's something to keep an eye out on. That's what a lot of analysts are saying. The focus on chips and microchips, semiconductors, is more along the lines of servers as opposed to mobile. SIA, what do we have next?
Next up, we have Palantir Technologies, PLTI. Was initiated a buy by Philip Securities with a $208 price target, adding certain bullish momentum. Philip Securities forecasts group revenue growth of 47% year over year to $4.2 billion in first FY25, which is a sharp acceleration versus the previous years that it's had. Also, the U.S. remains Palantir's largest market, which is at 66% off its revenue, with U.S. growth forecasted at 66% year over year. What do you have to say about this?
Well, right away, what I'm liking is the fact that their commercial revenue is actually going to expand more than their government revenue. This is one of the criticisms is, a lot of their contracts, Palantir, are government-based, which is not bad because that's almost guaranteed money. They're not going to back out, and it's sticky as well. Once the government is a client, they tend to stick around. Who knows with President Trump? But that's generally the consensus. Now, that hadn't been the case for them. They had been kind of very, very government focused. Now, commercial revenue expected to grow 51%, was going to outpace their government revenue growth of 43%, signaling, that diversification beyond defense. And Obi and I were talking about AIP, which is their platform, their AI platform. It's fantastic. If you haven't done a deep dive on this or research on this, just go and look at how it functions. It goes into your system. It learns how you operate without user input. It sees what the connections are. It makes recommendations as to how you can become more productive, more efficient. So this has commercialization all over it. Whether or not we actually see the numbers manifest, your guess is as good as mine, but the analysts seem to like it. Obi, Palantir.
Palantir, man. Yeah, they're doing absolutely great stuff. That's for sure. And we are definitely in a very, very strong uptrend. So, technically speaking, we covered this yesterday. I was just like, okay, this chart reminds me very, very much of the parabolic action, the multi-month, almost multi-year action that we had on ANF. Now, sure, totally different companies, totally different sentiment, right? But on the break of prior structure, on the break of this prior bar, on the 3 month, this is a 3-month chart here on Palantir. I think I want to start looking for people who are hitting out of this trade below 150. I do think it's very much overextended. Sure, they do great things, and the sentiment could carry this forward, and we get the breakout of that 207 all-time highs as well.
Right.
We talk about how rangy some of these months, these average ranges on the monthly candles are. They're expanding through that 100 push, right? We had the strong flush on the first push of 120, definitely trapping some shorts, being like, all right, well, this stock went from sub 20 with a low of $6, 592s, all the way past 100. They're getting involved for a potential backside move, and those shorts get absolutely trapped, and it pushes higher, adding fuel to the fire for the bid up. Right? But now we're starting to look a little distinctly different. We've kind of slowed down. We're starting to slow down here as well on the monthly chart. So I want to ask the question, is this price acceptance? Are we going to hold consolidation? Maybe we make a bit of a flag. Or do we break down and find some acceptance maybe a little bit lower? Remember, this can fall all the way down to 100, all the way down to 70s, and still have technically higher highs and higher lows.
Absolutely.
Right? So I think that's something to consider. That's something to remember. I think they're doing great work, and they're developing technologies that definitely will kind of take us further. But in terms of price and price action, I do think they are definitely overextended.
Understood. All right, let's go back to Sia.
Now we have Netflix and Paramount, guys. As we know it, we've been discussing this quite a lot, but the European competition regulators are preparing parallel antitrust reviews of bids from Netflix and Paramount Skydance for assets of Warner Bros. Discovery, according to Bloomberg. Sources are also suggesting that Brussels may gain unusual leverage by swiftly clearing one bid and escalating scrutiny on the other. So Netflix's $82.7 billion all-cash offer is viewed as a more complex from an antitrust perspective due to its dominant subscription video on demand position in Europe. What do you have to say about this?
I think it's very interesting. So I did a little bit SVOD, subscription video on demand. So apparently, because since Netflix is already the dominant player in Europe in the SVOD category, acquiring Warner Brothers, which of course includes HBO and HBO Max streaming, would give it one company massive share of the subscription market. So that could be a regulatory hurdle. But this is super interesting because apparently, again, you have to believe this report for this to kind of move the needle for you, but Paramount's actually engaged European leaders, specifically with French President Emmanuel Macron and the UK officials as well, to support their hostile bid. So you can kind of feel that Paramount, maybe because they can't move the needle with the board at Warner Brothers, they're kind of, really kind of extending or, accentuating their hostile bid by having another important regulator kind of block them and make things a little bit hard for that Netflix acquisition. Not to mention already that President Trump's already made statements maybe that are adverse to the interest of Netflix. We'll have to wait and see. Nothing is really a done deal there. Assassino, I missed what you said, brother. Super chat. Thank you very much. Just before we go on to the next one, there it is. Adam James abroad. Meta, baby. Shout out to Joey Pitbull Baldy. Options from here on the beach in El Salvador. Heal up, brother, and get back to work. Trader TV Live gang, thank you so much, Adam, for the 10 super chat. Meta up over 5% on the day. And Obi, your take on Netflix, Warner Brothers, Paramount, Skydance. Take however view you want.
I mean, I prefer, just my opinion, that PSKY doesn't really go through with it, because I'm looking for good content, right? And even though Netflix is somewhat questionable, I don't necessarily have Paramount. I might be a little biased with that, but in terms of the chart, I've spoken on this multiple times this week, and I'm just like, okay, well, this thing has been selling off already way before the WBD acquisition news or the bid that they've thrown on, and it's just added more fuel to the fire. Yesterday or the day before, we got earnings on Netflix, and guess what? More selling.
Yes, sir.
So participants finding any and every reason to kind of sell, more reasons to sell on this stock, and we got down to this level of support, which was that 82 area. And we're still kind of holding that area as of right now, going into the end of this month. There's about 8 days left for the end of this month. So when this candle finishes printing, I mean, look at the back-to-back right here on these candles, right? And the candles are expanding as well. So if we do break through this, Sharif, I think that maybe we open the doors down here into the 70s, where this prior high was. And that was consolidating. That was the breakout level as well. That was pretty. I think this was a pretty significant level here in the $70. And again, this is split adjusted. So we got a lot of room if we break this support to come in to the next support level.
See that, yep.
Or resistance potentially turn support. So that's how I'm looking at this. Netflix has been, or had been, on a very strong multi-year run, 2022 to 2025.
And down another 2.5% today.
I like reversions. The reversion on Netflix is coming in quite nicely.
All right, Adara, what is your take on this latest news article on Netflix?
Yeah, I have kind of a hot take here with regards to the antitrust possibilities. I quickly want to mention, though, some people on social media saying apparently Tesla's unsupervised rollout might not be as unsupervised as we think. There is a video that was posted by someone. There's a chase car being used in the beta. So it looks like there could be a car apparently following them. Again, this is possibly speculation, but either way here, just be aware. Speculation that this unsupervised self-drive, not that unsupervised. Let's talk here about NFLX. Now, I'm going to bring up the Oscars. The nominations came out today, and you're going to think, Adara, what does this have to do with anything? Let me get there, because I think it poses a huge antitrust issue for NFLX. So Warner Brothers swept at the nominations, most nominations by any streaming or any production company, rather, 30 nominations for the Oscars. Netflix, third place, 16 nominations. Paramount, big fat goose eggs. So with these two entities, you have 46 nominations at the Oscars compared to the other guy who's got zilch. I have to be real. It's not a bad antitrust look for PSKY, because they can say, well, Warner Brothers is a giant here in production. If Netflix takes them too, they're going to completely sweep the competition, right? Like, of the Best Picture nominees, 2 are from Netflix, 2 are from Warner Brothers. That's nearly half the nominees. So I think there is a real antitrust issue here. And I'm a bit of an Oscars nerd, so I'm a little bit biased here, but I digress. I do think that's something of note, though, and I think that'd be a really easy argument for PSKY to make, though, when it comes to shows and the Emmys. I think PSKY does quite a bit better here. Now, with regards to this European situation, I find it interesting that the EU would be, quite frankly, wasting its time on a bid that Warner Brothers has repeatedly maligned. Like, they're going to investigate this PSKY deal that Warner Brothers does not want to accept. I literally think the only time Warner Brothers even vaguely, waves a finger, gets out of bed in the morning to look at this PSKY bid as if the Netflix bid is flatly rejected by regulators. So yeah, I don't know. I think we're going to have to wait and see, but I do think this Oscars issue could pose a real potential antitrust issue if PSKY is smart enough to use it.
It's 2 o'clock. Just wanted to throw a couple of comments. Is the trailing car controlling the front car? Otherwise, it's still unsupervised. Otherwise, they're just basically looking at what the car in front of it's doing. That's essentially what unsupervised is, unless it has control on the car in front of it. Number 2, we know that the shareholders may be swayed here because Paramount Skydance is offering more money. Maybe the board doesn't want to accept it, but basically the shareholders may have a say, especially at these general meetings. So we're going to have to wait and see. I don't think it's a done deal at all. Just because Warner Brothers is not liking it from the board level doesn't mean the shareholders are not going to like it. So any comment that you want to add there before we send it to the big boys?
No, I think I've said my piece there. Thank you again for joining us here. One more day left in the week, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
For the midday, and then hopefully Joey O will be back next Monday. We do wish him a speedy recovery there. And
Joey.
yeah. So we'll see you guys tomorrow at 11. Back to the big boys. But first, I think we're going to dinner.
Well, on Watch Your Apple, before we go back, I'm seeing reports suggesting that Tim Cook is not immediately expected to step down as CEO of Apple. That's not super surprising here, but again, Bloomberg reporting that Apple CEO Tim Cook is not expected to immediately resign or step down as the CEO of Apple. As reported a while back, the top contender for Tim Cook, whenever he does decide to step down, is very likely John Turnus, who is an executive at Apple who already reports to Cook. Back to you. Or show.
I mean, I didn't even know that was a story.
Well, I guess that's what this wick is in on Apple there.
That wick? I mean, that's not even...
No, it's not. Look, it's not much of anything, but to the extent that maybe that's what it is. By the way, look, but welcome back, everybody. The previous discussion just now, I know we were talking about that Tesla and the follow car and this and that. I have to presume that was what was up with Rivian, which did have a move. Okay. Like Rivian was going down on the entire move up in Tesla most of the day, and then you caught this big bounce. So maybe it was that Tesla headline or I guess update that Sharif was mentioning with the follow car that it got a bit of a bounce in Rivian. It's going to be on my radar though. Like the way it rejected VWAP, I wasn't even paying attention to Rivian until that. And if there's going to be shorts, I mean IBIT, I'm in IBIT. Yeah, my mic's doing a pitch sound. Sorry. I'm just in Bitcoin, which we've been. Now I'm muted. Okay, now we're back. Is that good? Okay. Yeah, so we're going to be looking at Rivian in some IBIT. The IPO was not worth taking the open, is my opinion, but there was an opportunity to kind of fade it back in. The bigger IPOs are coming. We got one tomorrow, potentially. Weird that it would be a Friday. And we got a couple next week. What are you eating there, Randy? Like, what is
Danish.
That? Oh, it's a Danish. Okay, I couldn't even tell. Is it good?
In support of Greenland, he's eating a Danish.
Nice.
See, Randy, I'm all over this, man.
Danish.
Don't worry. I'm built for this, or not. Yeah, I'm still long Palantir and long Google. Welcome everybody back, and yeah, what a great story there for Tesla. And I said this even yesterday. I was like, in one day, Tesla can make everything all the way back and make it feel all good again. Randy, as FSD now in Austin driverless, I think that's the report there. So we're now for robo-taxis now throwing around in Austin. So 448.25 right there. Yeah, 448. Yeah, it's high. It's almost got to 500. It got to 490-ish right there. Nice little pullback in. Now up to 448, up 3.6% right now for Tesla. So I think it breaks the top and continues to go here. So good. Again, this is a name, something I took from Obi there. Good structure right now. Back in, bounced off the same levels twice. Trying to break through here. If we break through there, the next level is to break through 448. So 448.25. Here we go again for Tesla. Yeah. Look, market, another one of those days where we go up and down again. So, we're going to talk about the names you guys want to. Tonight, we, of course, do have, that's so interesting about Apple, their, sign of CEO candidacy. We'll figure out where Apple's going to go. But Intel is going to be on people's minds heading into the close. So 54, back to flat, sort of where we were yesterday, 54.50. We haven't really been higher than where we are right now. So watch out for this break, I guess, as well for Intel. With the day getting, a little short in the tooth here, an hour and a half left or so before these earnings drop. I mean, 2 hours, but we've got the imbalances and everything. This could be a trade. People really are nervous about their shorts and wondering what's going on with Intel. If they weren't able to cover down here, I think they'll be looking to cover through. But there's a lot of traders, like myself included, that still have a lot of long rate here today on Intel. Yeah, so I looked at JP Morgan earlier. Thanks for the question there. Control, Alt, Escape. What have I done? Yeah, I mean, this is for me, this is kind of the trades that we do, right? I mean, we looked at yesterday, we looked at Intel on the top side, then made that nice little level, and we're able to short that off 54 yesterday. And this looks like a great long. So yeah, I would stamp this for sure. My only concern is the market is, where's VWAP? Okay, yeah, so no, I think that's fine. Yeah, so I like JP Morgan there. You know, checking out XLF, let's just see if the rest of the bank systems stocks are similarly set up. Yeah, so good bounce off VWAP. Yeah, so perfect. So one VWAP test. Come on, there it is. One VWAP test there, another one, and now we bounce. Yeah, so great call out there. Control Alt Escape for JP Morgan. That's why we want you guys and gals, everybody in the chat, ASAP. Help guys like me and Neil out here. We can't find them all. Shout out to ASAP Rocky, but was on Saturday Night Live last week. Yeah, so 304.50.
Best SNL host ever.
Who is the best?
I'm guessing. Well, no, who do you think?
He wasn't a host.
No, I'm just who would you say?
Donald Trump. That was hilarious when he hosted. Elon was great when he hosted. Best host ever, I would have to think. I mean, there's so many guys. Like Steve Martin's a great host. He's in the 5-time club
to me
as well.
I was gonna say he's like the chalk choice. Eddie coming back.
Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks pretty good.
Eddie is great. Dave Chappelle.
Chappelle was.
He's okay.
The thing is, you have to compare. You have to compare it to like what you always appreciate out of Chappelle. It's like it wasn't his best. I'll do one up because you said the 5-minute or the 3-minute or the 1-minute on JPM looks good. I would argue the 15-minute also looks good on JP Morgan. Double bot. Like look at the last 3 sessions on JP Morgan. Capitulation bottom. Sorry. You can see I'm literally fighting the sneeze the whole way. No, capitulation bottom, hold the low, break the top. Where do we dip into? Dip into prior highs. Anytime you have confluence like that where resistance turns into support, it looks good. The trend is good on the daily chart, so everything about that looks pretty bullish. I would say this, and I still prefer, if you're looking at the banks, I prefer like the Morgans and the Goldmans in this world right now. This is following trend even after earnings. They have impressive earnings as well, but I think related to the trading game and the investment banking game, it's all about deals and it's all about IPOs and it's all about trading this year. So Morgan and Goldman, I'd go first. They're still holding trend. Let's get into the rundown. Don't know what's going to be on there today, but the only thing I'm certain about is probably Intel will be one of the 5.
Yeah, I'd say probably, yeah.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked and they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown with CNI is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to throw in that $sign before you guys vote. So make sure to vote and to join us every single day in the chat. Let's look at all 4 major averages, guys. They are all green, starting here with the triple Qs up 0.85. The SPY a little bit lower, up 0.75%. And then knocking on the door of 1% point on the day is the DIA, the Dow Jones ETF. But leading the way yet again, the small cap heavy ETF IWM, which is the Russell 2000 ETF, of course. Let's look though at the first ticker as decided by you, TSLA by a country mile. No surprise there. We're hearing that might be some robotaxi, unsupervised robotaxi taking place right now in Austin.
Yeah, we did hear that it's been taking place in Austin currently, and I honestly don't know how the shares are still doing like the way they are despite the news that has been broken out, which is good. Also, the SpaceX IPO is going to be, we're waiting for that.
Huge.
And you know the market, it's going to react to literally anything. And I think one of the things that also I'm seeing in an investor business daily report here is that SpaceX is looking to raise around $30 billion in the IPO. So very, very excited about that.
And we were talking about OpenAI, of course, being a possible $1 trillion valuation when it comes to market. SpaceX, one of those guys. Tesla up 3 2/3 on the day, closing in on day's high.
Yeah, I just want to know what. Yo, man, I think that's when we're going to be excited about this IPO. I just want to know when it's going to be. None of this. What was the one today? BitGo. Yay, BitGo.
Oh yeah, what did BTGO do?
Tanked.
Did it? Okay. Well,
okay. Okay. It tanked after the move.
It opened at. What did it open at? 22.
Tanked. Here, let's just. I'm going to do the IPO first.
Yeah, okay.
It's going to be. It's not.
Is the IPO on the list, Sharif, or no? Is Bitco?
Not Katina,
Okay.
man. Should I put it on?
No, we're doing it now anyway.
Okay,
That's
all
all
right.
I was sitting here like watching. I was never going to take the opening print, but I watched it kind of tank off the open. So if you took the opening print, you probably got rinsed, and then there was no real clear hold. You could argue when it broke out, the open price that was good. I just waited for it to get down through an even dollar level. I was like, I'm just going to play the short. So when it broke underneath the first even dollar, like that 22, like lost the open price, 22 held for 3 minutes, and then took one short trade there. As far as Tesla goes, my only concern, look, actually, no, I don't really have this. The story about this follow car thing, I'm not terribly worried about that. I mean, ultimately, nobody expects complex systems to be, well, I mean, some people expect them to be perfect right away. So like Sharif was saying, if it's not controlling the vehicle and you're just sort of faking that it's autonomous, like that would be the concern. If it was just observing, then that's no big deal. So the positive headline is exactly what you wanted to see. You wanted to see it be, you wanted to see Optimus, which is something Elon talked about, and elder care being important and being a huge market for that, and you want to see autonomy. And this is what's happening for Tesla. So it's great. I think 450 is going to be the next hurdle. It bounced off 420. I kind of felt maybe we'd see the 400s instead of the 420 level, but 420 seems to be undefeated for this stock. It's going to close today above the 50-period moving average, so that takes it out of the penalty box today, barring some kind of a crazy, look, we still have obviously 2 hours to go here, but barring something crazy, it's going to close over the 50 period on the daily, and then we can start thinking about play inside of this range. Then we get the breakout through, I think it'll be 460 upcoming next week. Fridays are always tough for breakouts of levels like this, so I don't necessarily anticipate it tomorrow. But I think Tesla, for me, it's out of the penalty box. Got to start looking for those longs again. And this afternoon, I'm fading Rivian at VWAP because it's kind of doing the opposite.
You would like that trade right here, but if someone had handed you $1.25 million a trade, would your process change or just your upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Network provides. They're a futures prop firm that gives traders access to large SIM and live funded accounts every single day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast same-day and daily payouts. And right now, evaluation accounts are 50% off, buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code on your screen to find out more about the Funded Futures Network. Just quickly, I'm getting out some Google right here as it's made a nice little move higher. Looks like it wants to go here as well. Now $2 in the money off that one, but that's the same trade as before. We'll talk about that as this day goes on. And then we're also, just to give you guys an update, Palantir actually being right here right now. Let's offer a 98. Nice move up into the 200 period. We've been getting out on this. We got a nice little dip buy opportunity right there at 1230. Put that on, and then it goes there to the upside. Good to hear. I just did take Tesla here, so here we go. New position right now for me, it's Tesla. Let's see what winds up happening here. I took it breaking that most recent high of the day. Look, I like the story. I think it works. Clearly it is. And we're going to go higher right now. We're long at 40. We just took some out there at 68 or whatever. I hit off rent or whatever we got right there. So nice little move. We get out of 10%. And here we go again. It's Tesla trying to moon. Let's get out of another 5% or so at 80s. There it is. We got that. So we get the 80s mark. And here it goes, man. It's Tesla. And it's Moon City right now. Let's see what winds up happening, taking out those highs. Look, I said yesterday we liked Tesla for news possibility. We heard yesterday, the reaction to Trump, the reaction to Davos and everything like that. And then there's a reaction right there to robotaxi. And, we always say this is no longer a car company. They're focused on the robotaxis. They're focused on FSD. And all he can talk about seemingly like is Optimus. So we're just going to wait. I mean, this could be a loser. We're already out of 20% there. We'll wait to see. And it's small. We're just going to wait for about 447, something like that. Didn't take a lot of shares. Let's just see if this one can work out into into the close, and maybe as we continue to run higher here, Tesla. Obviously, it's just going to dance around here, but a little bit of volume just spiked through there on the high break of the day. So let's be careful with it. It's not super exciting right now in this market, so we just got to sort of hold on right now. I mean, the Nasdaq is yeah, it's kind of just hanging out. So we'll respect some Tesla here and see what winds up happening. I don't think we'll average into it. Let's just see if it wants to go higher here.
After yesterday, it's kind of hard to expect it to be the fireworks. Like, we literally had fireworks with the president a couple of times, like, in the morning and then in the afternoon. There was a heck of a lot. There was a Truth Social tweet. There was the one-on-one interview. There was the speech. So we've had a lot of things that are moving the market. Today is a nice calm. I'll take a nice calm 1% day.
Yeah, we'll take
like
that.
if you that's perfectly fine. Just doesn't mean we're going to have the same moves. But a couple of names that I think are going to be next are definitely movers this afternoon. I'm guessing I'm pretty sure we're going to a stock that begins with an M. That's about it.
An M?
Yeah, I think so.
You guys are right. Meta is next. I see it on your screen, Neil. You already knew what was going on there. All right, let's talk about Meta. It's on pace. We don't really know what's going to happen at the close for the largest percentage increase for the stock since July of last year. And part of the reason why is Jeffries over here with a positive note on Meta, basically laying out 5 reasons they think you should be buying the pullback. Number 1, they're saying it's an attractive risk to reward at the current discount to Alphabet. 2, they view it as a moderate downside to estimates and strong upside potential. 3, they're saying the AI hires are set to deliver in 26. And 4, continued momentum for Meta's core flywheel, which is powered by AI, of course. And last but not least, they're saying accelerating activation of major incremental revenue engines, including WhatsApp. We covered that on the midday show. So interesting. Do you use Threads, by the way?
I used to use Threads. I have like uninstalled Instagram for now, and I'm really happy with that. But another thing though, Meta, negative news, Meta is, as we know it, on trial in New Mexico for allegedly failing to protect the minors from sexual exploitation. But Meta has requested to exclude certain information from that as well, which is really shady. And nothing new of Mark Zuckerberg. Sorry.
Interesting.
That's what I feel.
All right, boys. Meta is up 5 1/3 on the day. What is your look?
I just did a channel check in my WhatsApp with my dad, who's always sending me things that he thinks I will find interesting. And of the last 10 messages, usually it's all YouTube stuff. Of the last 10, it's 6 YouTube, and it's 3 Threads and 1 Instagram. So at least somebody's trying to keep Threads alive. And he's the only person I'm aware of that is doing that. I don't forget about all those other reasons. I like one of those reasons, and one of them is going to be the fact that it's getting cheap relative to some of its peers. So that's good. Much like Tesla, much like Tesla is going to close above the 50 period here for Meta on the daily, but unlike Tesla, that doesn't necessarily take it out of the penalty box because someone's selling the you-know-what out of this at the 200 period moving average. So I think it requires that. To get out of Dodge. If you hadn't, if you hadn't done a DCA underneath the 200 period moving average, then yeah, this wouldn't be a bad place to do at least one. But ultimately, this is still, the battle's gonna get waged here about $20 or $25 from now when it gets into the 70s and the mid to high 70s on Meta. Afternoon trade, if the market's not doing much, this is now pretty much, if you look at the top end, this is exactly what the NASDAQ is doing at the top end. There's almost no difference. It's slight pullback back into the highs. So it's more or less following the market this afternoon. But I'm not completely convinced that all is good with Meta until we see the 200 period on the daily. That's when I'll get a little more excited. I want to see it above that mark.
We reloaded a little bit lower here on Tesla. So now we're at 70 cents in the money off of that dip buy as well. So just an average price coming through right now. Let's see if Meta can continue, if Tesla can continue to climb higher. Yeah, look, man, I don't have any problem with any of their products or anything the way Meta works. Obviously, I'm not a Threads guy either, but it looks like it's pretty good breaking through this 647.35 area. So I think this is going to be a great little spot to break out on Meta. It's up 5% here. If the market actually can, we're long Tesla, which I think is a better long, but if you can break out right into there, I think that's a great look. It's been waiting for this day. This is the largest move. You got to go back to November, and I think even today is bigger. So, back-to-back days. Let's see if it can continue, right? The last time it had a nice candle like this with news, we had a continuation up to the 200 period. So if I was swinging Meta right now, I would be looking in and around here for a top, right? If we can get back to the 200, we hit it, we dropped both times. So I'd say 670 to 675 there for Meta would be like the longer term target, and that's possibly tomorrow. So Meta right there, good trade. For those of you that stuck with it, congratulations. Meta looks like it wants to work, and why not, So, and it's been bad. It's been bad. It's gotten hit, and
you've had to wait this one out. So if you were able to step in front of 600 now twice, you've been rewarded both times. One time was with about 12 or 13%. Let's see if you can get a little bit more right here. Then META, I'd say 800 incoming if it's a good report.
I like it, Sean. I like to hear that. All right, couple of analyst notes today on Micron, MU. Stifel initiating coverage with an outperform rating. They also upgraded Datadog, but that's not relevant for our purposes. Also, they got love here from William Blair, also with an outperform rating. So a couple of analyst upgrades here for MU, which is up 1 1/3.
Yeah, that's literally what I'm seeing here. And shares are volatile right now. That's all I can say for that. Yep.
All right, guys, I see that Micron is up 1.4, but there's another memory name that's not doing so hot today.
SNDK is not doing very well today, is the one that I believe you're talking about, Sharif. But Micron would be the one that, we're still sitting there. I feel like this would be, like, have a look at this from VWAP. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a potential 5th time on trend from the volume weighted average price for Micron. Now, it absolutely dumped off the open, as you can see. You could consider this a failed test of the 400 level, right? Because you got up to 400, pulled back heavily, lots of selling on the test of 400. So if we cannot close breaking, whoops, let me zoom in, you can see better. If we can't break this top, I think this is an afternoon trend break on Micron, which is in play. But as you said and indicated, if you're looking in the memory space, it is SNDK, which is currently weaker. It just doesn't really have a setup for me that Micron kind of does if we're able to break down that trend line. Still feel like this will be the bigger one on earnings. So Micron doesn't report till the end of the earnings cycle. SNDK reports next week. So if we're talking about the first shoe to drop on the memory space during earnings season, it's these guys. So possibly a trade here in Micron if it breaks trend, but SNDK next week will not be boring. I promise you that. And that might actually end up being the most volatile earnings name of the week. There's bigger names than SNDK, but I don't think there's going to be a bigger move.
Yeah, I had Micron written down here today as a second trade. Obviously, number one is going to be Google. That's going to be a huge trade. But right here on the sticky note, we have Micron. Watch out for that 400 long break. I still stay confident with that. It's just got to get up there. Obviously, it had that dip down during the open show or the open. But, this is William Blair outperform rating. Obviously, there's a memory super cycle right there. So, yeah, we were on Micron right from the jump. It's too bad that it didn't really give us. I was still waiting for 449 here on Tesla. And if it winds, like we're up on the name, if it winds up coming down, we're stopping out at 447 break. But, yeah, Micron, again, pretty good. Let's just forget about, like, this is what I think, this and that. Let's just go over what happened. So Micron came in, and there's the trade right down here. It based out many times down at 378. So that, lots of opportunity to get long down there, lots. And then even into here, even as if you miss that bottom, it came in and gave you 382 3-4 times as well. So yeah, yesterday Micron was amazing because it just ran this VWAP the whole day. All the way. This VWAP is this blue line right here. So it just ran that the whole way through and right into here. Interesting as we're nowhere near VWAP, and I think it continues to push higher. Now, the 400 break is what it is. I don't think it gets there today, but, that's definitely on the radar tomorrow. It's just funny because we started the day up pretty good. We ran a little bit. We went down off the open, obviously. But the fact that we're still up 1%, I thought Micron had a good opportunity. If you told me the NASDAQ was going to be up 1% today, I would have thought we already broke 400. So interesting to have a look at Micron. So yeah, we'll continue to do that. Let's go back over to the desk. I think there's one more because I know there's Palantir on this list.
At least one more.
Is the next one here, up 1/3%. Phillips Securities initiating coverage on Palantir with a buy rating and a $208 price target. Their argument is, guys, that Palantir only captured about 2.4% of the $120 billion total addressable market. That's back in 2020. One must assume it's a larger TAM now. Also, we saw that their commercial revenue is projected to grow a little bit faster than their government revenue.
And definitely. Another thing that we also saw, I feel a day or two ago, was that, this is relevant here right now as well, is that the deal with the Korean company HD Hyundai that's going to be taking place is going to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars, is what's being said. And HD Hyundai, if you don't know, is operators in heavy industries like shipbuilding, not the car company.
Very interesting. Nice diversification there, boys. Not a whole lot of price action today on Palantir, but still up 1/3%.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think Palantir gave you everything Micron did and maybe even more. Palantir, like, I finally learned the lesson of, you know, getting long off some sort of support, right? And, you know, this will be the only stock that I'm red now today, but this name here really dropped in, and I thought we were going to support Palantir on these upgrades today, but no, I think this is going to be in the penalty box until earnings, and they can actually prove, you know, this valuation. People are looking at PEs now, and this is going to be something that you're going to have to wait for, but what a great bottom there at 165, man. We liked it so much that when it came in, we had to take it again. So there it is, 165, bounced off there quite nicely. And on the daily, yeah, this is down 20%, right? Forget about, it never really got to 220. I was actually lucky to get some out during this madness, but you know, this is the real high, 210. Let's call it 210, 205, 208, whatever. So now you're down 40 points from that. So you're down about 20%, you know, so Palantir is in bear territory, and it's trying to hold the 200 period that's never been questioned. So we'll wait for that. Obviously, during April, that might have been a spot where the 200 period broke. But for right now, Palantir continues to be, you know, in my opinion, a great long-term buy and a great long-term hold. So if you can sort of stomach this pain right here, I still really like this 150 area for a hold. So I may add to the position of PLTR at some point. We added down here at 131 when it tanked right here on some sort of a rebalance, or maybe it was in June. Oh no, yeah, 130, yeah, it was right here. That turned out to be okay. That's never come in question yet, but still like Palantir holding off that 150 marker. Okay, here we go, man. It's another dollar club. It looks like we're trying to get going finally on Tesla. I'm just gonna offer a little bit out here in the 50s because we just bounced quite nicely on Tesla. So if I can get a piece out right here, watching my net, there it goes. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. There goes Tesla. Glad we at least talked about this one. Active trading. Okay, our position board keeps going off and on. We know why. We're trying to fix it. Until then, man, just bear with us. But there's Tesla. Nice move to the high side.
Yeah, Palantir's gonna have to wait another day. It was supposed to be this recovery day yesterday, and then this breakout over yesterday's high, which and we said this morning, 170. Technically, it's like $170 and like 20 cents or something like that. Either way, it went to 170 early and then kind of dumped. So I'm still waiting for it. Tomorrow, it's Friday. I don't love breakouts like this on Fridays, do an even dollar like that, big options level, but I still think it's going to be worth a shot. So Palantir, 170 tomorrow, Palantir, 170 breakout maybe on Monday, as long as it doesn't make a fresh low before we challenge that 170 price, and you know, we'll go for it when it does. I believe we have one more to go. I'm going to go with something beginning with letter B.
Neil, this is becoming a nice little game. No, I want to update you on a couple of things. Paramount extends deadline on hostile Warner Brothers bid to the 20th of February. Separately, apparently Kansas, the state of Kansas, has introduced a bill to create a Bitcoin and crypto strategic reserve, something that we've been looking at for the federal level, happening here at the state level. Not law, though, just introduced into the Senate. NAMM is the next ticker here, Assassino, and it's up 78.75%, up into 522, trading at 4 right now. I really can't find a headline on this for the life of me. Are you able to find anything?
I honestly cannot find anything. Just like the stock was soaring today, and it's definitely been surging because they disclosed that they are acquiring multiple mineral exploration sites, propelling investor excitement. That's probably why the stock is acting crazy.
All right, guys, second day play. Big move yesterday off the lows. At the high, we were up 200%. Today, off the lows and into the high, we're up 176. Needless to say, very volatile.
Well, I was pretty convinced that it was going to be Big Bear AI, because I feel like that was, I mean, on my list when I look up, it's like number 5. No, but I'm trying to find the short float and the float on this one. And I do not see data from one source. What do we have here? Okay, so 5% short float, not even that big. Float's only 4 million. That'll do. That's a bit of a turnover here. So over 30 times the turnover. But I think the good thing about it is, we talked about this morning, and shout out to Luis for coming on here, is knowing which kind of small cappers are up your alley. I know for sure that they wouldn't be trying to short this one for multiple reasons. Above VWAP, breaks out the pre-market highs, even breaks out yesterday's highs. There's been nothing about this that has been bad. In fact, this is also not one where you had to be in the pre-market. The downside of the other side of the equation here is, well, this looks like a pretty disgustingly bad daily chart, unfortunately. It's so bad that no one wants to see it, so it just went all black there. In all seriousness, this doesn't look very promising in terms of the stock's history. So with no catalyst, I hate chase. I would never chase without a catalyst or a particular one. Could just be part of the space, and that's the reason. Looks like $7 or maybe $6.80 in here is going to be a bit of a problem for the stock. I wouldn't be a chaser, but congrats if you happen to have this. I paid for locates on a different one of the ones that actually failed. I don't think this is necessarily something you want to fight for a short, but I wouldn't be involved at all. Oh, side note, we might still get that SMR breakout at 21. Outside chance, fingers crossed, if not tomorrow.
Yeah, SMR was a great trade today, breaking through 20 bucks. P&L number 2 on the show today, SMR. Millions of concussion, 0 approved therapies. Oragenics, symbol OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an expected $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Oragenics is positioned well to drive what comes next. Understand more about Oragenics today. All right, man. There it is, man. We keep on saying this. Traders got to trade. Yeah, I apologize again, guys. We keep on, like I said, we know the problem is it's with our platform. We're going to have to adjust the position more. It's we know what the problem is. We'll get it fixed. We got to get it fixed. But there it is anyway. So I'm just going to. I actually was waiting at 95. I just put an 85 in there. We didn't get 95 right there on Tesla, but we can now wait. I want to say a big shout out to Charlie there in the chat. He had mentioned there, what should we do? And I can't find it, but here it is right here. Google, by the way, right now ripping. We're up 210 right now on Google in the money. Charlie says, hypothetically speaking, you're in 2,440 calls on Tesla expiring tomorrow. One of them, you're up 438, trimming at least one before close today. Hold the other overnight or take profit. Well, I answered you exactly the way I would take it myself. I'd take profit. If you already hold one of them, play with house money, and then take profit. Like, that's the way I am. That's what I do, obviously, here every single day as I trade. When something goes for you, especially when you have a nice win, take the profit. Anything can turn around on you, and you have no idea what tomorrow will bring. Like, there could be another story about robo-taxis on the negative side, and then you give everything back. So I would say play with house money, but I think this extends, man. I think this has a 450 on it today. That's why we're in it, obviously. We're in $4 in the money on these 3 trades. So Palantir and Google are old, but we put this one on, Neil, live for everybody. So there it goes, Tesla breaking that high right now through 449. It's a big trade. It's a face slapper for you right now. It's Tesla now $1.30. So you're welcome, Charlie, and everybody else out there, man. Just keep those questions coming, and we have no problem answering them for you. So there you go, Charlie. We got that one up. Yeah, so yeah, you're welcome. It's always what others think as well. No one ever went broke taking profits. I agree. Northwestern Canopy Development in the chat. I don't mind looking at Rocket Lab. Just remember, put $ in front of the name. So anytime you're typing a symbol into the chat, go $RKLB, and no issues whatsoever. Before I get to that, I mentioned SMR in that 21. It couldn't really hold the 21 break. Technically, you can't see because my head's in the way. There you go. Technically did not hold it yesterday over 21. Did not break it today. 2098 is going to be the high. The only downside, I've only been involved in 2040 breakouts on SMR today. And, to each going to be their own. I do think that with the fail at 21, it's an all-day trend. I will take this short into VWAP, but I have an order to break out long if it gets through 21 long. I just will be short if it breaks that trend line. It's going to look for that specific entry here on SMR, and then we can look at Rocket Lab, certainly, because, hey, we got a graphic for this one. There you go. Rocket Lab is actually outpacing Rocket to the upside. Look. This is catching a bid, and I think it's going to be a crowded trade at $100 when this breaks $100. But sometimes crowded trades have to be what they have to be. I thought maybe you were looking for a deeper pullback. Hasn't happened yet. I would venture to say the only thing you got to worry about this afternoon is this is a mirror image of yesterday. Almost a carbon copy. Same low, same high. Couldn't really break past 90.
in the morning before, so can it do that today? It's built a little bit differently this afternoon. But still, that 90 is going to be a bit of an issue. I'm looking at SMR, like I said, as my next opportunity. Let's go to the desk. I believe I heard Adara.
Oracle and watch your ORCL getting a little bit, as you can see here, of a spike that we've already kind of given up on this 3-minute candle. Political reporting that U.S. and China have both signed off on the TikTok deal. I was seeing some other reports to this effect, suggesting more updates could be coming today. Earlier, but again, Politico reporting as of 5 minutes ago that the U.S. and China have signed off on TikTok deals, citing unnamed sources. Back to you.
I think so, Adara. Yeah, stay tuned, man. Any sort of news that flies through, Adara will have all of that for all of you. All right, so more outs there, just Palantir getting out. We're getting very, very light on all of these positions because if we do break below now, we could see a little bit of a drift. And, you know, all the stocks that I'm in are high beta stocks to the market. So in what was a great trade for Tesla, it did give some back as we got out there at 449, and then we took another piece right there at 448.65. So, you know, it gets as high as 449.10s or so, and now back in, remember where our stop is going to be on the rest of this, 447. But just so everybody knows, if I just do the quick math here, I'm about 15% left. So it's not a huge position now for TSLA, and you know, we'll just let it go now and see where it goes for this trade. But we were really happy getting out at these highs anyways, so we did it one more time, and lucky enough to average in twice down there against 447 and then pop through. So we take the high the day break right there as well. And then for Palantir, I mean, we had this one written down and was a great trade that I thought it was going to be a great trade anyways. This was on our, and I heard Neil talk about it as well. This was one of the 4 ideas that I had right there. Palantir, the 170 long break. I set that key up.
It's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to happen tomorrow for sure. And there it is. So Palantir, we had that set up today, but it fell back in right away. It didn't even, it did not break 170. It came close. That was right. Remember, I was like, we were in the pre-market and we were watching. I'm like, oh God, now it's going to break in the pre-market. But that went the other way here. So yeah, not much to do with Palantir today. We tried to grab the long and it did not work. So this will be a 1 red stock there today, and it's not red by much. This was not as many shares there. I actually wasn't even here. I set this order down and took the long, and you can tell when I came back, started to get out of that. So, you know, nice move up for Palantir, right back into 166 and change. So just trust your own strategies and what you do. Like I said, I just planted that order there, left, it got filled, put my stop order if it breaks 165 and change, and then it ran to the upside there. So just an easy trade for Palantir. If you were there on the midday, maybe you made it, maybe you didn't, but not hard on that one. And then, you know, let's talk about an easy versus hard trade. We're gonna get at another piece right there of Tesla. It just went back up to 448.50, so we'll take another piece there and get into about that 10% or so left, a little bit more, let's call it 12.5% left there on Tesla into the close. So I think the only trade to look, we can watch it, well, there's gonna be lots of trades, keep them in the chat. Intel into the close, we sort of said, if it breaks this 54.50, then I could consider this a long at some point there. But yeah, Google, we got some more out, Palantir, and then Tesla's the story that just won't give up. So yeah, we're comfortable sitting here waiting. Join us at 4 p.m. We had a great after show a couple days ago with Netflix earnings, and we'll beat that show today with Intel earnings.
I think Intel probably moves a little more than Netflix did.
You think so? I don't know.
Netflix came under expectations of 7.7. What do we get at the most? We got 5.5, maybe 6.
Yeah.
Moved a little bit more
6%.
The next day,
What
so
is
Netflix
Intel's
ended up being pretty volatile. Actually, that's a good point. What is?
I don't know what what's Intel's expected move there, Dara? Do you have that? Yeah, she's going to get that for us in a second. There's lots of sources.
No, but Eclectic Passion just put a name in there that I promise you no one in this chat has ever mentioned Quantum Motion, which is a Canadian company that just apparently filed to go into the NYSE. And thank you for Eclectic Passion for mentioning that, because there's opportunities everywhere, including the Canadian Stock Exchange. This will be an interesting one, because it could easily break $6 tomorrow. So if you're into real trading, if you're at real trading, you can trade the venture. This is just as clean of a trade or breakout as anything else. It trades just like the U.S. markets. I think this is going to be one to watch tomorrow. No questions asked. I don't know if we can get there today, but good luck there, Eclectic Passions. All right, we might get a breakdown on this SMR. Hopefully this will Give us either the break through 21 or my trend break that we can jump into. Adara, expected move?
Yeah, the Intel expected move is 8%. You guys know me, there will be an infographic coming out with all of those expected moves a lot closer, but I don't like to talk about them too early because they change wildly throughout the day, so I like to keep it clean.
Yeah, like if Intel starts moving around, which I would suspect there's probably going to be an imbalance with Intel at 3:30. We'll check the early looks then, maybe even a bit earlier than that. Intel has been, when you're doing double digits so routinely going into earnings in a quiet, like today was a pretty quiet day by Intel standards recently, for it to only move like $1.20, that's still a 2% range up and down. But like we call it a quiet day, but the top is 54, like 54.5, and the bottom here is 53. So it's still not really, yeah, maybe not even quite, just over 2%. Like that's pretty good. Like if we'll get excited if Tesla moves 2%, you're talking $9. So when we say it was a small day for Intel, that's just relatively speaking because it's been doing double digits recently. But quiet for now. Very, very quiet, at least for now. Keep those symbols coming in here. DJK, I saw you talk about CVNA. Carvana. This stock. It doesn't have to make sense, and it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
And I don't get it. I wish I did, because then I'd have it, and then you'd be reaping the rewards. I don't believe that this isn't an all-time high, because it did tick higher after the top on the inclusion into the S&P 500. I believe wicked out above 480 bucks, but effectively, this is going to be an all-time high close for Carvana. And again, I don't necessarily think it makes all that much sense, but who cares? For all the excitement about GameStop, and we talked about them today, the real squeeze for a long time was these guys, and they continue to go, and nothing seems to be stopping them whatsoever. If you see me looking up, it's because the one thing I'm interested in is close to happening, so I'm just going to wait for my entry. We've been pretty specific today. It's like not even, it's weird, like it's not even just trading the same names, it's like weirdly ended up at the same prices. Like I've only traded SMR kind of bouncing off of VWAP in the 2040 level, and that's worked out. I had one trade in that IPO, which usually we like longs on IPOs. That ended up being short. It's not doing much of anything today. BitGo, I know it says up 19%, but that's because they always deceive you with the price. Like it's actually down from the open. Yeah. Like it opened at $22.43, which took the opening print long. That would have been an absolute mess. I'm glad I didn't. But no, it's down from the open probably 0.5% or so. Just kind of a nothing burger, that one. There's a bigger one tomorrow. I put that in air quotes. 900,000 IPO tomorrow. Sorry, $900 million IPO tomorrow. Okay. But it's not a company that I know anything about. It's, what is this thing called? Equipmentshare.com, which is exactly what it sounds like. They lease out, essentially, construction equipment. That's it. They rent it out, I suppose. So I've never heard of them, but again, I'm not in the business, so maybe people know these guys.
I don't know.
But it's a big IPO.
I don't want anything to do. Oh, tomorrow, you mean?
It says tomorrow, which is weird.
What space is it in?
Well, I mean, EquipShare, so I guess they'd be in, I don't know what you call it. They're an online platform, so it's kind of tech. But they literally.
For crypto?
No. They literally manufacturing equipment. They lease out manufacturing.
That's not bad. I don't mind that. Manufacturing production right now, relatively hot. The reason why that BTGO was a no-go for me, it's just pretty simple, man. Like a lot of these names are, A, it was small, and then B, it's just like, this is like Coinbase's crypto. You know, like Coinbase has just not been performing that well. We saw Gemini come through as well, GEMI. We know that from talking with Obi and, the plays that this is $10. So, like, another recent crypto IPO. Thanks for coming out. Wow, this one IPO'd at $37 and is now $10. Honestly, man, these bankers should honestly be investigated. Like, what they do to people's wealth here is just disgusting. But anyways, okay. Circle here as well. This name, at least this is still above its IPO price.
Come full circle.
But this one has come for full circle for sure. Obi's talked about, is short on this one. And there it is right there into 70. So if anything, maybe this one is okay. Like how they get Circle
completely one way and Gemini completely the other, and StubHub and all these other more recent IPOs that are absolutely getting crushed right now, I would say put BTFO. It can GTFO, in my opinion. So we'll just wait to see where that one goes. But I hope you guys aren't in it. I didn't mean to say that if you're in it, but if you are in it, you can GTFO right now. But that name is another one, and there's been some other IPOs. Obviously, we just talked about what StubHub has been doing. There's FIG.
Figma's the worst.
Yeah, I don't even want to. So StubHub here was $28, or no, sorry, was it? Yeah, there it is. So it came out at 25 and change. Got as low as 10. If that didn't scare you out, maybe $15 will. That's where that is right now. And then Figma, everyone in Adobe, although Adobe's not happy, obviously, with their share price either, but they're sure as hell happy that they didn't purchase Figma. That name is just like, okay.
Yeah, that's the worst one. If there's
whatever.
the worst IPO of the last year, then I don't know.
Yeah, this or Gemi, basically. I mean, if this came out at $85, at least you're at 28 right now. So you're chopped in half and then half again. But
well, the good news is
pretty bad.
The good news is like a limit to how much worse it could get.
Yeah, it could go to zero.
If it was a SPAC, I'd be saying like $10. But when it's not a SPAC, you don't really have a level that you're looking for a bounce. All SPACs, when they get a deal, like implicitly, there's like the $10 level just kind of ends up as support.
Yeah. So you got
like no matter how bad it gets, it's like, okay, you just wait for it to get to 10 and then try the bounce. If it bounces, it works. Like Webull is a perfect example. The first time it bounced off 10, it got to 18. The second time, not so much. It just didn't bounce, so you had to get out. And that one's probably still looking pretty bad.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't
$4.40.
$8. Yeah, Webull's still. We keep getting questions about it. It's like, it's still under the 10, but it's looking a little bit different. Hey, come on, chart. There we go. Triple bottom on Webull. So this could at least be something. If it's not going to be above $10, there's the first. Remember I said the first bounce off 10 was easy. Well, this is it holding $10. This is the higher low. So that ended up working out. If you happen to have it, SMR finally broke 21, so it doesn't break trend down. But the point is, I think a 50-period breakout on Webull could be interesting. I haven't looked at that in a while, and I'm out of it in my personal account, just for the record. When it lost that $10 level, I'm like, forget it. I'll wait for an opportunity or a reason to get into it again, and I'd feel the same way. Like if I owned Figma, I'd just be very, very patiently waiting for any signs of a low, and then see what you can do. If it sets up like a double bottom, triple bottom, trend break, whatever the heck it is, you get your money and get in and get out.
We're trying to do that right now with Apple. That's why we hit that alarm. We're into Apple right now. Nice little move down there into some kind of support. We're only going to give it to 249. I'm not going to give this to 248.50. So, looking for levels that looks familiar. This one looks kind of familiar. So we're going to wait to see what happens here with AAPL right now. Just see. If it goes through 249, we're going to get out and just say, oh, well, to that one. Good couple outs, man. Google, Palantir, all these outs. Tesla looks like it wants to break through 447. Fine by me if it does that, like I've already explained to you. We did empty the clip out here a lot. The futures are now coming in. This is why when I zoomed out the other time, and I was trying to recommend, I forget what it was to somebody, we were definitely like, hey, how far away from VWAP are we? Well, that's coming in pretty nicely right now. Here for the futures. So just be careful with all of your longs, man. We're glad we're pretty light. I don't think there's anything wrong with maybe even getting some more out right now. Even on Tesla, that spot could be an out here as well. So we'll be careful with it. But here we go, man. Google to the upside. Tesla trying to bounce around as well.
Yeah, and if you're looking at these market moves and wondering how you can take advantage of them even more than if you're a savvy Canadian trader, boost your exposure by tapping into S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, Triple X leverage BTFs brought to you by Beta Pro by GlobeX. They've got built-in FX hedging so you can amplify the moves, like we just said, whether you're bullish or bearish, and minimize the currency swings. They're built for you active traders that are trying to take on these markets, but make sure you read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. And let's get to Danny's boy super chat. Danny's boy. What up, Danny's boy? I thought it was a bit strange to see all the silver mining stocks up 7, 8, 10% this morning. You skipped 9. While silver was only up 1 to 2% at the time, so I got my freak on for recon. It turns out Rick Rule recommended miners over silver. We've seen this before. First move, sometimes it happens all the time with gold. First move goes gold, and then GDX will follow. And I think you saw a little bit of that today. PAS sorry, PAAS. Oh, yeah. Pan American reported this morning they were up like 5 or 6% at one point. Don't know where they are now. But I think that's a pattern we've seen before. And sometimes you follow the leader. Again, there's always another opportunity into how you can express trades. I remember a time on the trading floor where literally nobody traded gold, but lots of people traded GDX. I don't remember the particular reason why. They could have traded DLD. They just like to trade the miners. And if that's your cup of tea, I think going and doing recon and finding out the reasons can give you more oomph in your trade. That said, silver was just fine on its own today. It ended up having a much better day than expected. I was like a hands-off. Usually we look at silver every single day. I just kind of felt it was diddling right in the middle of the range and didn't really show any signs of breakout, so I stayed away. That was a mistake because it was another one of these. It was one of the up days where all you had to do was buy VWAP. And you bought VWAP once after the open on the dip, and that was pretty much it. Knock on wood, it hasn't revisited since, although it is pulling back. Speaking of pullbacks, I'm going to give the trend line my out. I already had a stop to go short on SMR, so it broke 21. The trend line's here, so I don't have to really do anything. We'll just take the short. We'll just take it out if we break the trend on the 3-minute, and that trend goes all the way from the morning. One thing you can't do, I can't reverse short on a single order. So like if it breaks, I can get out, but I have to actually hit and punch short if I want to get it on the trend line. What is that?
That's still trying to go. Oh, there was a little bit of a muffin here. They're not that good. All right. So a little bit more out on Tesla at 448 there as that continues to climb a little bit higher. ASTS Mobile today, Space Mobile, AST Space Mobile. Yeah, up 15%. Wow. Boom, goes the dynamite on that one. Just continues to climb upside here. I have no idea what the story is, but AST just continues to make that move up. We talked about Rocket Lab as well. I think it's just, you're in the right space right now with all these names. Right space. No.
They just announced the timing of a launch. That appears to be it. But good look for ASTS.
All right, yeah, so ASTS is launching itself right now back up to the upside. It's been a kind of a wild ride for AST Space Mobile, but yeah, nice move there. And on Elon's talk about everything that has to do with everything space-wise today and robotics and all that, it's nice to see that, it's not just SpaceX and Elon talk that's going to get the market rallying here. ASTS there with that launch looks good. And it is just, whoa, beautiful move, man. And like I was telling you, that guy that asked me about crypto, I was like, yeah, you got to get the next best thing, man, not now. This back in 2024 was $2. It's not a reverse split. There's nothing about this. So you could have just basically been retired. You put in 10 grand here. It's now up to one, like the numbers of that's just insane. So obviously if I had done that similarly to like Palantir was never $2, man. It opened at 980 and then went down to 7 or so, and then now it's as high as 200. So it is some kind of similar to this, but this was $1 for a minute, and then it came back into here. This is probably more like an area where there's a lot of opportunity to be long on ASTS. It would be right into here, the $20 to $22 marker, where it looked like just like Intel based out for a while, and then now tripled Intel, or roughly tripled from those levels. So you're seeing an extension in the right space, the right time. Congratulations to AST Mobile. And then we do have an average in right now for myself as we just got filled at low side on Apple. Just waiting for 249. The markets come in, Apple come in very, very violently. So I said, you know what, man, let's put on like half a unit worth of risk here and remember, like both of our units are way different. So, I'm just telling to you guys that when I talk about units, like 3 to 4 is like a bigger position, so like half of one is just kind of chill. So we're gonna wait. Not in love with this trade here this afternoon. If we get lower into VWAP right there, I think I'd rather just look at the TQs or something than an individual stock. But yeah, because right now I'm long Google, Palantir, Tesla, and Apple. Like talk about, I'm almost like holding the NASDAQ here. And this one's easy for me because of the move down and 249, but I'm just gonna sit around and wait. What's up, Tony? Thank you for that. I will try to get it very, very soon. If Sharif was here and someone yawned or sneezed, he would say get it, but I do appreciate that as well. I may be getting out of Apple if it breaks 249. So, we do want to say thank you to everybody here. And I thought this was Ozan right here, Neil, but there it is right there, the cash cow hat. I got to wear that hat at some point. I want to say thank you so much there to always be thankful. And we are always thankful for everyone here. And we're also thankful for Sia in the back. So let's see what Sia wants to tell you guys.
Thank you, Sean. Let's dive into it. A couple of important economic releases as of today. The GDP growth rate for the third quarter came at 8:30 a.m. today. The forecasted number was 4.3%. And current number standing at 4.6, more than last time. GDP price index final also came out at 8:30 today. The forecasted was at 3.7, and the actual number actually stands exactly as the forecast. Initial jobless claims also came out at 8:30 a.m. this morning, with the actual number at 200K and the previous at 199. And EIA crude oil stock exchange, as well as EIA gasoline stock exchange at 12 p.m. today, with crude oil surpassing its previous number by over 200K, and gasoline has dropped by 3 million compared to its last standing at 8.977 million. Let's take a look at headlines. BBAI has acquired Cargo Steer Technologies, which basically focuses on cargo inspection and trade risk tools. Cargo Steer's platform focuses on non-intrusive inspection. That means you wouldn't need to open cargo to scan containers. Shares of BBAI had lost 3.9 during trading session yesterday, but gained 1.4 in the after-hours trading session, and currently stock is up 4%. Let's also take a look at CBRE. CBRE has acquired Industrious, which is a flexible office company that has grown at an impressive pace after the pandemic. In 2025, Industrious had increased its global footprint by 58% and now has more than 250 units in over 100 cities. Currently, CBRE stock is up 0.4%. That's all. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Sia. Hatimova in the chat has asked several times about Fiserv. So this one, don't mind talking about it. Probably not what you're going to want to hear. Anytime the last story, when I look up the story on Fiserv, like the last piece of information is shareholder justice law firm Julie N. Hollerman is investigating Fiserv's directors and officers for potential wrongdoing. And this is the weekly chart. So, when you're bottom picking something like this, just understand that clearly there's been some issues here. Understand there's nothing wrong with taking shot plays. I get what would be appealing here, that it's held a higher low in the weekly. So it's kind of like if it breaks out through like 70, you're like, oh my goodness, look what it could do. That plays in both directions, because it's still downward trending. It's not the end of the world. Like if it breaks 70, just be along on a 70 break and kind of give it to the prior weekly low, which is like 64, 65 bucks. You're risking like 10%, hoping it fills in the gap. But that's hope in something which has been a dumpster fire. Just understandably, I think, for Fiserv. So that doesn't really float my boat. It's having a nice, decent rally in here today. I think there is at least some kind of a setup, but not that exciting for myself. As said, take the breakout trade, give it to the trend line. If it can hold, I did scalp some out, so if it can hold the trend line here, which it's only bouncing now, shows me a sign that it's holding the trend line, then I would add back in. That's kind of like two trades in one. One would be buying on the trend, the other one's a breakout. That'll give me another setup for sure. But it hasn't happened yet. Want to be a little bit particular. Still nothing doing on Intel. I mean, the market comes back a little bit. Intel doesn't even get to the volume-weighted average price. Like, it's not at VWAP. It's not threatening to VWAP. I don't think this is going to be... Intel just might be quiet until the fireworks after market. Entirely possible. Just because you have earnings doesn't mean you have to be flying around here in the afternoon. It'd be nice if it did. And we'll certainly keep it up and pay attention to it if it happens to. So looking for this bounce here on SMR, and then we probably scalp into that 21. It's like 21.08 is the high of the day.
Yeah. So everybody asking. Obviously, we get out of our trades as far as not Palantir, Tesla's concerned. It broke through, so it broke through 447. That was always going to be our out, so see you later on that one. Apple does not work. See you later on that one as well. So trying to get some of these dips, and we said we would look at the futures, so we used the TQQs for that one, and yeah, just right into VWAP. We actually, I was bidding 71s. Okay, so it only gets as low right there as 73s. Just going to probably drop this if it breaks 60 right here. So if we break back down below, then we can get out of the TQQ and give a little bit back. But I've already told you, this not a huge amount here, as we're, you know, nervous about this market. I was saying that we were a little nervous about it up there and, you know, waiting to maybe get some longs if we come back in and we would choose the futures. So let's just see if there is some upside tick there. With only really coming through, I mean, we can go check it out. Adara always has a calendar out. Is there a calendar out today, Adara?
For what, earnings tonight?
Yeah.
Not yet. As I said, with these implied moves, I like to keep it kind of close to the vest. But if you look at today's, like the one that I posted yesterday, you'll see all the things that are reporting tonight. I just don't have the expected moves yet.
Oh, the expected moves. Well, that's okay. Yeah, I was just going to see some other names. Yeah, here it is right here. So pre-market coming through today. So there's Intel, CSX coming, Capital One, so we could take a look over there as well. Intuitive Surgical, I talked about J&J eating a little bit of their lunch. Talked about that yesterday. Alcoa, Alaska Airlines, Mobileye, Procter earlier on. GE actually was getting hit down 6.5% earlier. Has it recovered? No, I think it's about the same pricing. Yeah, so this is an interesting name for me if we're talking about this. It's called GE Aerospace. So if you did want some sort of a space exposure as well, this name is doubled from the bottom. So there could be some get up into this there as well, GE Aerospace. So that's not bad. And then we saw Capital One on there, right? So COF.
Yep.
You know, they've been hit. It's a name that I am in this name, and you know, been hit a little bit there on the credit card worries of that 10%. So I am worried about that if that goes down to 10%. But you know, there it is. We'll wait to see what happens with earnings. Banks, you know, have gotten a little bit better. Someone asked us about JP Morgan and the other banks there today, and you know, they said, is this a good long rate in, rate into here? And I was like, yes, I think that is a good long. And we showed you with, you know, where that break was right there. So it was literally right here when you asked us. So I hope that, you know, you saw, which you must have, that break down there, and now you're, you know, about to turn red. So as this market continues to go lower, watch out for JP Morgan breaking and not really able to hold. So now you're looking down here at 301 for a potential area of concern there for JP. So yeah, not great there on the move for JP Morgan. Broadcom, yeah, there's a whole bunch. Like, I'm still in these same names, but remember, TQs, we're going to get out when we get out. It's in the money, amazing, or that's SMR, sorry. TQs is in the money or out of the money 5 cents. SMR, wow, we made the bottom right there. That was only on 15%, but that was a great trade. Upside there, risking 10 cents and making 20 or 30. That was good. Too bad that happened, but wow, SMR, I know Neil's in this one too, but nice move there for SMR the rest of the day. If we had just held that, we'd be laughing, but we didn't, so they're laughing at us. The sound is horrible on this show. Yeah, I don't know. We're working on our mics. That's all I can tell you.
It's like an individual mic issue from time to time. I don't know. Sometimes I'll put it up and listen to it.
Yeah, I always
put the feed in my ear just to make sure, but I think it's been fine recently.
Yep.
But we always appreciate the feedback, and we're always working to make things look and sound better, including, obviously, as you can see, Studio 8, which still not even, look, we're not 100% done. There's still more to go. We got the bell finally, so we can ring the closing bell tonight for sure. Ramin's like, yeah, it sounds fine. So the production crew says it also sounds fine.
They're taking it personal back there.
Yeah, that was, I won't say it that way. I turned it on myself. I just kind of flashed it on, and it sounded okay to me. But
I don't know, I watch it at home, it sounds fine.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
So I can ask Joe how it sounds at home as well.
But yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man, I mean, if there is a problem, refresh and all that.
We're going to let you guys know.
What are we supposed to do? We did not get our low there. That's all that I'm looking at,
Oh, my goodness for me.
Tesla's still 446.80 as well. We'll see what's going on here moving forward. Guys, put in the chat if there's anything else you want from us right now. You can ask us any questions about trading, whatever, how the day is going, anything like that, we are fine. Yeah, stocks are going down, but I mean, we're still up. We basically made everything back. Like if you look at, the NASDAQ, or you can just look at the SPY. We always look at the NASDAQ. So if we look at the SPY right into here on a daily chart, we did have, let's just go into the 30 minutes on e-signal. But we did have that huge move, right, that happened on Tuesday, I almost said Monday. So there's the whole Greenland, like, oh no, what have we done type of thing. Get me out of all my positions. This is the worst kind of trade possible. And then all of a sudden it was fine again. So there's the move down into 670. Let me move this thing here. 676 there for the SPY, obviously the lows.
Now up about 20, less than 20, about 13 bucks from there. Got as high as 691, so put 25 bucks back on that trade. And we almost, like, if you were looking to say, hey man, like where was I gonna get short here potentially, or what was I looking to do? Like that would have been a great spot, 691. We almost made it all the way back to sort of where we were on the close, the 16th on Friday, you know, before we heard over the weekend, and then all of a sudden, bang, that goes to the downside, and we almost make it all the way back. So that whole, like, you know, the sky is falling mentality of Greenland, I don't think we want to take geopolitical risks as serious, because we've seen this happen numerous times. There's even that acronym for it, TACO, and I don't think he chickened out at all this time. It's just, you know, they came to the table, and apparently there is some concepts and a framework for a deal now, although the United States always had full, you know, military capabilities available to them on Denmark. I'm sure there's something about the CRMLs, you know, the critical metals that are there, the rare earths, and all that. So we'll wait. I mean, Trump has not said anything yet about what this deal is. He just says it's relatively complex. So we'll hear about what that is. Adara.
Apparently he hasn't said anything to European leadership either. I saw at least the IMF and also the leader of Greenland saying that they have heard nothing as to what this deal actually entails. So it'll be interesting to kind of see how cooperation comes to be on this if he hasn't really talked to Europe yet.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter. This was vastly different from the other tariffs. It wasn't the same thing. Because what he was what the U.S. was looking for, all things that have been either, like they've always had a military presence, it's just been dwindling over the last 10 to 15 years. You want to have minimal rights. That's something that they have been trying to do. They've actually tried to buy it before. So this is, again, it's not anything kind of new. It was literally just a tariff threat, and if that led to negotiation, then so be it. But what we can learn, I think, sometimes is when the president says buy, just buy kind of deal. If you're day trading at least, maybe not investing. We'll see. And in terms of critical metals, in terms of like rare earth metals, critical metals, and all that, there's a long way to go in Greenland before you get more yield. Like they're in the top 10, but so much of Greenland is like not developed and no infrastructure, which makes it incredibly difficult, you know, to have any short-term, let's just say, substantive change in production there will take quite some time. That's the best way to put it. So I didn't reverse. Ended up not reversing because I don't think the volatility is there. SMR, we took the bounce play. The breakout trade first, but then we take the bounce play on the trend line. It's the first time I took the trend trade, but it closed prior bar, which I like to do. Like one of the things you'll always see, I'd like to hope you will always see me take the breakout. I've got my stop if it goes back underneath the breakout price. Here, if it breaks the trend line, I'm just going to be out. You know, don't want to be fiddling or messing around with it. Ultimately, you just want to do what leads to consistency for yourself at the end of the day, whatever works. But I'm electing not to take the reverse trade because there's not much volatility back into the move. It closed under the trend line and then instantly did nothing. So I didn't see any spike in volume. I'd love to see it. If it consolidates under, then I might take a breakdown here. But where my attention might go is if we're getting weak. I said I wanted Rivian short at VWAP. Rivian just went red on the day. So it's not getting to VWAP. It's the opposite of Tesla today in terms of trend. So if I feel weak about this afternoon, it'll just have to be playing alongside. Forget about this spike. On news, you can get crazy moves. After it settled down, lower high, just a series of lower highs. As long as it can hold on to this trend, scalp the trend line short for Rivian. If I can't get it to pop as far as I want to go, then the other way to play it would just be to short the trend.
All right, they just wanted me to do a little quick test trade there, so I did get out a little bit more there because the position board's now back on. As I said, they're trying to figure this problem out, and I think we're gonna get closer and closer to that. So we take another piece out. I am waiting to get a little longer at 330 here on Google. And like I said, like I'm holding, you know, very small amount of shares here on Google. But all right, Adair, what you got for us?
I have some interesting intel here, potentially on this ASPI, the small cap ASP isotopes. It's still near days high, zero hedge. Now calling this potentially a short squeeze. The company apparently does have a 21% short float, which zero hedge says is a record for ASPI. So again, pure speculation, but looks like this ASPI move could potentially be a short squeeze. Back to you.
Well, I mean, it's like
Short squeeze, eh?
if it has a decent short float,
Let me see what Tesla's doing.
then by definition, when your float is this small, only a few million shares, and when 20% of it is short, whether you call that or not, shorts are getting squeezed. The reason for the move, it's like, well, there could be news or not, you're still getting squeezed. And one thing you should always consider for a short squeeze is, has it actually broken out? One of the reasons why I would just, who cares? It is a squeeze. This is a reverse split that is broken through the first area of resistance. Like firms that do this, they short when there's a reverse split, and then they just keep shorting pops until the thing is dead. And so you know, like they're short and probably they're short, and that's all under $5, and then here's all pretty much under $5, and all this nonsense is under $5, and now you could be taking out the top at 7. So yeah, somebody's getting squeezed, no question about it on ASTI. Just understand that these firms usually can kind of hold this for a very long time against them and float it much farther than you can float the long if it comes back in. They make a business of doing this because they got billions of dollars. And when they can just add to the position short forever and forever, as long as there's liquidity, it makes it tricky to absolutely blow them out. Every once in a while you get a GameStop, but most of the times these things resolve themselves in the other direction, which is back into the downside. And you can already see, look at 7. Someone's probably holding this at 7 and betting this is the place, because look at how it's consolidating there. I doubt we can short this stock, that's for sure.
Yeah, we probably have to,
we'd have to
pay for those shorts. So here's another thing that's starting to go, and if you have some of this in your portfolio, then you're laughing again today, up 4%, silver at all-time highs one more time, and taking out some key levels. So here goes silver right through 87. If we sort of take this and zoom it around, I can't zoom it anymore on this chart, then we go over here to the 30-minute chart, and you're just right now looking to take out these levels. We've already taken out it was 87.05 was the high. The previous high before this was 86.33 on the closing price. But right in there, we did get into the pre-market. There it is, 86.33. You see right into there. So now we're going to have to see if we want to take this high out right now, 87.50. So that's where we've been today on this. 87.50 on SLV has been the high. So right there, watch out for this name to really rip through some of these levels. It's silver taking out the highs. Let me check out gold, and we're going to go over to SIA, GLD.AM, obviously over here on the Amex exchange. And there it is too, gold. Looks like, I think this is, yep, looks like all-time highs right there for gold again as well. So 454, damn man, should have bought some more gold last year. Big time there. All right, market trying to figure it out. SIA on the desk. Let's go figure out what she's up to.
We're going to take a look at small cap, the Russell. My screen is looking great today. I really like what I'm seeing. Lots of reds, lots of greens. But let's take a look at a couple individual tickers. Like we spoke yesterday, I would like to talk about LMND again. LMND, as we know, is the insurance company that is offering a roughly 50% reduction in per mile rates with Tesla's self-driving car. It's currently up 12%. Moving on to CRSP, CRISPR Therapeutics trading above 10%, trading positive 10%, really good. There's nothing major to report here, but Hecla Mining, sorry for that here. Hecla Mining, HL, is up 8%. As of yesterday, as we know, shares of silver were rising in the pre-market, and spot silver rose to 0.5%, which is $95.04 per ounce. Obviously moved into today, is doing pretty well. And Yep. Energy Fuels Inc. is up 10% as of January 20. The company announced that it is entering into a scheme implementation deed, which is an SID, to acquire 100% of the issued share capital of Australian Strategic Materials Limited. On the ASX, it's called ASM, and which is a leading producer of REE metals and alloys. That's all I have for small cap, guys. Back to them.
Yeah, CRISPR without a catalyst, but certainly has been running very well. Anecdotally about lemonade, I did see there was at least one person that I saw on Twitter that was like, oh, let me see if I did change, if I went to lemonade and used self-driving more on Tesla, like how much would I actually save? And it ended up like, they claimed like net it was no difference because it started out as more expensive. But either way, this one continues to be an absolute rocket ship. It wants $100. I guess it gets $100 for a Rocket Lab. I never would have made that bet for sure. But CRISPR, catalyst or no catalyst today, technical. Hold the 200 period moving average. That was the only reason. I shouldn't say the only reason, but it was pretty much the overwhelming majority of the reason why I made it a pick was just a technical trade on this. It's going to break $60 and close above it today. I think almost certainly it's going to close over 60 at this point. So the breakout is on CRISPR. I just think there's not a heck of a lot standing in its way. So happy to see it go. Unfortunately, it's just, I wish there was news on CRISPR. We'll double check to see when their earnings are. So flat trade on the reverse on SMR. Like it ends up breaking down. Wait for it to actually start breaking down on the trend line. It goes in, comes to first support, and then breaks back above the prior bar. So took it, didn't love it immediately, but eventually it started to look a little bit weaker. So took the shot at an SMR. It'll end up being a scratch trade, as I said there. BBAI apparently got to $6. Oh,
yeah?
It wasn't a huge catalyst. It's more like how long this took to get to 6 today. And this is still not even, yeah, this is, where is it on the daily? Close to the 50 period, not really there just yet. Another 200 period hold, but lacking like the true breakout, I think. It's a trend break for sure on BBAI. Just has to get to that big resistance. CRISPR is a different story. Like CRISPR to me, like that's starting to squeeze once it holds above that 60 level. Ja in the chat, AI, I'm calling this for the next short squeeze. Here's a question for you, Ja.
All right.
What do they do? No, I'm just kidding. Now, we always joke around about this particular name. Can anyone explain exactly what C3AI does? Without going to the, because every time this stock comes up, I just go to the Wikipedia page and read it out for everybody, and then no one can still tell me what they do. Maybe anything can squeeze, but the shorts that have been winning on this have zero reason to be concerned. Even if it got to like 15, even if it got to 16, they're probably getting aggressive at like 19. It's got a long way before it goes like anything parabolic. The good news is, how far further can it get to the downside? Like what's the all-time low here on C3I? Probably this, right? I would assume.
I didn't even look
Let's look at a weekly. I mean, it's at 12, it's at $13. Oh, no, it's not even at the all-time low. What is that?
It's an IPO.
Oh, $10.
$10. Yeah.
Looks like the low is $10. So yeah, it's actually putting in a higher low off of $10. There's the higher low there that it held before at like 17. You're back underneath that. But $10 looks like it's a pretty good spot there for C3I. So you're risking 30, 40 cents. Fedora the Explorer, see, here's her opinion.
Great name.
It isn't a real AI company. It used to be called C3 Energy and C3 IoT. CEO would change the name of the company to whatever was trending in the stock market. Well, that would kind of explain why no one can tell me what they do. So you know my opinion on the stock, but a trade's a trade. You can trade things that, lots of things go up or down without you understanding the company. It happens. That's perfectly fine. I just wouldn't invest in them. That's me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's always smart to know what your companies are doing when you're holding them, especially if you're recommending them and whatnot. But C3AI for a short, good look right there. Okay, new position, Google. So we just took Google long there at O's. We talked about waiting for this. We got O5s. You know what? Because it's moving around right now, let me just take something. I'll offer 26. Well, there it goes. Okay, we get it. So there it goes. So far, so good there. Whatever. We'll take 20 cents. It's an easy trade. There on Google, we're still holding. We took out 10% there. It's nothing. We'll see if we can get a little bit higher. And if it breaks below, and we can get out. You know what? Let's take another piece right now as well, then, now that I'm thinking about that. Because if the market does break through VWAP again, we make sure that we want to get out. But I'm still offering even higher than this. I'm at 30s. 33s actually, that's me there on NASDAQ. There it goes, it rips through me again. So we're putting on another one there, not really diamond hands, but hey man, we'll take 30 cents. As Neil said, he just scratching it out of SMR. You know, it's not easy right now. So even though it's a $330 stock, we'll still take 30 cents right now, put that money in our pocket and move on. What's up, ex-gangster? right here. Way too many posts on here, my guy. I'm going to ban you in a couple seconds, so you might want to stop if you want to keep saying this. Sell gold and thank me later, right there. Sell gold and thank this dude later. So what's up, ex-gangster? Thank you for posting that all in there. We just try not to spam. We have no problem with ideas or anything like that. Just try to keep it just clean for everybody who's watching, that's all. And we're looking at the chat. So yeah, GLD, look, I'm long gold and I don't have any plans of selling anything, and I think I was actually going to get longer on gold. So if you are going to participate in this chat, Mr. or Mrs. Gangster, let us know why you think we should be selling gold right here. I mean, I think the world right now is a place where you should be owning some gold. I mean, it's really kind of gone with the market to the upside right here, continues to go higher, breaking through. I mean, until the trend changes, I actually think gold, I mean, I finally got involved on this break right here. So I'm like, oh no, what am I talking about? It was even earlier than that. I thought it was 260 something, yeah, right into there, and I didn't even buy that much gold. So I'm like, wish we were in something. There's Agnico Mines, there's a whole bunch, AEM, like what a great freaking monster trade that's been. And if anybody's been in this one, man, Agnico continues, man. This is not Agnico Collins. This is a great shout out to the Houston Texans. But this has just been an absolutely amazing name to get involved with. I mean, at the beginning of the year, you want to talk about like, all right, missed opportunities. This is $81. And I was going to say to Gangster in the chat there, I'm from Brampton, so what's up? I see you. Past my gangster life. But right here, January, this was $75. Okay, so if we're going to talk about maybe it's too extended, some of these gold plays, I can 100% agree with that. I'd rather wait to see what earnings are going to say about these things, and then we'll see if we can continue to moon upside right now. So AEM, Agnico, everything to do with gold, I still like it. I don't think the story's broken. We're going to get 2 interest rate cuts probably at most this year, with an expected lower return. I have an expected lower return in my mind on the NASDAQ and on the S&P than what we've been having in the last 3 years. So I think gold is a good spot to be in, and I think the gold miners might even be better. So, you know, get a dividend. Check out what's going on with Agnico right there. But yeah, thanks for all of that, and you got us talking about gold again. So that's always a good thing. All right, over to Neil.
Yeah, and from gold to a biotechnology stock, PDSB Biotechnology. That's PDSB on the NASDAQ, everybody, and they're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer, with an initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the US in a few years. You can learn more at www.pdsbiotech.com. I want to thank them for sponsoring this portion of the show. Shout out to them. We appreciate them. Hey, everyone knows somebody that's been affected by cancer. I promise you that. It's one of the eternal truths. For sure. Stock tips 24/7. I liked how you handled that, Sean.
There's more, Neil.
Oh, you're the man.
Yeah, thank you, Neil. And thank you for that stock tips 247. Yeah, look, I mean, Neil and I both, we do our best on this show. Like, our opinions are really just opinions. But neither one of us, nor Sharif, nor Joe, nor Darren, nor anybody, are financial advisors or anything like that. So, you know, it's just, we look at the charts, we listen to the stories that we hear every day, and everyone is entitled to their opinion. I've been wrong way more than I've been right in my life. So, you know, I'm just glad that I made the right decision marrying that wonderful wife of mine who is not watching, and I say that anyways, of course.
The best thing you can always do, in my opinion, is to always acknowledge what you don't know. Like, I think one of the things that I think will always ring true in terms of authenticity here, and maybe not everywhere that you see, is we'll get questions all the time. And sometimes the first thing out of someone's mouth should be like, yeah, I don't really know the answer to that. I'm not an expert there. Someone asks me about options, I'm like, go ask Joe, man, because that's just not my bag, right? Like, at the end of the day, like, I'm a day trader for 20-something years. I make money day trading. You know what I'm saying? Like, I make a commission every single month by day trading. And ultimately, that's what it is. By definition, you still end up looking at the markets over and over again and seeing patterns. And yes, we have our own long-term accounts and all that stuff. But if I haven't looked at a stock on the day, then You know, I'll let you know right off the bat. Even when Dara was talking about that, I believe when I was talking about ASTI, she was mentioning a different name. You were, but here's the funny thing. The reason I went on about ASTI is because I'd been watching ASTI all day long, because I've been looking at this stock to see whether it squoze through that high. So that was the example, the first example that came to my mind, thinking immediately that symbol, because that's what I was watching on the day. I hadn't even looked at the other one at any point, but I can tell you I had been watching this to see if it failed that $7 level, which it kind of is not. You know what's actually jokes? Northwestern, great, I'm assuming this is a company. Northwestern Canopy Development. Neil made millions trading. So here at Real Trading, and when we were playing poker there was a poker game at another trader's office. Some guys that used to trade on the floor here when there was a floor, and some other older traders. I was there. Obi came out as well. And one of the things that got talked about is there used to be swag when you hit certain milestones. And Sean and I would gripe about it because you were not eligible if you owned your own office. So they actually used to have, like, there used to be a plaque for like $1 million traders. Like, if you own your own office, you don't get to go on the plaque. There was like a leather jacket. I forget the level for the leather jacket, but they were like, hey, do we get the leather jacket? They're like, no, you own your own office. You're not a trader anymore. And it's like, oh, that kind of sucks. But ultimately, the one thing I would say about trading is trading is a game in which your only goal is to make money. And ultimately, like, you're not holding, you can sometimes like a stock because there's news that day, right? Like, you could say, I like BBA long today because there's fundamental news. Like, they made an acquisition today. But ultimately, you're just buying it to sell it at a higher price. Like, that news doesn't really extend past, you know, that one day. So when we give opinions, like, I don't mind, like, saying on CRISPR, like, for myself, when we made it the pick, and I had, actually, and the funny thing is I hadn't owned it. It was the only pick. All three last year, pick of the year, I own all three of them. This year, I pivoted from CRISPR, from Boeing to CRISPR, so it was the only one that I didn't actually own. I did pick it up because, to me, like, out of the just from pure principle standpoint, like, I'm not making a pick of my year that I don't own or haven't bought. That's just my 2 cents. So I didn't pick it up there, but it's a technical trade. Kathy Wood, if you want to hear the reasons why CRISPR is going to be the next fantastic company, go ask Kathy Wood. She's been invested in it forever. She probably has a much better idea than I do. I'll say that much. Zen Zombie, thank you for the super chat. Small caps uptrend, ARBE, input please. This was a good one. I don't know if Sharif was on this one. I only say that because it fit every single one of his rules, I guess. I don't know, the rules. It broke the pre-market high. It's above yesterday's high. It wasn't a huge gapper. It's riding VWAP in a very clear uptrend all day long. So this fit all of his criteria. If you look at Luis, who trades small caps every single day on his floor, it fits none of his criteria. They would not have touched this with a 10-foot pole because they only go short, or they prefer short mostly. I don't think he said they only go short. I believe what he said is they mostly go short. I don't want to put words in his mouth. But yeah, this is holding a nice upward trend. Do we have free locates here? I don't want to pay at 330. We do.
Okay, good.
That's interesting. You get so accustomed to watching a stock like this up 40% where it's not free to short. I would caution that. So yeah, at Real Trading, some of the worst days for traders trading small caps are when there's a small cap which is going ham, that's free locates. And the reason for that is when you don't have to pay to go short, people take an exorbitant amount of shots at it because it's like, oh, I'm not paying for the locate, I'll just keep going short. That's why I like an approach that is, it breaks the trend, I take the shot. It goes to VWAP, that's my target. The prior bar hits, I'm out. So it's kind of a binary play. But yeah, because it is free to locate, I probably can take this. Only about 30 minutes to go until we get the close and then Intel earnings after the bell. Early looks are nothing. NCLH for 1 million shares, NU. Intel we won't know until 350 because it's a NASDAQ stock.
Yeah, market looking lower here. It looks like it's going to break. We just went long into Google and was able to get something. We're going to get out if this breaks 329.50, the low of the day. And this is, in a boring market, it tends to go higher. So that's kind of what I was thinking. But now that we've broken through VWAP, we have to stop. Well, we're we're not really doing anything. Our net is kind of just hanging out right now, but it's starting to get a little worse. There goes, the market's starting to get a little bit worse. There goes the futures downside there. Again, we had about 1 unit in total on that trade. We were long at 77s, all said and done, and we get out on a 60 break. So, you know, we'll lose 17 cents on this, just kind of like is what it is. We'll get to Super Chat when we get back from Madeira.
We're here, guys. GitLab moving GTLB. I am seeing some people on X talking about this moving, but they're not seeing any news. So just be aware, GTLB is moving with no identifiable news as of right now. DAL on watch, news, but not a huge move. Company announcing they do see some cancellations in North Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Tennessee. Some cancellations needed for apparently safety over a storm fern. So keep an eye here in DAL, canceling some flights. Back to you.
Okay. It's hilarious. Every single time GitLab is up, I say the same. I almost just like dump it, short the pops on GitLab. Short the pops, short the pops, short the pops. That's what it does every single time. Logman 001, the Don Dada. You guys doing awesome. Thank you very much, Logman, sorry. You trading, like, it's like long as in land.
Yep.
Love the show, have it on every market day. You made money using some of the ideas. Been actively trading since the early 90s.
All right.
But I still learn a little every day. Keep it up. Well, you've been trading longer than we have, early 90s. And that's the thing, the market is always going to show you something. There's always something happening that didn't happen before. It is 3:30, and thank you for the super chat. We need to go up to Sia at the desk. It is time for Money Talks.
Thank you so much, Neil. We're going to quickly take a dive into it right away. Australian dollar is on surge after the job data was revealed. Aussie jobs data has exceeded expectations, moving AUD to one-year high against the USD and has lifted AUD-USD towards 0.68 level, which is pretty good news. And also, USD pressure from the Fed outlook. The US dollar is facing currently a downward pressure as markets are pricing into Federal Reserve cuts in 2026. Recent U.S. jobless claims have improved odds for cuts, weighing the USD pairs like Euro near 1.17 and GBP around 1.34. There are also concerns over certain Fed independence under President Trump as we know it. There are also reasons that are adding to the bearish sentiment. And moving on to the Japanese yen, has climbed towards 159, with the yen hitting multi-month lows amid Japan's debt crisis. Let's take a look at the chart here. Analysts are also warning of potential Japanese intervention if the yen weakens further. And safe haven flows are providing limited support, but there are certain geopolitical tensions as we know it that are simmering. But that's about it for Money Talks, and back to the guys.
Thank you very much. As always, Sia. Oh my goodness, how the GitLab is.
Thank you very much.
Not only is it a short, the pops.
GitLab, yeah, what the hell's going on with it?
Yeah, but it could be, like, this could be coming into a legit 2-day shortable. Like, if it gets into $38, $39, prior low, 50 period, kind of that idea, give it 1 day, one more day. It's a hefty move to the upside, but it's like $2 away from a big resistance spot, whether it's a 50 period or it's support and resistance. I like the confluence of the fact that it was a support level before, breaking down, and then you also get the 50 period moving average. So it kind of works in both directions. And the thing about your rules is sometimes that's how it is. Like, it wicks the prior bar, that's my reverse entry, it wicks the top, and then the dump happens in SMR. So once again, SMR will wait another day for it to break this consolidation. I just feel it's going to be worth it. If it can ever hold above this 21 level, I feel like the breakout is looming for this stock. It's just still in that consolidative phase, unfortunately, on the higher time frame. And one of the other things that I like about the potential for SMR, if we'll load up here, is you've got Oklo basically doing the same thing. It's like both of these stocks, which in the nuclear space are, you know, seen as potential like rocket ships, like that kind of a deal. They're both just straight up consolidating on the 50-period moving average. So I kind of feel like you get, if they both start going, it's like, oh, rising tide lifts all ships. The shorts might be short the space, and they're both getting blown out at the same, not blown out, but they're both covering at the same time. So you pick and choose your poison. Probably trade SMR. I just feel like the moves are better I still have a piece of the stock. I still own a third of the stock, but it's closer to the 13 entry than it was before. Let's just say that. Much, much closer. We already got Longman in there. Datek. Oh, Longman. This was what I was going to ask you in the chat. Just out of my pure curiosity, did you trade before decimalization? Like, did you get to trade when they were trading the 8s? Because that was a wild time, so I have heard. But I've never actually spoken to a trader who was actively trading before decimalization. I heard that was fantastic and fun opportunities out there. The market's always changing and adapting. You just got to adapt with it. But that was a big one of the biggest changes, probably the biggest change for trading outside of, I mean, the NYSE, going away from the flow brokers was probably a big one as well.
Oh, the decimals changed everything, like how much, like where you stop orders, like how much you can lose. You can lose 16 cents every trade, like that was the spread, right? So, to be careful with that would have been an interesting time back in history of trading. That is for darn sure right now. Okay, just moving forward now. Yeah, silver has pulled back a little bit. I want to look at SMR. I was very lucky to get out of SMR at $57. Honestly, there's only 2 stocks that I can talk like this in the history of my, well, probably not the history, but Oracle, I told you guys at $317 or $319, and then SMR somehow $57. Like, don't even know how. We were same long in the 11s or 12s, out 57 for SMR, bought back in. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening with SMR. But yeah, good trade that was to get in and out of that name, and we'll wait to see if it gets back up there to the upside. AMD hitting VWAP right now, maybe. I mean, we only have it's very short timing right now, what we have left in this day. But AMD, not really hitting VWAP, but nice move to the downside here for AMD right now as the whole market continues to push lower. I mean, this could be an imbalance situation here for sure. If we wanted to have a quick little look, the imbalances are coming. They haven't really, you saw Apple make that move down there the last couple of days. We've seen some big moves on the imbalance. We've seen the market actually fade off into the close. So I should have really maybe thought about that and gone short on everything instead of trying to go long. But not much here, man. Pretty mixed. So GDXJ, that's going to be the gold miners. That's going to come as a sell. Government bonds there. TDOC with a little bit of a sell. These are going to be all New York names, right? The NASDAQ names get populated at 350. So that's when, these will all become public knowledge and we'll see the market react to some sort of a move. We did go long on Apple against 240. Yeah, so good thing we're out against 249. That goes down. Didn't think this was going to happen there, but as you can see, the futures, wow. We may turn red at some point here today on the futures, man. There's no stopping it. There's only 20 minutes to go. So I don't want to think like this is for sure going to go red, but it is looking closer and closer that this bottom will be looked at one more time. I still always use that 25,000 as some sort of mental block, but it's at 25.5 now, so we're a little ways away from that. But here come the futures right back to the downside. And then the other trade that so first of all, let's check back in on Tesla. Yeah, actually Tesla's been okay. We made money on this one, went long there, dropped it once it broke through the level that we were long, and it's kind of just bouncing around. Maybe a good pickup if this goes to the 200 period for some kind of support. And then the other trade that we got out of was Google, 329.50. Wow. Now it's down, it's just touching 328.70s here. So saved ourselves a lot by getting out. I mean, I wish we would have cranked over into the short, but we did not do that. Roblox has been on a good little run lately as well. Is that back over 100? No, 74. So actually opposite of what I thought right there for Roblox. It was on a nice run, wasn't it? Yeah, right there. It's now 3 or 4 down days right there. So it does get to 90 and then whoops, right back. Yeah, wow. Okay, right, man, they really got hit on that bad day.
Ugh, yuck.
Yeah, and then no recovery yesterday, so that's a good sign for the short, right? There's the sort of Tuesday when we had Greenland. Of course, so many people in Greenland playing Roblox, so that makes a lot of sense why that goes to the downside. And then right into there, $76. Again, we lose another $4 the next day yesterday. And now today it looks like, down another 1.3%. So it's not looking great as we stare down right now Roblox, as that's making, I guess, a new low. And that could be a really good break, actually, right there. What price is that? This could be tomorrow. That is $72. Ay.
Yeah, 72 on Roblox is a flat bottom break. Whether you want it to happen or not, it still is one, as I believe. With 20 minutes to go and 10 minutes to the imbalances, let's go to Adara.
No news, guys, but I do want to let you know it's a whole bunch of earnings after the bell and tomorrow morning before the bell, believe it or not. Here is our implied moves calendar. There are 3 that are the largest implied move. We've got Alaska Airlines just under 12%. They're going to be reporting well after the bell, but tomorrow morning, both Ericsson and Booz Allen Hamilton have an expected move of 10.7%. Where's the biggest name, though, in this list? It's not even close. It's going to be Intel. INTC, Neil, myself, Sean, Brendan, here, 4 p.m. after the bell. Don't be late. Infographics, earning coverage, live social media coverage, and Exit TV research. What could be better? I don't know. Check it out, 4 p.m. Eastern. Back to you.
No good earnings Mondays or Fridays, of course. But
Palantir used to always, didn't Palantir used to report on Mondays, like back in the, I feel like
They still do a lot of the time, but it's after the bell.
Yeah, they're a Monday report. There's just all of
Monday
the best
blues.
names report Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Okay.
It's the same thing with IPOs. Like all the big IPOs, I don't know why this is true, happen on Wednesdays and Thursdays.
They happen midweek.
Always midweek and the middle of the day because they can't seem to figure it out. We need that for a change. So 20 minutes to go. Intel is the big one. They're down today. Not really moving. Kind of a weirdly boring day for Intel after straight up fireworks. That's what I was trying to show you. Fireworks 2 days in a row, arguably 3 days in a row. Then you get an inside day for Intel. So they're just settling this one down, going into a print where we're expecting, well, they're expecting 8 cents. So, the bar's not that high, everybody. Let's be real with this one.
Intel?
Well, it's like you're going from, they hit the 8 cents and at current prices, they'd be trading at 80 times or something close to that. So you just don't want to miss in this particular case. But when you're turning the corner from not making profits to back to making profits, sometimes you have outrageous PE. So you can't treat Intel's PE right now like you would like a Palantir. They're rounding back into some semblance of normality. So you'll probably take a few quarters for that to normalize. Still nothing big on the early look. UiPath wasn't there before. It's now 1.1 million to sell. Teladoc, which we never talk about, is almost 1 million early look sell side. I couldn't even tell you where Teladoc is right now. Let's make some guesses. $6. Whatever. Oh, man, this is another one of these. What an absolute mess. Wasn't this this was 180 bucks. I want to say the high. I want to say the high was 180 bucks on Teladoc.
Maybe.
Oh, I'm wrong. Oh, I'm way wrong. $300.
Ooh.
I know why. I know why I was thinking $180 because I knew 180 bucks was a key level on the stock. For some reason, I thought it was the high. No, this is where it caught a bid after it dropped 300 to 180 and then fell apart like a rock. Well, if you liked it at $300, you must love it at 26. But the imbalance on this, or whatever the heck it is now, $6. The imbalance, 900,000 shares. The only reason it's decent, that's a quarter of the day's volume. So maybe this could be something. Intel could always show up at 350. UiPath, a million's not bad. It's not huge. NVIDIA came out of nowhere yesterday, but it actually came out as an imbalance. It was nothing, and then right at 355, or just before 355, then it showed up. But just because you see nothing at 350 doesn't mean there isn't an imbalance to be had somewhere else, because NVIDIA did move a little bit late.
Ain't that the truth? All right, so I did take a little bit longer there in Palantir. We actually get a 165 fill. I think 165.03 right there. We take it out at 21 or 22s, I guess, there as it moves up. I'm now waiting at 25. We'll see if we can get a fill there as well. And then just the reason why this is a 20-cent trade for me. Palantir just fell right into here again. I'm going to give it, that bottom wick is 95. We've just been chasing these longs and at real cheap prices right now. I think it's just worth the risk there for a very, very tight stop if you're day trading. Try to add 30, 40, 50 bucks, whatever, to your net at the end of the day. We'll see if it can wind up being a fruitful one at that for Palantir. If not, it breaks lower, man. A third of a unit on this. Nothing to worry about on that one, right? If it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. There's Palantir. We're waiting for 25s. We'll take out another piece, and we'll see if we can hold half and then really get this name going here. And I have no idea what those imbalances are going to bring. If they do bring upside, then give me that 25. Yes, sir. This is what I'm saying. We go back and forth here, and, Palantir was going to be a red stock for me today, and it may still be. This was the one that we took early on, and it just kept on falling back in, and then I didn't have I don't know. There wasn't something about me right there that we didn't go long down there. I know we were already long Google by a lot, so that was part of the reason. But there it comes right back in again, up to 25s. We'll take another piece out there for Palantir, give us that 20 cents. First 20 cents worth of risk. So we like that one. All right, shout out to Maestro Fresh West. The guy's getting a stamp here in Canada. So he's letting his backbone slide as they celebrate Black History Month. Shout out to Maestro Fresh West getting a stamp here in Canada. I put a stamp of approval, not a fail, an approval stamp on that one.
I was kind of like Claire better than
the Maestro. Oh, no way, not even close for me. Okay, so just real quick, Palantir upside, yeah, 2 Canadian rappers there, Chocolate.
Everyone's like, who?
Yeah, people's like, who, what the?
Cardinal.
Chocolate.
Cardinal.
Chocolate Rain. I put my daughter was singing, there's some sort of Purple Rain meme stuff going on right now. So we watched Prince and his halftime show. Man, honestly, after you watch Prince, like Kendrick should be embarrassed. All these guys should just be straight out embarrassed.
Yeah, but Prince is built different. Prince is
obviously
one of the greatest musicians of all time.
That's what I'm saying. It's like crazy.
That's an unfair comparison.
Well, obviously, I don't compare Kendrick, a mediocre rapper, to Prince, but I was just saying, like, my kids watch it, like, she was like, wow, this is like really, really, and it was raining, unfortunately. In his performance there, but
the guy is he's literally insane.
Yeah, he's royalty basically.
Yeah, he is.
Too bad that I don't know what it was, sleeping pills or what it was there, but yeah. Anyways, there goes Palantir, man. You know what? This is what we're doing. So there goes Palantir, nicely cooking now, up a little bit for PLTR. Just waiting to see where this one winds up going. I am at 40s, so we just got missed there. We'll see if we can get a piece out there at 165.40 for PLTR. You know, I'll take another 30. Let's just offer 30. There we go. We get another 30 out. And then we'll wait to see if it sort of matures up. Right now, yes, Purple Rain, yes, of course, for Prince. There it goes. So let's see if we get 165.40 coming in. And balance is just 3 minutes away, so we could easily get taken out of this. So we'll take some more out here. We're out of half already.
Yeah, exactly. With 3 minutes to go till the imbalances, for sure we'll be locked and loaded, ready to go. I'm watching, you know what? I've decided I don't like Teladoc, not good enough. Path, too small. I'll just have Intel up. That's the name that we're most interested in. But QBTS, that is showing up as 1.1 million to the sell side. It was a bad day for Quantum yesterday. It was a leaf rally kind of day. Today, D-Wave, great shot play. They don't make anything. There was a couple upgrades in the space. And it was, I think these guys got an upgrade and the price target was like $40-something. I chuckle at that. They don't make money now, and the price upgrade was all the way to all-time highs. Only 5% up on the day. But what I do like about this setting up for tomorrow is it has the Palantir setup. Liquidity grab prior day, the hold, the higher low, but you need to break out up here at $28.50. I feel like it's going to be just far enough away that it might not make the list, but it's close enough that it could on QBTS. And I don't care about the upgrade personally. It just a technical trade on that bad boy. Be careful there, Fabian. So we're going to see what happens on these imbalances. Again, I don't necessarily want to just jump in because I see a big number. Like Intel would have to be 5 million or something like that. QBTS comes out over 1 million. That actually would be pretty good. But the litmus test for the bigger stocks is pretty significant because Intel's done, what are we at here? 125 million shares. Intel. So think of how big Intel's imbalance would have to be to actually move the stock. Gotta be pretty big.
All right, did we get our 40s? No, we did not, but we took a 35 instead. So we're sitting here. We're going to wait to see what we wind up getting on these imbalances. But so far, so good for this Palantir trade. We'll just see if it wants to work out. We're waiting for 40s. Hopefully that comes in. We're just moments away from that imbalance. Neil just went over Intel. We know we haven't looked at all this afternoon is NVIDIA. Obviously, the dog that wags the tail here in the chip space. 184, bad, right? Like this was up to 186 and change today. And we're really falling back in on this futures move lower right now. So yeah, not great sign here for NVIDIA giving a little bit back, but we're still positive on the day, and it's matching the market, so hard to complain there. We already looked at AMD. Some Broadcom love. I like Broadcom. There's no doubt about that. A good stock, but needs to come back in. Some of these PEs are just a little bit too atrocious. We've talked about that. You want to talk about a PE problem that apparently isn't one anymore? Look, PE problems are only problems when the market's going down and people are looking for things to blame. You know, Costco, it's not like they came out with a banger report or anything like that. Boom. People say, leave Costco alone. Its PE is too high, is it? It's all the way back with the exact same PE now. So, you know, it's momentum that moves stocks. We talked about this with Obi yesterday a little bit, or he did. Anyways, we'll see what happens now with Costco. That is straight up $120 there out of nowhere. We don't even really have a dark day here for Costco. This is its worst day since it started this move. Actually, this is just the beginning of the year. So I think this was a rotation from people sold into the year, and as soon as Jan 1 hit, just said, nah, we like it, buy that stock back up there. There goes stock. Of course, we still wait for the government and the Supreme Court rule on that. All right, here we go, man. We are getting ready to go. These balances will be put up in a matter of seconds, and it was 3, 2, 1. We are now out of these imbalances. So let's have a quick look to see what's going on right now. Intel does come out with a small little buy. That's okay. That does get us our Palantir 40 fill. I don't know if it's on here. Robinhood, just trying to find names that you guys might like. ONDS. Robinhood with a little bit of a sell. We'll see if that goes to the downside. Not much else on here for me today. We didn't talk about Freeport today. I don't know if I just saw that on there or not. But that's about it. Okay, Palantir finally trying to get going here. Let's see if it can.
What the heck happened to ONDS? So ONDS
it was a sell. I saw it on
small
there.
Sell.
Small, yeah.
Nothing happened just now. It's what happened to it in the afternoon. ONDS is one of those popular, well, I mean, a lot of people online are in love with the stock, and it's been doing pretty well on the daily chart. But 600,000 in balance, the stock has done 109 million. That's not going to do anything. What else might be moving that is not being affected by the imbalances? Because, heck, that's a nothing burger on Intel. Tesla is trying to get back up to the highs. Remember, there was a news story with Tesla. Hey, they got a robo-taxi whipping around, whether it has a follow car or not. Looks like the proof of concept is starting to get rolled out there. You had Elon talking today, although when Elon was at Davos, he was speaking mostly, he talked a lot about Optimus and then I guess the niche that will fulfill, which I tend to believe. I agree with him on this one. I don't know when they'll be able to roll out these Optimus robots, but just in terms of, like, you think about, like, senior care, like, and I know this is going into iRobot, but like in iRobot, like, he literally gets the robot for his mom because he wants his mom to have help. Like, I think about that all the time. Like, if it was priced reasonably and it can do these simple tasks, why wouldn't you? Like, elder care is going to be a huge hole to fill. The question becomes, Elon, can you get this done in the next 2 years? Like he says, which I'm a little skeptical of that.
I mean, that's what robo-taxis are trying to do, the same thing, right? Just call the taxi. You don't have to even worry about it. Get in, get out.
Money.
Use some of today's trading profits to get into a taxi if you want, take a nice safe ride home. There's Palantir, man. I mean, there it is, another 50 or 60 cent winner there for, you know, I mean, we're still not going to be positive on it because, like I said, we only took a third of a unit down there. You want to see bigger trades, you got to join me in the morning when we'll put on bigger trades. And the biggest trade today for me with only 7 minutes left is Google. So that was a really good one, man. Nice move. Okay, there you go. Palantir just gave me 60s. So that's a good trade. This was a big one. You know, we actually were flat about, or maybe slightly. Oh, this was the big one. But then after this, it all happened. We were still up. Came back in, watched it really absorb. It broke 330 right there. Came back in. We took the bid again. Took another bid there, giving it 50 cents, and then it was just Rip City back to the north side there for Google. And we'll just continue the trend here tomorrow and see what winds up happening with Google, pretty much following the market. You see the market makes a bottom there, market comes back up, Google comes back up, there's the market. And then, you know, Palantir was a good trade today until it wasn't. Bid out, bid again and out, nothing wrong there. Earlier on, just back and forth with Palantir. And I told you, using a little bit more shares here, so we'll be slightly red on that name there today. Apple, hey, we gave this a go.
right there at 249, right into the close. But again, does not hold, just drifts lower. Volume picked up near the end of the day, so that was a good one. And then obviously Tesla, let's go, man. We'll say, what's up, Brendo? And we will cheer on Tesla as it just gets right back to those highs again in and around 450. So we'll see if the story for Tesla tomorrow or this afternoon, like right now, a break of 450 is imminent. Its high of the day is not 450, it's like 449.50. So we still have a ways to go a little bit to the upside there. But yeah, really good base for Tesla. Came right into that 200 period and based out. That 446, that should have been a long right there. So if we just would have gone on Tesla instead of any of the other names, we may have had a little bit more success. Yes, Charlie, I do believe 1,000% there that tomorrow Tesla should be in. Here it is. I'll put this up. Tesla should be a big day tomorrow. But hey, we're having a big day right in front of everybody. I mean, this Palantir is now 70 cents, and we had just took it. So there we go, man. We're living in our own little world here. But that's a nice move upside for Palantir, 165.72, as we're now 5 minutes away from Intel.
5 minutes until Intel. We do expect them after the close. Maybe they won't be as prompt as Netflix was pretty much right away. We'll see what happens. But it is now 1.9 million. That's still not going to move Intel that much. And I would suspect with 355 20 seconds away, what you're likely to see is that 1.9 million, which is slightly driving the stock higher, not a huge move, still inside range, probably going to pair that off. Intel almost always pairs off, let alone on earnings day. And even the open interest in the close is pretty small. It's only 5 million shares paired, so the total imbalance is like 7 million into 128 million shares done on the day. That's just not going to cut it. And you have to have, that's the thing, like I find there's an imbalance trade like once every couple of months if you're discretionary about it. And then just, you want, when it's there, then you want to hit it, and when it's not, you don't want to overtrade them. Because I've seen too many traders like, oh, there's some kind of a buy imbalance, just go along, you'll be fine. So as said, Intel pairs half of it off, 1.9 to 900,000. It's still going a little bit higher though. So if you took the trade, it actually holds on despite the fact that it just paired off that imbalance. Does look like it is going to close flattish, but almost green here on Intel. If I was a betting man, I'd say any miss on the top. You always care about the guide. You want to see the line items. That's all. We're going to cover everything for you as the numbers come out. But if the top line misses, my suspicion is you're down at least 5% right away. But it's not necessarily the top and bottom lines that matter the most for Intel. I think the bigger deal is what's the data center looking like? What's the update on the fab business? What are any comment on the yields in the call? Like those are the things that you're going to care more about here for Intel. It will move on the top and bottom, but I don't think that's the differentiator as to where it's going to be tomorrow morning.
All right, yeah, and because I have no idea where it's going to be, I sold a quarter of my position yesterday, so I'm waiting to see what winds up happening with Intel here at the close. Sold a quarter of my position yesterday on Intel, and got a few people messaging me last night about Intel, and I told them that I did that. So I don't know what they're going to wind up doing. I mean, if this thing gets to 65 bucks, selling a quarter won't look like a good move, but we did sell a little bit of that. It's gone very, very parabolic there. This was $45 2 days ago, now $55 today. So I am a seller of Intel before the earnings report. I was waiting at one. I mean, right now we're getting, I might just take the 60 cents right here, to be honest with you, in this name. And then, of course, this name is Palantir. I'm waiting at O's. I don't know if it's going to get there. You know what we could do? We could just take out half right here at 63s. Okay, there it is. We crossed with ARCA and see what winds up happening. So we're going to do that right now. See what winds up happening here with Palantir. I'll put the offer up at 80s. All right, if it fills 79. If it fills that, then we'll take it out and we'll just move on. With Palantir. So far so good. Let's see if it gets it to us. We're at 79. Close out the trade and just say thank you to everybody. And I hope some of you. Let's go. That's it. I hope some of you had it there on PLTR. Big trade there to end the day. So I hope you guys got that one. There it goes. We're going to finish the day near the top of our day, so that's going to be pretty good. Yeah, all right, so it's Intel time. I don't know if we have enough time for a poll. Right there, there it is. Thank you to Easy Peasy there. Went from 3K to 1K. Bad stop, but still donating, so we really want to say thank you to that. Still looks like you got a chicken dinner winner around here.
Green is green, my friend.
So green is green, yes. So that's a good day for sure. All right, man, 2 minutes left. Brendan, give us a little bit of a preview over here.
All right, we'll catch the close on this side of the world and let the guys get turned around here, and we'll get ready for what is about to come. And that is the INTC earnings report getting bought up, worth noting, getting bought up into this report. I mean, I haven't seen anything coming across yet, not a lot of volume. Could just be a little bit of a earnings bell type of a rally here. Daryl with me as well. We'll bring these numbers to you as soon as they come out or come across. I haven't seen anything in Daryl. What are you expecting?
What I'm expecting is hopefully some kind of growth in the foundry side of things. I was mentioning during the midday, it's interesting because last quarter, all of their segments had year-over-year improvements, except for data and AI and foundry, which is really not what you want to see. So I think if they get some kind of year-over-year improvement in that, if we start to see that data center AI side of things making up more of their revenue, I think that'd be a really good look. Until then, I don't know, honestly, Brendan, but I think that's really what we need to see from Intel.
Just double checking here, 5 p.m. officially the start of the earnings call. So if you are going to stick around for some comments from executives, you're going to have to wait until 5 p.m. to do so. This thing is up, guys, 90+% since the Trump administration announcement is Intel. So it's been just an absolute monster, or the low that came after that announcement, and then the rally that continued after the fact. So we'll bring this to you as soon as it comes out here for Intel. This is scheduled for right at 4 o'clock. We are still being bought up into the number here, guys. But yeah, earnings call coming up at 5 p.m. We're about 10 seconds away from the closing bell on the market as well. If we do get, there is notably a few other things coming through here at 4 o'clock. Capital One, Alcoa, CSX Corporation, to name a few. Nothing else anywhere close to as important as Intel itself. So we'll keep an eye out here, guys, for Intel. Just, it's worth noting we did get to session highs or some of those resistance points that came into play around midday for Intel. We'll have a look here, guys. Thoughts on the price action into the close?
It was muted buying into the close on Intel. I mean, it went like 30 or 40 cents, so not even a full percentage point there, which is indicative of what the day was overall. Compared to the rockets, we've been seeing double digits, 8, 9, 10% on Intel mostly. So the fact that it gave you an inside day just means that people were a little bit uncertain going in, which makes a heck of a lot of sense. You're getting a little bit of a bounce upside here. Again, we're expecting 8 cents a share. That'll be the top line or the bottom line number there. We'll see about the revenue as well, but no action just yet. I tend to think it's going to be, well,
there it is lower, 51, $50. $50 a tank is on right now. Intel down $51, looking pretty smart here finally, selling something near the top. Let's go. We'll get these numbers in just a matter of seconds, but there it is. It's a downside move. The full quarter, full year are both out right now on the EPS. Adjusted earnings of 0. I'm hearing 0. Go ahead.
So I'm not seeing those adjusted earnings of 0. They could be adjusted. I guess I'm seeing non-adjusted here, but it looks like revenue is down year over year. We're going to have to wait and see again. I'm always cautious when I'm seeing like the first round of numbers, but yeah, I was not seeing 0, but again, that could be the adjusted number. I'm seeing 15 cents a share. Okay, now I'm seeing everything revenue. 13.67 billion, beating estimates of 13.4 billion. Q1 revenue outlook, though, for 2026, going to be below estimates for the most part, 11.7 billion to 12.7 billion versus estimates of 12.51 billion. So Q1 revenue outlook a bit shaky. Adjusted EPS, so 15 cents versus 8 cents expected. Adjusted, it does beat. Q1 adjusted EPS outlook, they're expecting 0 cents. That could have been what you heard there versus 5 cents expected. So missing on Q1 revenue and EPS outlook, beating on revenue and EPS outlook for the current quarter.
Yes, a lot of mixed numbers coming through here on the forecast side, it looks like, for Intel. We are getting a notable bounce here, guys, well off the lows here, off that $50.
I mean, I don't care if you are bouncing. You can't have the guide be 0 on the EPS. Like you just got back to some profitability recently, and you're going to have a slight beat of 15 cents versus 8, and now you're going to come out and say the next quarter is going to be 0. Well, I'm expecting this to be down. The fact that it's only down 5 points right now isn't even that bad, to be honest with you. So maybe there's going to be some. Maybe they're going to have good comments about their yields. Who the heck knows? But just from that EPS number, I'm going to say yuck. And surprised it's cashing a bid. Could be a $50 thing. Like, we get right into the $50 level. Could just be that it pulled technically back into some prior, like the prior high here on the daily was $50, and it's a round number, and we got Friday tomorrow, so could have just had an initial bounce off a key price level, but that is not looking good for Intel. They're up I mean, you went from $19 when the president took a stake, when the U.S. government took a stake in Intel, and you're all the way into the 50s. So you know some people that rode along are looking for a place to take profits because they wanted the fundamentals to catch up. Well, guess what? That guy tells you that maybe they haven't.
Yeah, no, zeros is not good. That's that number that we did wind up hearing. So we'll wait to see on Intel. Expected 15 cents, 8 cents versus expected 15 right now. So Intel continues to move around. And I don't know what to think. I mean, tomorrow we'll come in, we'll see what the price action is. If it breaks below $50, I would say this is a decent sell. But I mean, I'd mentioned that I was getting a little lighter, obviously, in this name. And so far, so good. We'll see if it continues to make that move down in. I think if you're looking to buy something, this 44 area could be a piece, as that was sort of the last breakout area right there. But Intel down 5%, not a great move here to start with. I don't know what it was up today, but we closed at 54.50, and now you're down about $3 from there. So yeah, Intel, Brendan, not having a great move here, but you know, it's pretty meme-ish right now, guys. Like the stock is like, it can just go up because people say, you know what, we're in there buying, like tomorrow's gonna be, we're gonna buy all the calls. So we're gonna just wait to see what winds up happening. We saw this action in Netflix. Yeah. Netflix touched 82 or 83, closed at 85 when we left the show. So here it is, man, 51.60, kind of as expected, pretty calm actually here for Intel.
Given that it has had this move, path of least resistance, maybe to the downside initially, a little bit of profit taking or a reason for it anyways. Anything specific? I mean, there's no real comments around any of the individual divisions, whether we'll have to wait for the earnings call to come up with something along those lines remains to be seen, unless you have something.
I was going to say, yeah, I mean, we do have data center and AI revenue up 9% year over year. I'm still working on that visual. Just going to update that for you guys. Client computing group revenue, which was up year over year last quarter, that's down 7% year over year. Total products revenue down 1% year over year. Foundry revenue up 4% year over year. So as I was saying, a lot of these areas where we're kind of worrying about Intel, they've actually done quite well this quarter. So I will give them that. Though again, that guidance, as Neil said, I think is probably the most concerning aspect of this report. That's for sure. Their adjusted gross margin for Q1 2026, I don't think this has been mentioned yet. They guided lower for Q1, 34.5% versus the estimates of 36.5%. But adjusted gross margin this quarter also down 4.2 points year over year.
Given that we have the participation now in Intel from the Trump administration, I mean, is this good or bad, guys?
Well, I mean, the participation by the administration is good. I don't care.
No, I'm just talking about the
numbers are bad.
The reaction.
The reaction is bad. Yeah. I think people that have joined the ride are going to be like, okay, well, this is an excuse to take some profit. Like, you're going to tell me, like, Intel's the only place where that foundry, 4% growth in foundry. Like, it's the only company where that's fantastic because it's bleeding money and it lost last quarter. So it doesn't look that impressive. Here's the other crazy thing: cheaper. TSM PE is going to be cheaper going in this by a significant amount, right? Like, there's a lot that has to go right. I think it's a lot of profit taking initially. I am pleasantly surprised that it is bouncing the way that it is off this $50 level. Like, if you had told me, like, Netflix yesterday eventually ended up bouncing off that support. It didn't. We were covering this. It didn't bounce while we were here. It bounced in the aftermarket, or it bounced in the pre-market today or yesterday, and then it bounced for the rest of the day. Intel seems to be bouncing right now off $50, and I can't really think of a fundamental reason in the report why you'd be that optimistic. So maybe somebody knows something, or maybe it's confidence that the U.S. government, despite saying they're not too big or important to fail, they're going to keep holding them up. Progress has been made, but I just feel like this is still going to be a little bit of a disappointment. But the chart's telling you the story. There's no way to sugarcoat the fact that on the daily chart, we are literally back to that 50 level. Like, you can see the prior highs at 50, and we broke those out yesterday. The dip goes right into the prior highs and holds. So that's a stair step to the upside until proven otherwise. Like Sean said, if it doesn't bust through 50 to the downside, where's your fault? You're not falling apart if we don't lose 50, period.
No, and I think that what you want to do is wait for that call, because let's hear what they're going to talk about. Is there an idea that the government's given them? When are they going to exit that stake? What does that look like? Why Let's find out why that guide is so bad. Like, why are we down to 0 right now? Exactly. They just pushed 15 cents in the quarter. So just quickly here, ISRG right now up 2.5%. That's another release today, as is Capital One. So Capital One down slightly as well. So ISRG up, Intuitive Surgical, Capital One down. And then here is Intel. Here, $52. So yeah, just wait. I think the conference call, what is that, Adara? 5 o'clock for that conference call. So yeah, it sees Q1 2026 adjusted EPS of 0 cents. That's what I'm just reading right now. That's not right there. But okay, so we're just going to watch out for this, see what happens on the conference call. You know, this is something new that we're going to do. We have next week's big, man, Wednesday, Thursday. Baby. A big next week. We'll have many different names to talk about. This is our sort of round table. Right beside me, we're going to be able to have Sharif and Joe, Darren, Brendan right in front of us. We're really excited for this new look. Just gives you sort of an idea of the kind of stuff that we're dealing with. Look behind the screen right there, behind Brendan. We got the earnings right there, the revenue, everything's up right there, the EPS. Anything you need is right here, right now. So what an awesome opportunity for us to look at these names and to discuss them with you. Now, I've lost my cursor here. Oh, here it is. Because you know what I wanted to do was actually, yeah, unfortunately, here it is. I wanted to look to see what the fallout was, Brendo and Darren Neal, on some of these other names. So AMD right now ticking a little lower into 251. AMD closes 254 down to 251. I think they should all be down. All right, because if they're going to guide lower, then what does that say for the chip space? NVIDIA, Neil already said TSM downside. NVIDIA's not really moving too much again. And remember, this like NVIDIA, Intel is really this foundry business, obviously, Neil, and the PC spot. So Broadcom, NVIDIA, they're in a little bit of a different game with these GPUs. We're not really seeing the push or pull on anything here. If anything, it would be AMD continuing moving a little lower here into the close and after the close. So yeah, man, Intel $50. Let's just look. All this means is we're going to get excited for tomorrow. I think this is going to give some great opportunities. Make sure you guys join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. and we'll definitely see sort of the push and pull here from this Intel. The call is going to be so important. For me on the price action, just and then we'll throw it back, it's right here. We've just tried to hold this bottom, and there it goes. You're about to test it right now. Here's a nice downside move for Intel, breaking through 51.50. I feel like they had to hold that. These little wicks, Neil, as you know, are algorithmic. Yes. So it comes down to 50, gets bought up. That's going to be so important. Let's see if 50 holds. There you go, taking out the most recent low of 51.50.
Yeah, and I don't want to misconstrue anything. I saw in the chat, I saw a few people rightfully mentioning, oh, Neil hates Intel. I don't hate Intel. I think I'm guilty of this. I'm pretty sure we are at least a little bit. I'm just a little bit more critical of stocks that I own, and you're more apt to feel certain ways about the stocks that I own. So we got to keep it real about Intel. And their prospects, and that this isn't necessarily the best of headlines. But to your point there, we seem to be still holding this level. Like there was a wath of selling that just came in, looking like it was going to break down to 51.50. It got defended again. But there is one thing that we haven't said. We've mentioned that the U.S. government has a stake. Well, the conference call will come at 5 o'clock. Right. The president, he's probably, I don't know if he's still in Air Force One, coming back from Davos, but my guess is there might be something to say about this. You might... Let's be real. We could actually have the president comment on what his thoughts are for the quarter for Intel and what the direction is, and that could end up mattering more than we think tomorrow morning. I'm not saying he's going to, but heck, they took a stake. It's been fantastic for them. Maybe there's something in there that he likes or doesn't like, and then we get to hear about it.
It's 90% to the upside since then, or off the lows since that announcement, so I think they've done pretty well, but you're not wrong. That definitely could be the case as soon as he gets wind. A couple other things just real quick. Capital One announcing it has agreed to acquire fintech Brex, privately held, I guess, for $5.15 billion. So COF picking up fintech company BREX for $5.15 billion. Also Clorox, this is kind of interesting. Clorox acquiring Purell, or the maker of Purell, which is Gojo Industry, for $2.25 billion. Says deal supports 3% to 5% long-term sales growth targets. I had no idea that Clorox didn't already own that. It seems like a J&J kind of a product, Purell, but That's kind of interesting for chloro.
I'm making that face too because Gojo was the name of the company in Succession, so that's so funny. That's an actual company
That's
as well.
true. That's
yeah,
a good point.
100%. The second I heard that, that rang alarm bells for me. But I also, I saw the headline. I thought that was kind of funny. There's also the headline on the screen too as well. But Intel with those supply chain constraints, that's why they're guiding so low here for revenue and for EPS for the year. Again, I guess now there's some more execution concerns, right, with the foundry. Though, as I did mention, Intel Foundry and data center and AI are the only areas where Intel's improving year over year. I just posted this. This is brand new. I've updated it. It's already on X at TTV Research. So other products category dropping a staggering 48% year over year. And I am not joking. I triple read that because I was quite shocked by that. But client computing, again, up 9% year over year. Foundry improving. So the only issue here are the parts of the business. Sorry, not client computing. The data center is improving. Intel Foundry is improving. The more traditional sides of their business now seem to be lagging. So it's kind of interesting. I think they're just trying to find their footing still as they now have more pressure from President Trump, who, to kind of mention what Neil and Sean were saying about when and if Trump will comment on this, when Intel had that massive run with NVIDIA, they did, he posted that little AI image of himself trading Intel on his computer. So there is probably a chance he'll comment on this in some way. But I mean, we know that he can pump the market. He could maybe pump the stock as well.
Let's wait and see. It's worth noting, guys, CLX and COF both to the downside.
You're breaking fifth. I'm gonna have to go soon. My phone just told me my car is at its desired temperature. Okay, nice. So here's a break. Just kidding around. Here's a break of $50, man. It looks like that we just bounced again off of 50 clean. So when that breaks, man, I think this is big time liquidated. Look, someone wrote down here, liquidated, right there. Pretty soon you're gonna be seeing the U.S. government doing this. So that's part of the reason why I front run this earnings report. I have no idea where this is going to be tomorrow, but we did get out yesterday afternoon around that 53.50 area. So we'll save ourselves $3 as of now, but that doesn't mean anything. We're going to find out where this goes tomorrow. And look, man, let's not. We talked about prints on the midday and the after show there. Let's not let doves cry here. If this breaks back down below, that's 49. There's 45. This is where we were at the beginning of the week. I think this is a decent buy area. I said that already. 44 to 45. Get your notebook out for tomorrow, everybody. $44, $45 for Intel, and maybe we'll put some money back into this name. But 50 incoming, and I don't think the president will say anything about this, but if he does,
I just feel.
Oh boy.
I just feel like in this market right now, if there's a chance that the president can move a stock, then it's a day trade. That on the day trading aspect of it, that ends up mattering more than anything else. It's just been proven time and time again. But as you said, the 50 is holding, which is hilarious. But one thing, the context of the move down just now, like keep in mind, this was holding the higher at 51.50, and then we got the note about the supply constraints. So once we got the explanation for the poor revenue guide, the first reaction was to hit the bid. So it sold off on that, so the excuse is not liked. Obviously, it makes the call matter just even that much more because you're going to have to assuage some fears. So we're holding on for dear life. Apparently, Alcoa is out. So there are other earnings out there. I just want to see if 50 is going to hold. It's a very, very good defense right now. See, I can say some good things about Intel. It's a very good defense of the level that we are seeing. But Alcoa, I can remember when Alcoa used to be the beginning of earnings season. And it was like, once you got Alcoa, you were off to the races. And now no one seems to care about them as much.
Yeah, not as much. I mean, I'm actually a little bit surprised here, guys, with the volume behind Intel even. There's not a heck of a lot going on. Dara, you have something else?
I do have something here at Intel that I want to mention because I'm seeing Christina Partsinevelos, who is a CNBC reporter. She's very much, in tune. She was actually at that GTC Washington event with Jensen Huang, so she knows what she's talking about. Apparently, she was told by CFO David Zisner of Intel that the company, or no one should expect the company to have any 14A foundry customer announcements until the second half of 2026. The real signal that they start getting these announcements apparently is going to be increased CapEx on 14A. They're going to be holding back spending until they get customer commitment. She also quotes David Zisner here saying that, quote, when we get them, we're going to need to start spending capital. So interesting look there. Again, this is from CNBC reporter Christina Partsinevelos, who does have the intel, no pun intended, to know what she's talking about here.
And that was one of the major themes going into the report. I think that a lot of people, the data center side and the foundry side, that a lot of people were looking for an update. So, I mean, it's a lot to do about not a heck of a lot right now, guys, as far as the chart says.
I think you just be patient with everything at this point, right? I mean, it's It's down to $50. It's down now. It was at 54, $55 today. So you're down about 10% from the highs, down about 5.5% here from where it was yesterday. I don't think that's a worry, man. We were up 11% yesterday. Like I said, let's not worry too much about it. The daily is very, very constructive. Nice low, nice low. We could dip again, make a base in and around here, which is why we're talking about the $40 level. And it might not be right selling it. I don't know, but we did put some money to work elsewhere, and we sold some Intel. So we're going to find out if that does make amends for this move down. But yeah, wondering about who their customers are and everything like that. You know, AMD's battled back nicely here, and the market seems to just chill out. It's funny because it's an 88% beat on their EPS. They went from 8 cents to 15 cents. 88% beat on the quarter, and you're down 6%. So I don't know. Intel's going to have to find a base.
The crazy thing is it was normalizing back into profitability. We were saying coming into this, it was an 800 PE with the forward at 80. So you get a beat like this, that'll put you somewhere into the 40s. It's still at that point where it's like a metric that you're not paying as much attention to. But I feel like it's getting to the point where the next quarter, we can start talking about its multiple relative to some of its peers because it is normalizing out. The only customer I care about is when they can convince NVIDIA that they're doing a good enough job to get them as a customer. Because if we're being real, if they land NVIDIA, or if they so much as have NVIDIA say, hey, we're going back and looking at, because NVIDIA kind of pull back from wanting them to have them fabricate some of their chips. And when NVIDIA did that, you still moved higher. But what's going to happen when NVIDIA says we're on board? I think that's when we get this. That's when we get this all-time high. I have the monthly chart up here. I think that's the point. NVIDIA has made an investment in them, not as big as the U.S. government, but they put a few $1 billion in here. And when they can land that type of a customer, it's game over. Everyone that we keep seeing in the chat saying this stock can get to $100, well, I'll tell you what, that is literally, in my opinion, the only thing that gets it to $100 would be that. And if we're not going to hear about it till, as Adara just said, potentially second quarter of next year, well, I'll be patient trying to buy the dip on this one. Let's leave it at that.
Here's this little meme here tells it all. You know, Intel at 20, Intel at 50, everyone's going to be flooding this to the downside when it breaks 50. So that's the play that you're going to look for there. Yeah, just a key level, you know, $50. And I don't think this has $100 in it at all, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening there with Intel. Great day to trade. The SMH, I don't even think is moving on this news at all, but it's just it's one individual stock. It keeps on going. And yeah, SMH pretty flat on this, Brendo. So not much going on now. It's just the SMH story, the Tesla story. Today was a good one as well. Tesla just broke 450 here in the after hours, so that's a good mover. That's up 4.5%. There goes Tesla higher here. After we did also get ISRG. I'm just gonna, and then we'll throw it back and potentially wrap this thing up. ISRG up 3% there as well. And then Capital One also with their report that got hit pretty good, down 3.5%. So yeah, not a bad little earnings, not a little bit of earnings problems there today. What was that about the wallet?
It's in your wallet.
Oh, Capital One. Yeah. Was that the same?
Is it?
Capital One. I don't see
it sounds familiar, but
it's in your wallet.
I don't know. Is that not Capital One? Maybe it's somebody else. If it's not, then it should be.
Yes.
For sure. But I want to throw, if we
out of my
throw
wallet.
This one up, I want to thank.
I think it is.
I do want to thank for the super chat here. Eric Vargas, appreciate it. This is what it's all about here. We're back, and it's better than ever. And when there's major earnings, we're going to cover them, and we're just going to give the straight goods. You know, it's not about whether we like or don't like it. We're going to show you the price action. We're going to give you the numbers. We're going to give you the story, and we're going to cover it in real time as it's happening, including, you know, reactions like, hey, we went to the downside, TSM didn't budge, right? So that can be a good sign. Like the bleed down in Intel didn't necessarily infect Taiwan Semi. For now, which you probably shouldn't, because you know they're just a heck of a company that shouldn't have to float around because of Intel. But
look, end of the day, guys, we're giving back yesterday.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Could be a heck of a lot worse. I mean, it was pricing in 7%, I believe.
8% expected.
8%, yeah, possible move. So I mean, we're
I think
giving
that's
back
about right now because down $4.
Yeah,
off 50.
I mean, we're giving back yesterday. Like, given what this thing has done over the past couple of weeks here, this is, you know.
But tomorrow's trade today, if it doesn't break, Brendan, $50, slam that short tomorrow. Let's make our whole month.
You heard it here first. Just a recap real quick, guys, and then we'll call it a day. Supply constraints or potential supply constraints hitting not only the results, but the forecast going into Q1. for this year. So seems to be the reason that Intel is down. Again, 5 o'clock coming up, the conference call, if anyone's sticking around to listen to that. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, my final thoughts are, like I said, I find it really interesting because I said beforehand, I thought it'd be shocking if they actually had year-over-year growth in data center and foundry. They do have year-over-year growth in both, but it's just the fact that it's going to take them so long to get those customers in foundry, I think, is maybe the issue here. So ironically, the one thing we really needed Intel to do was not near enough to save the stock.
I mean, they had none.
They had
so
none.
Realistically, they weren't just going to go poof, here's a whole bunch of customers.
But
right?
it's something, which is nice.
No,
too.
it's definitely good to have a timeline on this. Thoughts, guys, just before we get out of here?
No, you said it right there. Well, I mean, you're just trying to get that first customer through the door. That's why, like I said, like from the whole like pie in the sky 100 thing, like, something spectacular has to happen, like NVIDIA, which is not like we're not anywhere close to that. But I think the overall theme is, hey, it could have been a heck of a lot worse. Personally, I would have expected that this disappointment would have brought you through the 50. So the fact that it hasn't, there's your silver lining immediately right there.
What this reminds me of is just what happens every earnings season, right? I mean, you get a strong quarter, but then the guides are weak. So if this continues, I think this is a very, very bad sign for what's to come for the NASDAQ and big-time tech stocks because, you know, we do know that there's supply constraints. We've talked about that with Micron. You see that those stocks kind of going crazy. We see the price of silver. We see the price of copper. All the parts associated with building is getting more and more expensive. So I could see forward guides being a hell of a lot weaker than expected, and Intel and Netflix both sort of showing us the way early here for some of these Mag 7 and what's to come for some of the this reporting season. But hey, man, it's been a great reporting season so far. There's been a couple good makes on this, and we'll see if Intel can sort of hold today. If it holds $50, then as Brandon and we've all keep on mentioning, that's just where we were yesterday.
Yeah.
So I feel like you know, it's been moving so well. This is kind of to be expected.
Yeah,
so,
could be a lot worse. All right, we'll end it at that, guys. Again, 5 o'clock, the earnings call. A ton of earnings coming up next week in big tech as well. And again, the first taste from tech, essentially not necessarily a positive one, it would appear. Make sure you're back tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Michigan consumer sentiment, it's worth noting, coming out tomorrow at 10 o'clock as well. So could get some action as far as the market is concerned going into the weekend. Thank you as always, Ms. Adera. Guys, great day, great show. Great trading as well right across the board. We'll catch everyone tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Have a great night.
Hi, guys. It is what.